लक्ष्मीराष्ट्रस्य मुखे तयामासकं सृजामसि ओम यो वां पुष्पं वेद पुष्पवान् प्रजावान् पशुमान् भवति चन्द्रमा वां पुष्पं पुष्पवान् प्रजावान् पशुमान् भवति य एवं वेद यो वां आयतनं वेद आयतनान् भवति तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्रः प्रचोदयात्
చాలా కష్టపడింది ఆడియో పెట్టకుండా ఇది వచ్చింది అది రెడ్ కూడా తెచ్చి స్టాండ్ కూడా ఉండాలి రెడ్కే మైక్ పెట్టాం కదా లేకపోతే ఇక్కడ స్పీకర్లు ఉన్నాయి కదా ఇక్కడ అందరూ ముందు పట్టరా షార్టెస్ట్ డిస్టెన్స్ నుంచి ఇలా పట్టుకోవచ్చు క్రాస్.
I unconsciously walked into the most loving arms of the Grand Master, Sadguru Shivananda Murti Ji. And today is his 9th Mahasamadhi Day. It is for the purpose of convenience we mention that he took Samadhi on this day 9 years ago. But then he will have a hearty smile or even a laugh when you mention this. Because years ago, when we were planning to go to Gorakhpur, I took his blessings and asked him, do we get to see the Samadhi of Gorakshnath there? He laughed and then he said, can you ever see the Samadhi of Vishnu or Shiva? He asked me. I think it applies immensely so to our Guruji. A phenomenon, if you take him to be a human being, a profileless phenomenon if you look at him only as a human being. We have seen the best. We have been the most fortunate beings on this earth in seeing divinity not only walking in flesh and blood, but also sipping tea with us, serving food to us, unbelievably forgiving of all our follies, known and unknown. The best way to commemorate the continuous presence of the Master, I would say, he is Mr. Present Continuous or Presence Continuous. The best way to perpetuate the memory of this profileless phenomenon. Yes, he would say, yes, I don't have any profile except that of an Aryan, he said, except that of an Aryan. So the best way to perpetuate that great memory is to do something which has always been very dear to him. He wanted citizens' forum to be brought up. He wanted seminars to be conducted where we should be inviting men of eminence from various walks of life, ask them to share their views on what is happening in this country. How is it far removed from the past? And how can we ever connect it to that pristine glory of the distant past? This is what he wanted. This is how he wanted his memory to be perpetuated. If at all he didn't have a desire, it is our desire. And I am immensely grateful and happy and proud that Sivananda Supata Foundation has come out with this wonderful idea of organizing this historic seminar. I am telling you, this will be historic. In future, they will refer to this seminar as a historic happening. So from Sri NVDS Raju to Radha Kumari to Vittal to Hanumantrao to everyone who is running this Sivananda Supata Foundation with a lot of dignity and efficiency. So I thank all of them on your behalf. And it was in Madurai when my beloved Ragi Anna, whom you may call as Professor or Dr. Raghavendran, he will not respond to it if I call him so. My dear Ragi Anna and I were standing, we were crossing the road with Guruji. Then I told him, sir, I wanted to say something to you, but it might sound very impertinent. No, out with it, come on, tell me. I told him with tears flowing down my weary cheeks that I am the luckiest rascal in the world, sir, I said. Then he punched my stomach and immediately invited, Raghavendran, look what this fellow is talking. And to my dear sister, Radha Kumari, I would like to say this. You have made me say that sentence again, Radha Kumari, because I feel very lucky. It is easy to say I feel honored, I feel privileged and all that. No, I'm a lucky rascal to be invited to this great occasion and anchor it also. I had the privilege of traveling with Sri T.R. Ramesh, who insisted that he would attend this program from the inaugural session. So a special note of welcome to Sri T.R. Ramesh first. It's my privilege to invite the dignitaries to the dais. Now, first, on everyone's behalf, I'm welcoming Pujya Guruji to come to the dais. You can see him walking gently but briskly with his crisp clothes on and with that disarming smile which is typically his. Look how royal he looks. Very regal. This was taken in Agarwal's Images studio in Visakhapatnam. And at the risk of sounding immodest, I had the immense privilege of clicking this picture. If Shiva has come, Nandi cannot be far off. Among all the devotees which always thronged Guruji, there was one phenomenal devotee who could also be an intellectual, a thoroughbred intellectual who was called a scientist by Guruji, was also the best devotee, according to the master himself. My beloved Ragi Anna, please come. He will be the president of this seminar. A man of excellence in various ways, but the most excellent aspect is he is utterly self-effacing. You cannot guess that he was hardly 23 when he took his doctorate in France, and then in US. You cannot imagine that even a few years ago he was on the board of Kaveri Tribunal board and also Vaigai Water Tribunal board. He is an expert scientist in water management. And even if I sound very repetitive, I would say this. In my little experience after coming to Guruji, here is the only person among his band of devotees and disciples who can convey the message of Guruji without quoting Guruji. He is the only one who can do that. What he could speak for 10 minutes or 1 hour, Ragi Anna can give you like a small sip of honey in a few words. Pranams, Ragi Anna, I owe you a lot. I have the immense privilege of inviting a person who refuses to age. Somehow he is not very happy about aging. So, Chairman of Sivananda Supata Foundation, Sri NVDS Raju. 25 years ago I met him. Today also I am seeing he has remained the same. And most of you are aware of the beautiful journal called Supata, the auspicious path. It's not just a good path. The editor of the magazine is V.V. Hanumantarao. Most of you will not know this because we all know him as Babji only. So may I invite our dear Babji to please come. And you don't know that he is not only an editor, he is an expert in martial arts also. I always keep a distance, safe distance. Come. And we have as guest of honor for this great seminar, Sri L.V. Subramaniam, IAS, retired of Chief Secretary, Government of Andhra Pradesh. He always reminds all of us, particularly when we have this seminar in Visakhapatnam, of his great father, Professor L.S.R. Krishna Sastri, and LVS, among many other qualities, has inherited his father's boom voice also. Take a seat, man. And here is another great devotee of Guruji, who has done all of us proud when he took over as the captain or leader of all the three forces of this great country. He is the chief guest, Vice Admiral Raman Puri ji. I heartily welcome you, sir. Vital to kindly escort him to the dais. Namaste, Bhaiya. As is the case with all the functions which are conducted with the blessings of Guruji, this seminar will also begin with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp by the dignitaries and accompanied by Vedic chanting by Sri B. Venkatesh and co.
ఓం ఉద్దీప్య స్వజాతవేదోపఘ్నన్నిరతిం మమ పశూగుశ్చ మహ్యమావహ జీవనం చ దిశో దిశా. ఓం మమ ఆగ్నే వర్చో విహవే స్వస్త్వయం ద్వేంధానాస్తనువం పుషేమ మహ్యన్నవంతాం ప్రయశదస్తస్త్వయాధ్యక్షేణ ప్రతనాజయేమ. మమ దేవా విహవే సంతు సర్వ ఇంద్రావంతో మరుతో విష్ణురగ్నిః. మమాంతరిక్షమురుగోపమస్తు మహ్యం వాతః పవతాం కామే అస్మిన్. మయి దేవా ద్రవిణమాయజంతాం మయ్యాశీరస్తు మయి దేవహూతిః. దైవ్యాహోతారావనిషంత పూర్వేరిష్టాస్యామతనువా సువీరాః. మహ్యం యజन्तు మయాని హవ్యాకూతిः సత్యా మనసో మే అస్తు. ఏనో మానికామచ్చనాహం విశ్వే దేవాసో అధివోచతామి. దేవీ శృణుర్వేరురః కృణోతి విశ్వే దేవాస వీర్యధ్వం. మాహాస్మై ప్రతయామా తనూభిర్మారధామద్విషతే సోమరాజన్. అగ్నిర్మణ్యం ప్రతినుదన్ పురస్తాదగ్ధో గోపాః పరిపాహినస్త్వం. ప్రత్యంచోయంత నిగుతః పునస్తే మయిషాంచిద్దం ప్రభుధా నివేశతు. ధాతాధాతృణాం భువనస్యేస్పతిర్దేవగుం సవితారమభిమాదిశాహం. ఇమం యజ్ఞమశ్వినో భా బృహస్పతిర్దేవాః పాन्तు యజమానం యర్థాత్.
Our pranams to Venkatesh, Sri Venkatesh and his friend who rendered this Vedic chanting. Now, what exactly is Shivananda Supata Foundation? What does it stand for? What are its objectives? On this occasion, we need someone to brief us briefly about all this. The best person to do is the editor, Dr. V.V. Hanumantarao, alias Bobji. Please.
Thank you, Ramananji. Shivananda Gurave Namaha, Sabhaye Namaha. Respected Dr. Raghavendran Garu, President of the occasion. Respected Chief Guest, Sri Raman Puri Garu, and our guest of honor today, Sri L.V. Subramanian Garu, and Chairman Shivananda Supata Foundation, Sri N.V.D.S. Raj Garu, ladies and gentlemen. I first welcome you all to this historic two-day seminar, Bharateeyata, the path to Amrit Kal, on behalf of Shivananda Supata Foundation. The unique privilege of Shivananda Supata Foundation is that it was blessed and started by Sadguru Sri Sivananda Murthy Garu. And as you all know, Guruji is the supreme master of spirituality, which is known to all. Besides that, his extraordinary contributions to Indian culture, Sanatana Dharma, is awesome.
And according to Guruji, Indian culture is not just limited to a few religious practices or traditions or beliefs. It is the wider compound which accommodates all these things. It accommodates religion, it accommodates politics, it accommodates the social traditions and institutions. It even accommodates all the material, which is physical and metaphysical sciences. So that has been the vastness of Indian culture. And Guruji, as we all know, stood for it. And his life is an example. All through his life, he tried to exploit this greatness of Indian culture. And with this, he started Shivananda Supata Foundation. And so the basic objective of Sivananda Supada Foundation is to influence the present generation with the values of Sanatana Dharma and Bharatiya culture as applied to the modern times and make the generation into responsible citizens of the country. And you know, Guruji spoke and wrote
many things about the culture. So hundreds of his articles have been published in newspapers, and Sivananda Supada Foundation is bringing them into books, publishing them into books. You know about Bharateeyata, which is the title of this seminar. So we have published 5 volumes. So this Bharateeyata, it encompasses all the aspects of Indian culture, starting from Vedas, Puranas, Itihasas, Darshanas, and also the history, the milestones in Indian history. And to understand this culture, Guruji's intention is to say that one should understand the history of India, because it is the cultural history of India. We often listen to Guruji, he was saying this: India's future lies in its past, not the recent past but the remote past. So he travelled the length and breadth of this country, took along with him many devotees and made them understand the glory of this land. He brought out many jewels from history. So it's not out of the context to quote a few from my experience with Sri Guruji. So in 2006, he took a batch of people with him, devotees, 10 of us with him, to North India on a historical tour. We visited very ancient cities in North India like Kaushambi, Shravasti, Rajgir, Kapilavastu, all these things. And there he showed us certain things. And one of it is the first republic in the world, that is Vaishali. And it is in Magadha at that time. Even today you can see the ruins of it. There the first ever democratic systems was introduced in India at the time of Gautama Buddha. So Vaishali was the first republic, hailed by all, by scholars of both the West and East alike. And there the king was elected by people. Anybody can become a king. So it is not automatic. And these traditions were preserved in Vaishali, and after being elected, the king would take his cabinet of ministers to a big lake, which you can see even today. It's a 3,000-year-old lake, which is called Abhisheka Pushkarini. So the king would take his cabinet of ministers to the lake, and they would take oath there, touching the waters and taking the oath which is handed down over generations. So these are such things were shown to us, and we visited another place called Kaushambi. You know, there even today you can see the ruins of the constructions of the successors of Pandavas. So after Parikshit you have Janamejaya, and then you have Shatanika, and after Shatanika you have Nichakshu, who was also called Krishna. So at the time of Nichakshu, when Hastinapur was under the flood, they shifted the capital for the first time to Kaushambi. So Guruji showed us the vast ruins stretched over the banks of Yamuna, so which were dated to be to the times of Mahabharata. So these were the things, very great things, which Guruji brought out for us. And he had written extensively on all these things. And Sivananda Supada Foundation is publishing these books. So in the same line, Guruji started Supada 25 years ago. And many eminent people have been contributing articles to Supada. And Supada has completed 25 years of publication in this April. So it is all the blessing of Guruji. Guruji's intention is two-pronged to preserve the culture. First thing is, people around should know, should understand these things. The second purpose is, of course, preserving this for the future generations as a reference for the posterity. So Supada has been attempting both these things. And Guruji, not only the historical places, he brought out great books from the past which have gone into anonymity. So he got it printed. Kumbharana's Sangeeta Raja on music. So the 15th century Kumbharana who was husband of Mirabai. And also the principal text of Kashmir Shaivism, Somanandanatha's Sivadrushti, which is considered like a Bhagavad Gita to Shaivites in Kashmir Shaivism. He was in the line of great Shiva Gurus, Somanandanatha. So these are the things Guruji attempted, and many such things. About Buddhism, Guruji wrote the
script and it was a film, it was made into a film. He cleared many misconceptions about Gautama Buddha, which have come up over centuries, and gave the true essence of Buddha's teaching and his relevance in the Indian history. So these were certain things we have been attempting to do. And Guruji started these platforms, calling eminent people from various walks of life and making them share their knowledge. So it started in 2001 on a very large scale. Guruji conducted one program, Andhra Sangeeta Sanskritika Mahotsavam, in 2001 in Hyderabad. So there Guruji invited more than 60 people, eminent people from various walks of life. People from academics, from history, from archaeology, from fine arts, from literature. So they came and presented around 62 papers, and we compiled it into a book and we published it also. So this happened in 2001. And again, in 2010, Guruji conducted global meet of mundane astrology, global conference on mundane astrology. So where astrologers across the globe came and presented their predictions about the future of the world, not of individuals. That is mundane astrology. And Sivananda Supada Foundation came into being in 2012 December. In 2014, with the directions of Guruji, we organized one program, a seminar in Rajamahendravaram, the cultural capital of Andhra Pradesh, on Hindu Vivaha Vyavastha. So eminent people came and they shared their views on the challenges, especially the challenges that the Hindu marriage system is facing today. And that was in 2014. And 2017 and 2018, Sivananda Supada Foundation conducted symposia on Guruji and his life and works. So we are trying to bring out more books of Guruji, because he spoke extensively in the previous decades. So we already brought out Bhagavad Gita, Guruji's commentary on Bhagavad Gita in 5 parts. So many other Upanishads are in the pipeline. Shortly we will be publishing all those books. And this seminar, as Sri Ramanan has rightly put out, is going to be historic, because all the vital elements which make the Indian nation, the Palana Vyavastha, the Arogya Vyavastha, the Sikshana Vyavastha. So eminent people, servants from various fields came here to share their knowledge with us. And let us understand, let us receive that knowledge and become worthy of the Amrit Kal which is going to come for India again. So let us all receive this knowledge. And with this, I take leave of you. Thank you very much.
That was a typical editor's address, devoid of emotions, conveying all the content in a crisp manner. Thanks, Bobby. This is the first time I'm hearing him speaking in English at length. But for your benefit, I would like to say that he is as fluent in Telugu and also in Sanskrit as well. He's a brilliant speaker in several languages. But like Guruji says, Natatra Surya Bhati Nachandra Tarakam, and he always remained quiet in his presence. By himself, this seemingly little fellow has quite a presence. Thanks, Bobji. And as he rightly pointed out, we have to get back to the distant past and delve all the wisdom that we have to cross this tremendous present towards a meaningful future. That is the job which all of us have we have to share. That is the reason for this seminar itself. Guruji used to say that India's history is not the stories of dynasties of kings, but it is the chronicles of the sayings and experiences of divine Maharishis, he would say. And he always used to feel bad that the average Indian is a poor tourist. 80% of Indians have seen only 20% of India. And that is why he took all of us all around the country, several tours we made, and whatever he has initiated us into has become infectious. It's a habit which we are not able to get over. After he took me to Jageshwar once, I have visited Jageshwar another 24 times in a row. So that catches on, and I always invite more people there. So if you go to Jageshwar, you can even get Telugu Bhojanam nowadays. So Guruji has made it like that. And what is this seminar all about? Bharateeyata, the path to Amrit Kal. We are living in a very dangerous time where Indians themselves do not have any knowledge or faith in Indianness. It is not the threat from outside, it is the threat and the rot which is setting inside, which is the major challenge for us. So, how do we stem the rot, retrieve ourselves from this morass and walk into a meaningful future? So, that is the theme of this seminar. Many illustrious personalities have come acceding to our request and humble invitation here. And to brief you about all this, I have a great pleasure in inviting Sri Giridhar Mamidi, our beloved Giri. Giridhar Mamidi sounds very distant Giri. You are always Giri to us. It is very, very appropriate that he is going to tell us about the theme of this seminar, because non-stop he has been visiting the nooks and corners of this great country, and he is performing yajnams and homams there, praying for the restoration of Sanatana Dharma. All of us, he deserves a wonderful round of applause and greetings towards him. I have more to say about him. That will happen when he comes and gives his presentation during his session. Over to him.
Sri Mahaganathapati Namaha, Sri Gurubhyo Namaha, Sabhaya Namaha. My pronounced Guruji and the dignitaries on the dais. Hanmantarao-ji and Ramananji have extensively dealt with what Guruji did to uphold Bharatiyata and to restore it. So I won't take much time in going into details about Guruji's contribution to it, but the inspiration for all of us to conceive this program, of course, stems from him. We lived with him for 45, 50 years, and so whatever we are, whatever we understand of Bharat, whatever we understand of Bharatiyata, of course, stems from him. And so we, in our own little way, thought we should take his mission and his vision and, of course, his ideology forward, and that's how the concept of this particular program was conceived. Friends, as we all know, the nation of Bharat suffered many centuries of slavery. Why did we suffer so many centuries of slavery in spite of so many rishis, munis, and so many avatars coming here? This is something which baffled all of us. Of course, the problem was that we were colonized over a period of time. So we know that the colonization happened during the Islamic rule and, of course, during the British rule. The extent of colonization that all of us are presently going through is that we don't even know that we are colonized. Suddenly our Bhagavans have replaced with lords. We do not have any lords, but we're still called Lord Rama, Lord Krishna. I mean, it can go on. the kind of colonial mindset that has come into every walk of our life is something which needs to be unshackled. As we see, especially post the pandemic period that we have all gone through, we see that the whole world is looking towards Bharat and not India, by the way. They are looking to Bharat for solutions, for guidance. So that is where our civilization, our wisdom, our experiences are going to help. One who aspires to find the truth is called a Bharatiya is a simple definition to it. There are multiple thousands of definitions of Bharat. But that one person who seeks or who goes after finding the truth is a true Bharatiya. That's a simple attempt we are doing here. We are trying to find solutions. We are trying to find answers to a lot of things which existed in the great glorious past, but somehow we seem to have lost it. From being wealth creators to poverty distributors, from being wellness focused society to disease curing society, and from treating Jyotisha as a means to attain Atma Sadhana and to progress of the soul, we have now boiled it down to looking at mundane desires of us. Every aspect of our life, we have drifted away from its original purport and meaning with which our ancestors had lived. So, what differentiates a Bharatiya with the rest of the world? They also had civilizations. They built pyramids. They built so many castles. Maybe a lot of scientific discoveries too happened. What differentiates us from them? What Guruji said was that a true Bharatiya looks at the spirit or prana shakti behind every matter, every principle that exists in this universe. It could be a matter, it could be a law of motions, it could be gravity, it could be anything. But there is the prana shakti that drives it is what differentiates a Bharatiya to the rest. Our rishis, munis found out the truths not by external research and external scientific discoveries, but by turning inwards through tapas, through dhyana. The truths lie within us. And so the truth was revealed. That has been interpreted in several languages, in several ways and means. However, the truth doesn't change. Given these kinds of challenges, the scope is very wide and vast. But then, as an organization, Sivananda Supata Foundation, we could put together a few topics in this particular seminar. We hope to come back sometime soon with some more topics as we go down the road. Today and tomorrow, we're going to focus on, as Ramanji and Hanmatarauji said, we're going to focus on Palana Vyavastha, which Dr. R.V.S. Avdhanduji is going to take. Essentially, what was our administration in the beholden days, in the ancient glorious past? What are the principles that guided our administration versus the colonial British legacy of the administrative system that we have inherited now? Similarly, Dr. J.R.N. Shastriji is going to talk about Arogyam. Health was perceived from wellness of the body and soul, not just a disease addressing, disease management formula that the West follows. Similarly, our temple ecosystem was absolutely all-encompassing, kind of a glue for the society. Somehow we lost it once the government has taken over. Shri T.R. Ramesh ji is here. He is doing a wonderful job in terms of reclaiming the looting that is happening in Tamil Nadu and elsewhere of the temple properties. So we will hear from him how the temple ecosystem needs to be revived, and through that, how do we achieve the unification of our society and Bharat. Similarly, we are also going to, Dr. M.R. Venkatesh is going to talk about Nyaya Vyavastha, our constitution, our law, everything has been something which we just carbon copied from the West. Whereas our own civilization has Mimamsam, Tarkam, Nyaya Shastram, Smritis, Shrutis, and so many thousands of years of experience. We have just dumped it overnight. Probably it's time for us to revisit that. So he's going to talk about it. Neeraj Atriji is here. Our entire education system is now based on a Western model. While the West has moved away from a fixed model of education and they are looking at student-focused education, we are still hanging on with the old system. And that too, our textbooks continue to keep things which have long been discarded by the scientific and academic circles. Plus, we are only able to produce slaves to the West, but we are unable to produce entrepreneurs and we are unable to produce innovators. Neeraj ji would address all these issues when he will take up this aspect of Vidya Vyavastha. As I said, Jyotishya again is not an individual driven, it is something which is very fundamental to our Bharatiyata, which is the progress of the Atma. And then we're going to have Major Madan Kumar. I don't know how many of you have seen his videos. He's going to speak about Rakshana Vyavastha. We were not a docile, peace-loving or war-avoiding society. Sorry. From Kanyakumari to Kashmir, from Afghanistan to Burma, show me one of our gods who does not have a weapon. We had Shatram with us. That somehow was lost during the ages. He's going to talk about the glorious past legacy of our Shatram and where are we now and how do we restore it. Friends, these are a few of the topics that we picked up now. The speakers would address in three parts. One, what was our past, what were our experiences, what are the basis on which our forefathers set the principles and the policies, and what happened in interim and where are we today. And the third section, last but not least, what is the path ahead, road ahead. These are the three aspects on which all our speakers are going to talk. We hope to come back with other topics like history, arts, literature, music, dance, and maybe archaeology and many other topics as we go down the road in the next session, next seminar that we are planning a few months from now. Let us individually all take some action points from this. This is not a lecture that we hear, go away, and tomorrow we forget it. There has to be some takeaways from here. There could be what the government could do, what the society could do, what we as individuals could do in each of these aspects. I think the biggest takeaway that we hope to pass on in these 2 days is let us all move to become Bharatiyas. Let us all move to convert India into Bharat. India and Bharat are quite different. India is a colonial purport. Bharat is a civilizational terminology. So let's all become Bharatiyas at least after these 2 days of erudite talks that we're going to listen to. Probably we will have some good takeaways for us and for the generations to come to try and take the legacy of what Guruji left behind us so that we will be able to reach that Amrit Kal and we will be able to take Bharat to its Vishwa Guru status. Namaste.
That was Giri for you. Giri, you have done your great father proud. His father was Professor Ramamurthy, who was one of the earliest chroniclers of Guruji's sayings. So, it's a very emotional session for all of us, I would say. There is one remark which Guruji made, which I think will be the undercurrent for this seminar. He said, look at this country, it has a very strange history. Why he mentioned this was, I asked him, what happened to this Saraswati river? Then he asked Raghavendra, then you tell him. He said, Raghavendra told me the river disappeared. It is nothing uncommon, he said, because he is a scientist, nothing is uncommon to him. He said, geological phenomenon. Okay, then he looked at me and said, that is okay. But how does knowledge disappear? Have you thought about it? We speak so much about our past glory. How could it all disappear? He gave two answers. I mean, I have to think deeply or kidnap Ragi and ask more explanations from him. One, he said, the destruction which happened in India is because of vain display of wealth, he said. Vain display of wealth. This is one thing. We can discuss about it later. The other thing he says, it has a very strange history. Why do you say so, sir? I asked him, he said, think about it. What was the first major activity in this country? I would say, because I didn't know. He said, tapas. Tapas was the first major activity in this land. What was the result of tapas? Vedas. In tapas, the rishis delved into their own consciousness and they could relate to us, they could recount their experiences in the form of Vedas. Okay, tapas, then Vedas, then yajnas, then came temples. Then there is bhakti movement, then everything. Art, this and that. Now, Ramanan, you tell me whether you call it progress or decline. That's a question which I am unable to answer. Is it progress or decline? Yes. If you should understand that today our country is in peril because it is standing on a precipice. It cannot walk to cross over to the other side. It has to take a stupendous jump to the other side. When it takes the jump, whatever is lost in Sanatana Dharma will be lost forever. And mind you, it is not only India's loss, it is the loss for the entire humanity. That is the crux of the history of this great country. I think this should be the undercurrent of this great seminar, I would say. Now, whenever we conduct any function in the name of Guruji, there will be a book release, there will be a CD release. When a seminar is organized by Sivananda Supata Foundation itself, how can you not expect it? So, here comes Srimati Saraswati Vidyarthi. She could walk into all of our hearts through her mellifluous singing, particularly the songs on Guruji. Today, as an author, her book is going to be released. The book is on Nedanuri Krishnamurti Garu's Guru. Isn't it, sir? Padma Bhushan Sripada Pinakapani Garu. Isn't it, sir? So, about his unique personality, our Saraswati has written a book. Saraswati herself has written a book. How does it sound to you? So, I would request our dear LVS to release the book. Please, sir. The book is published by Sivananda Supada Foundation, so that makes it very special.
Sir, close. Sir.
It's now time to felicitate the author, Srimati Saraswati Vidyarthi. I fondly remember one of the jokes of Guruji when Srimati Saraswati and her husband Vidyarthi were there. Sir, she is Saraswati, but he is only a Vidyarthi. Nothing to come out with something like that. That enchanting voice of Saraswati girl. We would request Admiral Raman Puriji to release a pen drive containing the songs sung by our Subbulakshmi's daughter. Subbulakshmi, please come. The songs were written by one of the most significant devotees of Guruji, Professor Sashimauli. And if you can play a song, it will be nice. You can, the way you release it, Guruji, that you just wave your hand, so they will play. That is all.
नमस्ते पद्मनाभाय नमो हृत्पद्मवासिने पद्मासनस्थदेवाय शिवानन्दाय ते नमः.
Thousands of devotees say this almost every day. This was given by Sashi Maudi. These children, Kumari Gulata and Kumari Vishnupriya Indra, have sung all these original tunes of Sashi Maudi. The children are accompanied on violin by Kumari Gayatri Vibhavari, on mridangam by Sri Balaji Yuvraj, tabla by Sri Dhananjay, and vocal support by Kumari N. Nagavaishnavi, Kumari D.L. Jayalakshmi, and Kumari S. Sri Naik. The recording has been done where? At the Sri Mata Studio. So, how did they access these songs? How did they get these songs? Okay. Very good. It will be released through YouTube shortly. Thanks, Raman, for the extended time. As before you sit down, Puriji, it is time to listen to the chief guest. Subbulakshmi, you have to be felicitated. Come. Yeah, all of us, sir. All of us, sir. Please come. Purisa, the floor is all yours.
All the dignitaries and devotees on the dais and all the devotees of the dais of SeminaronBharateeyata. I really feel humbled being called as chief guest to this function. But my background is such that issues with spirituality came to me very late in life. I was all the time, I was in the Navy fighting with ships, commanding ships, and going to war also. In 1971, I was in the first attack on Karachi, where we were fighting the Pakistanis. And that kept me busy with thought on the strategic problems that the country has and all that. But I was really fortunate that when I came as the Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Naval Command, I came into contact through very strange circumstances with Prabhatji. And he one day asked me, would you like to meet Guruji? I said, there's nothing better, I would love to meet him. And I was actually in uniform sitting in my office when I got a call that Guruji is there. So in my uniform itself, turned up and went to Gurugram in Harmony. And there, I just fell on his feet. The only thing, my interaction with him has been mostly on issues of the country. And the first thing he mentioned to me is what this country lacks most is Kshatriya Dharma. And I'm glad to meet someone who practices it. As Manguji said, this is not a culture to have lost this aspect of our dharma in our lives. And much of what has happened to us through the ages has been that somehow I feel that we have become pacifists. Too much engrossed, as I see it, in the values that come to us through our education system today. It was strange that what I studied in my school was European history. Indian history was only a part of another small chapter to be read. So that's what the background in which we were brought up. And so from that point of view, I would blame the young generation that they know very little of us. The time, it was at partition that we should have made these changes. But unfortunately, we had at the helm people who were, I don't want to name the leadership at that time, but we must surely give them some element of our mind. Considering the fact that what they took all the credit for our independence, forgetting the contributions of people of our great heroes like Subhash Chandra Bose or Sri Aurobindo, you hardly heard about them. As a matter of fact, when I started the Naval War College in Mumbai, I had to make a surplus of the whole city and finally found in one small house all the photographs of all our freedom fighters. I couldn't trace them anywhere else. I don't know if you could today trace portraits of these freedom fighters except in the Parliament House. And that also there may be so many who are not there. So Guruji talked to me all these issues, and my passion throughout my service, etc., has been that for India to really be a sovereign country, to be able to propagate its civilizational values, it has to be Atmanirbhar in its especially in the requirements of its armed forces. We will really have to follow someone here or someone there, whether it is east or the west, because we are not Atmanirbhar. And today the stage is that we should be and can be, but it will require people of a lot of character to push those ideas through. And I think we have to fundamentally understand that we are not a liberal democracy like the Westerns. We are a civilizational democracy. They have a past to forget. We have no past to forget. It's a glorious past. We have to also understand that we were always a market economy. I don't think through the ages, the little that I have read, I'm neither an economist or anything. But we were a market economy from what my father would tell me or what. But we were never a market society. And there's a great difference between the two. Fact is, we care for others. We care for our families. Market societies destroy this basic element of a family, which is of a civilizational value. We care for our children, we would like to care for our children's children, we would like to care for our community, we like to care. It is not I, me, and that's all. And I really pity our young kids who land up in those countries and become that I, me, and that's it. The most eligible bachelors in their universities today are Indians because their parents still have those values and they don't let them get into debt. So these are the children who are sought after, in whether it is in Stanford or in any other big university of the United States, because they are debt free. It is all because we care. We care for ourselves. We also care for others. I mean, what made us be the only country in the world which distributed vaccines free to 130 countries? It's not a small thing that happened. And what is it that make the people, many of the so-called opposition in this country, criticize that also? Which value system do they come from? So the road to Bharatiyata, I am very clear, we must reach there. Then this country must be Aryavat, nothing else. Sanatana Dharma must be respected in this country. But the road to reach there will require, as Mumsy says, a lot of us to take specific spheres and be on an action mode. First now I am part of an organization called Youth for Nation. Our limited objective at this point is to see that Modi ji comes back to power, despite all his faults. Despite everything, I think much more should have been done for Hindutva and Hindu, our values, our temples and everything. But I look at it, if he was not there, who would be there? We will have Mughalistan over here. We have to be proud of what we are. We don't need secularism in our constitution. Because we are secular by birth, by our value system, by what is there in the Gita. No other Abrahamic religion, which is the only other religions that we have to deal with, have this value system. And we have to understand that it is going to be us or them. We won't exist. Both won't exist. And so I don't think I should take any more time. Thank you very much for calling me. My understanding of spirituality is very little from what I heard. Guruji, most of the time he was speaking in Telugu, and at that time I felt I should have been born in this part of the world. And after that, it has been Raghavendra ji who has been my tutor. I call him Chota Guru. And on my birthdays, I try and spend some time with him. Give me a lecture at least one hour in a day, which he has been dutifully doing, except last year when Kanchi Swamiji Shankaracharya was going to be in Bimli, and they were all very worried people at that time. And thank you very much. I wish this seminar, its objectives, and whatever small pieces that people like us can do, we would like to do. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Admiral Kohli. From the manner of your speech here, we could get a clear picture of how you would have steered or commanded the warships during that time. So cryptic, crystal clear, to the point, without missing any detail. But the feature of all those who have spoken so far at this inaugural session itself, I would like to draw your attention to that. There were several nuggets of wisdom. Gary was talking about the takeaway message, take home message. But there were seven such nuggets of wisdom in the inaugural session itself. And you will hear, you will get more pearls through the speech of our dear L.V. Subramanian. Please.
Pranams at the feet of Puja Guruji. Our chief guest, the morning session, Sri Raman Puriji, Raghavan Uncle, Chairman of the Subhada Foundation, Raj Garu, Hanumantrao Garu, my teachers in the audience. I have one in the first row and one in the last row, to both of them, and friends. I stand before you to say a few words about Dr. Sripada Pinakapani Garu, whose book has been just now released at these days. It's so strange that I have been picked for this item of work because I enjoy a very distinct connection with Sripada Pinakapani Garu. I have not had the good fortune of learning music with him, but it was my illustrious father who once rang me up and told me that Sripada Pinakapani Garu's books are getting printed in Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam, and for some unknown reasons they are getting delayed. So can you please do something about it? That's the request which my father, he always made requests, he never honored me. That was one issue with him. So I politely declined that and said, you yourself have a lot of connections. Why don't you take it up? I told him. Because he knew the then executive officer, Sri M.V.S. Prasad. So I thought he can himself do it because I didn't know anything about music. Few months later, very unfortunately, I lost my father. And then I started recollecting what are the things which he wanted me to accomplish and which I have not attended to. Immediately, Sripada Pinakapani Garu occurred to me. So I picked up my officer and told him that we are going to Kurnool to meet Sripada Pinakapani Garu. I didn't have his address, so I went there. And I had with me a sports officer. So I told him we have to locate Dr. Sripada Pinakapani. So we are searching all over the place in Kurnool. Finally, we could manage to visit thanks to his son's address. And when we went to the door and he opened the door, it was Dr. Sripada Pinakapani who opened the door for us. And this sports officer with me said, Sir, Veera sir, Veera. I said, Avunandi, Eena Pinakapani. I am a bodybuilder, sir. I am Sangeeta sir, he told. I was astonished. So then Pinakapani Garu took me inside. He was with his walker, and then I saw Dr. Saraswati Vidyarthi there. She was with him. He ran a Gurukulam. He never charged 1 rupee for teaching music. So he took me inside, so full of affection, and then he spent some time reminiscing about my father's association with him. And then he told me, Naina, I got this books ready, Sangeeta Saurabham, చాలా కష్టపడి రాశాను, దాని ప్రూఫ్ కూడా చాలా జాగ్రత్తగా తప్పులన్నీ దిద్దాను. నేను ఎప్పుడు వెళ్ళిపోతానో నాకే తెలియదు. నేను వెళ్ళే లోపల పుస్తకాలు ముద్రితం అయితే మంచిది, అందుకు నువ్వు ఏదైనా చేస్తే బాగుంటుంది. That's a kind of command that I received, and later, thanks to Lord's blessings, the books were ready. That was one association with him. The second time, when he turned 99, I received an invitation to visit his place. I was that time the executive officer TTD. So I went up to him and gave prasadam. Maladi brothers were there. They told me, sir, మీరు కొంచెం గట్టిగా గురువు గారికి చెప్పాలి, 100 సంవత్సరాలు ఆయన ఉండాలి, ఆయన ఎప్పుడు వెళ్ళిపోదామా అనే దృష్టితో ఉన్నారు, మీరు గట్టిగా చెప్పాలి. Because I was representing Lord Venkateshwara. That was my position, that's all, nothing beyond. So I went up to him and said, మనకి ఆధ్యాత్మిక రంగంలో పరమాచార్య వారు 100 సంవత్సరాలు ఉండి మనల్ని ఆశీర్వదించారు. సంగీత ప్రపంచంలో మీరు అలాంటి స్థాయికి చెందినవారు కాబట్టి మీరు 100 సంవత్సరాలు ఉండాలండి, మమ్మల్ని అందరినీ ఆశీర్వదించాలి. Please believe me, he took it very seriously. He exactly survived his 100th birthday. And then I was still there in EO as EO. One fine day we had a board meeting. Lunch time లో అప్పటికి మర్చిపోయాను నేను, జ్ఞాపకం వచ్చి శ్రీపాద పిడాకపాణి గారిది 100వ పుట్టినరోజు అండి, తిరుమల తిరుపతి దేవస్థానం ఆయన్ని సన్మానం చేయాలి అని మా చైర్మన్ గారికి చెప్పాను. చైర్మన్ గారు, బోర్డు ఇతర డైరెక్టర్లు అందరూ చుట్టూ కూర్చున్న వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా వాళ్ళందరూ వెంటనే అయ్యో చెప్పండి మీరు ఏం చేద్దాం అనుకుని చెప్పండి మనం చేద్దాం అన్నారు. సో ఆయనకప్పుడు 10,10,116 రూపాయలు బహుమానం ప్రకటించడం జరిగింది. తిరుమల తిరుపతి దేవస్థానం పక్షాన నేను వెళ్ళి ఆ రోజు నేను నా సతీమణితో పాటు ఇద్దరు కూడా వెళ్ళి వారికి నమస్కారం చేసుకొని వారికి కానుకగా ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. ఈ 3 రకాల పరిచయాలు వారితో ఉండడం వల్ల కావచ్చు, సరస్వతి విద్యార్థి గారు నన్ను జ్ఞాపకం చేసుకుని ఈ సభలో పాల్గొనవలసిందిగా కోరారు. శ్రీపాద పిడాకపాణి is such a great musician, but before that he was a celebrated physician. In Andhra Medical College and King George Hospital, as Principal Secretary Medical and Health, I was told that he would be walking in the ward and smell the disease of the patient. He doesn't even have to look at one report. He would just smell and tell what is the problem with a particular patient. That is the generation of a physician. And he would be singing to glory and walking in the verandas and walking around the hospital. And he would not charge anybody for his music. As a matter of fact, when I went to his residence, they showed me all the demand drafts sent by All India Radio to Sripada Pinakapani Garu for his programs. They were all destroyed. They were not claimed. He didn't charge 1 rupee from the students. He never charged for his music. He always thought that it was his mission to spread music. అందుకనే several things are talked about him. His the way he tuned Annamacharya Kirtanam or Kshetraya Padalu, or the way he brought the Tanjavur Bani. If Susarla Dakshinamurti Senior was the first one who brought Tyagaraja's glory to Andhra, I think the next person who did that was Dr. Sripada Pinakapani. And the kind of students that he produced is absolutely mind-boggling kind of a contribution. That individual, since he was so self-effacing, he never went around marketing himself. Our state has not recognized him adequately. Though I must say it goes to the credit of the government of that time that they sent their cabinet minister to Sripada Pinakapani's house to give him, to present him a golden bracelet, and that was presented to him. And that day afternoon itself, his elder son came to me, took me aside and said, నాన్నగారు మీకు ఒక విషయం చెప్తున్నారంటే కొంచెం దయచేసి మీతోనే ఉంచుకోండి. ఏమిటంటే ఇవాళ వచ్చిన కానుకలు నాన్నగారు తిరుమల తిరుపతి దేవస్థానం హుండీలో వేసామన్నారండి. కాబట్టి త్వరలోనే నేను కానీ మా తమ్ముడు కానీ వస్తాం, దయచేసి మీరు సహకరిస్తే మేము వెళ్ళి దాన్ని హుండీలో వేసేస్తాం. సో he never wanted golden bracelet given by the state, the money that was given. He was such a selfless soul. ఆయనకి లభించిన బంగారు పథకాలన్నీ కూడా చక్కగా వాటిలన్నింటినీ కరిగించి రాములు వారికి కానుకగా తీసుకెళ్లి భద్రాచలంలో ఆయన హుండీలో వేసేసారు. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ వెరీ వెరీ ఫిట్టింగ్ that when we are talking about our the theme of this seminar, when we are talking about the Amritakal period and how we should all be talking about our own Bharatiyata, here is one such representative who epitomized the values which have to be associated with music. How music was an important vehicle for individual progress. How music was a binding factor in the society. Such was the contribution of Dr. Sripad Pinakapani. Lastly, Andhra Music Academy, I am a member of that now and maybe I have become the president also, I don't know. The Andhra Music Academy, the first award of Sangeet Vidyanidhi was conferred on Dr. Sripad Pinakapani. So I thank Dr. Saraswati Vidyadhi for giving us an opportunity to remember that great soul, and may his example, may reading of this book and students who use this book can prosper and take the same line of practicing Carnatic music. I thank Sri Ramanan for this opportunity of saying a few words about Sripad Pinakapani. Thank you.
That was easily the best speech I have ever heard at a book release function. So that was really useful. He simply gave us a true biography of a great soul. That was very, very nice of you, LBS. We all knew him, knew Sripad Pinakapani as an individual. From what you spoke, he was an institution. That's what you made us realize. Thank you very much for that. And when he mixed it up with Telugu, it sounded sweeter. It sounded sweeter. And in this August gathering, Puriji, only you and I do not know Telugu. And you also, okay. But there is a small difference, Puriji. I made it up. Not by learning Telugu, but by falling a willing victim to Telugu Bollywood. So at least that much I could manage. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure. It's our pleasant duty to honor the chief guest. And I request Sri NBDS Rajgar kindly honor Admiral Raman Puri. I would request Sri V.D. Anumatrao, Editor Supata, to honor our guest of honor, not because he is guest of honor, but for his brilliant speech. Now, with the folded hands and also with a warm round of applause, let us honor the president of this seminar, Dr. R. Raghavendran. I will request the young hero, Vital, to do the honors. Thank you, gentlemen. Before we go to the concluding part of this inaugural session, which is the vote of thanks, I would request you all to view a small video clipping of Guruji speaking on Bharatiyata. So let us hear it from the horse's mouth.
భారతీయ పరిపాలించారు కాబట్టి భారతదేశం, మన దేశం పేరు భారతదేశం. భారత అంటే భారతుడు పరిపాలించాడు కాబట్టి భారతదేశం అనుకుంటాం, కానీ అందులో ఒక అర్థం ఉంది. భరతుడు అనే పేరు ఎందుకు పెట్టడానికి ఇంకా ముందు ప్రశ్న తీసుకోవాలి. భా అంటే తేజస్సు, రథ అంటే దాని ఎంతో పిచ్చగలిగిన వాడు. తేజస్సు, శుద్ధ జ్ఞానము, ఏదైతే జగత్తు హేతువైనటువంటి కారణమైనటువంటి ఒక నిత్యము శాశ్వతమైనటువంటి తేజస్సు, మహా తేజస్సు ఉందో దాని ఎందు ఇష్టం కలిగిన వాడు, దాన్ని ఉపాసించేవాడు. భారత, భారతి, భారత. భా అంటే తేజస్సుని ఉపాసించేవారు అర్థం. ఈ దేశాల గురించి తెలుసుకోవడం ఒక జీవనానికి, మనుషులకి ధ్యేయం అది. అంతకుముందు ఇతరులకు ఒక అదృష్టం ఇక్కడ పుట్టడం, పూర్వజన్మలోనో ఉపజన్మలలోనో ఏదో ఒక విశేషమైనటువంటి పుణ్యం ఉంటే ఇక్కడ పుడతాడు. ఇక్కడ పుట్టి పెరిగి ఒక జన్మ కానీ 4 జన్మలు కానీ ఒక స్థితికి వచ్చిన తర్వాత అతను భారతీయుడు అవుతాడు. సామాన్య మనుషులు భారతీయుడు అవుతాడు. సామాన్య మనుషులు అంటే ఆకలి, నిద్ర, ఆహారం, ఇల్లు, సంతానం, వీటితోనే నిండి ఇక అంతకన్నా వేరే విషయం ఉంది శ్రద్ధ కానీ ఆసక్తి కానీ తెలుసుకునే అవకాశం కానీ లేనివాడు సామాన్యమే. కానీ ఇక్కడ పుట్టడం చేత అతి త్వరలో ఒక జన్మలోనే ఈ సత్యాన్వేషణ మొదలు పెడతారు. అంతా సత్యాన్వేషణ. చరిత్ర పరిశోధన ఉంది, ఫిజిక్స్, కెమిస్ట్రీ, బయాలజీ, బయోకెమిస్ట్రీ మొదలైన శాస్త్రములు ఉన్నాయి, లేదా తర్క వ్యాకరణములు ఉన్నాయి, సనాతన శాస్త్రం. వేదం ఉంది, వేదార్థం ఉంది, వేదంలో చెప్పిన జ్ఞానాన్ని గురించి పరిశీలించేటటువంటి అర్థజ్ఞానం ఉంది. ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఒక సత్యాన్ని తెలుసుకోవడానికి మార్గం. తెలుసుకోవలసిన పరమసత్యం ఒకటి అంటూ ఉంటేనే జన్మకి ఒక కార్యక్రమం ఏర్పడుతుంది. అనవసరాలు సంపాదించుకుని హరిదాన్ని అంతా ఖర్చు పెట్టండి. వెనక్కి తిరిగి చూసుకుంటే నా కొరకు నేనేం చేశాను, ఇతరులకు ఏం చేశాను, నేనేం తెలుసుకున్నాను, పుట్టినప్పుడు ఎంత జ్ఞానం ఉండేది, పోయే నాటికి నాకు ఏమాత్రం జ్ఞానం వచ్చింది, అప్పటికి ఇప్పటికీ నాకు ఏమన్నా జ్ఞానంలో ముందడుగు వేశాను, ఈ ప్రశ్నలన్నీ వేసుకుంటే ఏదో ఒక సత్యాన్వేషణ నాకు తోచిన విధంగా మొదలుపెట్టాను నేను. ఆ నాస్తికవాదం కానీ ఆస్తికవాదం కానీ ఆ సత్యాన్వేషణ ఏదైనా సత్యాన్వేషణ, భగవంతుడు ఉన్నాడా లేడా అనేటువంటి అన్వేషణ, అసలు ఈ జీవితం తర్వాత ఇంకా జీవాత్మ వేరే భవిష్యత్తు ఉందా లేదా ఒక ప్రశ్న, అసలు ఈ జగత్తుకి వేరే కారణంలో ఉందా, ఊరికే నిష్కారణంగా దానంతా ఎలా పెరుగుతూ ఉందా, చెట్టు పుట్ట పెరిగినట్టు, ఇలాంటి ప్రశ్నలన్నీ కూడా సత్యాన్వేషణ. అయితే ఒక సత్యాన్ని పెద్దవాళ్ళు ఏదో తెలుసుకుని అది సత్యమని నమ్మి వారు చెప్పిన మార్గంలో ఆ సత్యాన్ని చేరుకునేటటువంటి సాధన విధానం ఏదైనా ఉంటే దానికి సాంప్రదాయం అని పేరు. ఒకరికి సత్యం చెప్పారు, ఆ సత్యం ఇది సత్యమైనా ఇది విన్నాం, ఇది నీకు అనుభవంలోకి రావడానికి మార్గంలో వెళ్ళు అని చెప్తే ఆ మార్గంలో వెళ్ళడం పేరు సాంప్రదాయం. సాంప్రదాయంలో దాన్ని వదిలిపెట్టిన సైన్స్కి ఏం సాంప్రదాయం ఉంది? ఎస్ట్రానమీ ఉంది, ఎస్ట్రానమీ సాంప్రదాయం ఏంటి? ఈ రోజు నుంచి మనం అన్వేషణ చేస్తూ ఏదో రేపు తెలుసుకునేది అంతా కొత్తది. పాతది ఎవరో చెప్పిన సత్యాన్ని నేను నమ్మి ఆ మార్గాన్ని అది సత్యం అని తెలుసుకుని అనుభవంలోకి రావడానికి నేను ఆ సనాతన ధర్మంలో కానీ ఆ సాంప్రదాయంలో కానీ వెళ్ళను. నేనే స్వతంత్రంగా నా బుద్ధితో, నాకుండే విజ్ఞానంతో, నేను చదువుకున్న శాస్త్ర జ్ఞానంతో, ఇన్స్ట్రుమెంట్స్, మ్యాథమెటిక్స్, ఎస్ట్రానమీ, నేను సత్యాన్వేషణ చేస్తాను అనుకుంటే అది కూడా సత్యాన్వేషణే. అయితే ఈ సత్యాన్వేషణ పూర్వమే ఎప్పుడూ పూర్తిగా జరిగి ఉండడం చేత ఇతనికి ఈ శ్రమ కానీ ఇంత కాలయాపన కానీ అవసరం లేకుండానే ఇతనికి పూర్వమే ఉన్నటువంటి సత్యాన్ని ఉపదేశంగా తీసుకుని, ఉపదేశం అంటే దగ్గరికి పిలిచి చెవులు చెప్పేటువంటి రహస్యం, ఆ రహస్యం ఎప్పుడు సత్యమే. అసత్యం రహస్యం కావడానికి వీల్లేదు. రహస్యం ఎప్పుడు అసత్యం కాదు. నిజంగా రహస్యం చెప్పాడంటే అది సత్యమే, ఉపదేశం పొందుతాడు. ఈ ఉపదేశాన్ని ఆధారం చేసుకుని మనుషుడు, గురువు ఎవరో పెద్దలు ఉపదేశం చేశారు, ఇది నాకు బుద్ధికి ఏదో కొంత మాటలు అర్థమయ్యాయి, కానీ నా అనుభవంలోకి ఇదంతా ఇంకా నిజమా అబద్ధమా నిజమని నమ్ముతాను, నన్నే నువ్వు ఇలాగా అన్వేషణ చేసి నీకు సత్యమని తెలుస్తుంది అంటాడు గురువు. సందేహాలు వస్తాయి దారిలో. ఈ అన్వేషణలో తాను విన్న ఉపదేశం యొక్క సత్యత్వమును గ్రహించే చేసే ప్రయత్నం జీవితం అంతా కూడా దాన్ని సాధన అంటారు. అన్వేషణ ఒకటి, సాధన ఒకటి. అన్వేషణ అంటే తానే నమ్మకం, ప్రయత్నం చేసి తెలుసుకోవడం. సాధన అంటే ఒకటి చెప్పిన సత్యాన్ని నమ్మి అనుభవంలోకి తెలుసుకునే ప్రయత్నం సాధన. ఒక చోట ఒక సత్యంతో ప్రారంభం చేసిన ప్రయాణం ఇది, సత్యం కోసం చేసే ప్రయాణం అది అన్వేషణ. సైన్సెస్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా అర్థం చేస్తున్నాయి. అనేక రకాలైనటువంటి విజ్ఞాన శాస్త్రం నేడు బాగా నాగరికతతో పాటే ఇంత రాజకీయాలు ప్రపంచవ్యాప్తంగా ఉన్నప్పటికీ ఈ సత్యాన్వేషణ జరుగుతుంది. ఈ సత్యాన్వేషణ ఎందుకు మొదలుపెట్టారు అంటే సుమారు 1000-2000 సంవత్సరాలను అనుకోండి. గ్రీక్స్, రోమన్స్, షాల్డియాలోను అక్కడ మెసొపొటేమియా మొదలైన దేశాల్లో సత్యాన్వేషణ ప్రారంభం చేశారు. అది సాగుతోంది. 2000 సంవత్సరాలనే ఇంకా చాలా విజ్ఞాన శాస్త్రం జరిగింది, సత్యాన్వేషణ జరుగుతుంది. భారతదేశంలో ఈ సత్యం మొదట ప్రవచించబడింది. ఎవరు అన్వేషించవలసిన పని లేకుండా ముందుగానే సత్యం ఉపదేశించబడింది. సత్యం చెప్తున్నాను, దీన్ని అనుభవంలోకి తెచ్చుకో. ఏమిటా సత్యం? ఇప్పుడు మనకి టీవీ, ఎలక్ట్రిసిటీ ఇవన్నీ పూర్వం లేవే. సత్యాన్వేషణలో సైంటిఫిక్ డెవలప్మెంట్ ఇవన్నీ వచ్చాయి, ఇవి లేవు కదా. మరి వాళ్ళు ఏం చెప్పుకుంటారు అంటే ఇలాంటి విజ్ఞాన శాస్త్రం ఎంత పెరిగినా భవిష్యత్తులో ఈ విజ్ఞాన శాస్త్రం వల్ల ఎంత అద్భుతాలు మీరు సాధించినా ఏ సత్యం అయితే దీనివల్ల బోధపడదో ఆ సత్యాన్ని మొదలు చెప్పారు. ఈ విజ్ఞాన శాస్త్రం ఎంతో పెరుగుతుంది, చాలా విద్య పొందుతుంది, కానీ ఆ సత్యం మాత్రం ఎందుకు తెలియదు. అక్కడ దాకా వెళ్ళి ఆగిపోతుంది. దాంతో తృప్తి పడతాడా? ఇంకా దీని విషయాన్ని తెలుసుకోవాలి. భూమి మీద అన్ని విషయాలు మేము తెలుసుకున్నాం. ప్లాంట్ లైఫ్, హ్యూమన్ లైఫ్, ఎంబ్రానిక్ లైఫ్, సెన్సెస్, బయాలజీ ఇవన్నీ కూడా చాలా తెలుసుకున్నాం మేము. అయినా అసలు రహస్యంలో తెలియదు నేను ఎవరు, నేను ఎందుకు వచ్చాను, నేను ఎక్కడికి పోతాను, ఎక్కడి నుంచి వచ్చాను, మీ జగత్తుకు కారణం ఏది, ఇలాంటి ప్రశ్నలు అంటుంటాడు. ఆ జగత్తుకు కారణం విషయం కూడా మేము కనుక్కున్నామండి, బిగ్ బ్యాంగ్ థియరీ మొదలైన చాలా ఉన్నాయి అని సైంటిఫిక్స్ చెప్తున్నారు. కానీ ఆ బిగ్ బ్యాంగ్ థియరీ ఏమిటి, దాని వెనకాల ఉండే పరమ సత్యం ఏమిటి, మౌలికమైన సత్యం ఏమిటి, జరిగిన సంఘటన చాలా పూర్వకాలంలో జరిగిన సంఘటనని తెలుసుకోవడం చేత జగత్తుకి కారణం తెలుసుకుందని వాళ్ళు అనుకుంటున్నారు. బిగ్ బ్యాంగ్ అనేది నిజమే అయితే, ఒకవేళ అది నిజమైతే, కాదని చాలామంది అంటున్నారు, అది నిజమే అయితే అది ఒక సంఘటన మాత్రమే. ఆ సంఘటనకి వెనక ఉండేటువంటి తాత్వికమైన రహస్యమైనటువంటి సృష్టికి హేతువైన కారణం ఏది, అది తెలుసుకుంటేనే అన్నీ తెలుస్తాయి. కానీ బిగ్ బ్యాంగ్ థియరీ కానీ ఎస్ట్రానమీలో ఈ గ్రహమండలం అంతా తెలుసుకోవడం కానీ నక్షత్రం యొక్క ఉనికి అన్నీ తెలుసుకోవడం కానీ ఇవన్నీ చేసినా ఆ సత్యం ఇంకా మిగిలే ఉంటుంది. దాని గురించే చెప్తున్నారు. కాబట్టి ఏమీ కాలయాపన లేకుండా పరమసత్యాన్ని ముందర ఉపదేశం పొంది అది నీ అనుభవంలోకి తెచ్చుకోవడం అనేది నీకు తెలిస్తే అప్పుడు నీవు భారతుడవు. తేజస్సు ఎందు ప్రతి దాని ఎందు ఇష్టం కలిగి తపస్సు, దాన్ని తపస్సు అంటారు, ధ్యానం అంటారు, యోగం అంటారు, అంతర్దృష్టి అంటారు, అన్వేషణ అంటారు. శాస్త్రములతో తర్క వ్యాకరణ శాస్త్రములతో ధనుస్వరూపం, నాదస్వరూపం అని జరుగుతుంటే శాస్త్రజ్ఞానం వాటి సహాయం తీసుకొని అన్వేషిస్తారా? అలా చెప్పినప్పటికీ కూడా శాస్త్రములు, భారతీయ శాస్త్రములనే చెప్పినప్పటికీ కూడా అప్పటికి కూడా బుద్ధిగతంగానే సత్యం తెలిసిన అనుభవం కాలేదు. ఆ ఉపదేశించి శాస్త్రముల చేత నిర్మాణం చేసి శాస్త్రముల చేత రూఢి చేయబడినటువంటి సత్యం ఏదైతే ఉన్నదో అది అనుభవంలోకి రావడానికి మళ్ళీ తపస్సు. ఈ విధంగా చెప్తారు. ఈ దృక్పథం ఉండడం చేత భారతీయులమ్మ, భారతదేశం అంటే తేజస్సుని, పరమ తేజస్సుని, అల్టిమేట్గా ఏ పరమ సత్యం ఉన్నదో దానికోసం దాని ఎందుకు తీక్షణమైన ఇచ్చా కోరిక కలిగిన వాడు భారతీయులు.
Thanks a lot, Pujya Guruji. How can this seminar be complete without your speech? So I invite our dear sister N. Radha Kumari to formally propose a vote of thanks.
It's my pleasant duty to propose the vote of thanks to all those who have contributed to the successful completion of the inaugural function. I thank Sri Ramanpuri, Vice Admiral retired, who readily agreed to my request to come and inaugurate the seminar, though I could not give him enough advance notice. His patriotism and passion for the country's future is evident. I thank Sri L.V. Subramanian Garu, IAS retired, who has been a guiding factor to all our organizations planned by Pujya Guruji Sivanandamurthy Garu. He readily obliged to be our guest of honor for the seminar and also released the book on music by Dr. Saraswati Vidyarthi. The music being his special interest, following the footsteps of his illustrious father, late Professor L.S.R. Krishna-Sastry Garu. The CD of the devotional songs composed by Sesimoli on Pujya Guruji, sung by Mrs. Subbalakshmi's daughters and her students, meets our thanks. I thank Sri M.B.D.S. Raj Garu, the chairman of our foundation, for his continuous support and guidance. I thank Dr. V.V.H. Rao Garu, the managing director of our function, having the credit of running the magazine Subhadha for the continuous quarter of the century. I thank Sri N.N.V. Vittal Garu for his continuous support always. I thank Professor R. Raghavendran Garu for his support and guidance to all of us, and especially in designing the seminar. I thank Giridhar Mamadi, who has been giving me enormous support as convener of this seminar. How can I miss to thank my elder brother Isai Kavi Ramanan and my brothers and sisters of Vizag, who have been taking all the burden of organizing the seminar. I thank the press and electronic media for their participation. I thank all those in the audience for having spent their valuable time in attending this seminar. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Guruji said, the cup of life is before you. The cup of life is before you. It's full to the brim. Lift it gently, sip it slowly, and drink it fully. He referred to life. I am referring to the cup of tea waiting for all of you. So we take a short break and let's assemble here to listen to the first session. So consented to be present here, so she'll be here at 5 p.m. 5:45 p.m. So she'll participate in the proceedings. That is another lesson news which we wanted to share. 15 minutes will be sufficient for us to assemble back. Thank you. Thanks for your cooperation.
I invite you all to the first session of this seminar. Before I invite this speaker, I invite the chairperson for this seminar. Who could be the first chairperson for this seminar? He must be a king. He must be a Chakravarti. May I invite Sri Krishna Devaraya to come to the dais and occupy his chair and convert it into a simhasan. Very sweet gentleman. And Vital? I request Sri Vital to escort the first speaker of the first session. I don't know how to introduce him. Dr. RVSS Avadanulu. Please come, sir. Nuclear physicist, traditional astronomer, computer scientist, Vedic scholar, inventor of modern computer techniques, and preserver of Vedic wisdom, researcher of seismology, and teacher of Vedic mathematics, a database administrator in a super specialty hospital, NIMS, in Hyderabad, a database designer for multilingual multimedia Vedic system. No, I'm exhausted, but it continues. The list continues. A scientist and Sanskrit linguist, a traditionalist and trendsetter. Yeah, he looks it. A traditionalist and trendsetter, an eloquent speaker, a prolific writer and a publisher. Ultimately, with an experience of about 5 decades of research and teaching, he is the blend of ancient knowledge and modern technology with a humane touch. Ladies and gentlemen, let us warmly welcome Dr. RVSS Avadanulu, who is going to present this session on Palana, which is administration. Palana Vyavastha. Vyavastha, for the sake of Raman Puriji, Vyavastha is arrangement or system. In Tamil, if someone speaks impertinently, they will address him, they will chide him, because one who is without a system or proper arrangement in his thinking. I got it right, Giri? So, over to Dr. RVSS Avadanulu.
Kuchan. A small Desabhakti song by Naga Vaishnavi.
वन्दे वन्दे भारत भारती मन्दाराध्रुममञ्जरी वन्दे वन्दे भारत भारती मन्दाराध्रुममञ्जरी वन्दे वल्लिका दायकरूकृति वन्दे वल्लिका दायकरूकृति वन्दितहृन्मधुझरी वन्दे वन्दे भारत भारती संगीत नृत्य साहित्य भंगिमल तन्मय नाट्य मयूरी संगीत नृत्य साहित्य भंगिमल तन्मय नाट्य मयूरी वाङ्मयान्मुनीतार स्पर्शल संगम त्रिवेणी वाणी वन्दे वन्दे भारत भारती अशोकवर्धन धर्म प्रवर्तन वैदिक चक्रनिकेतना सत्यहिंस समता भावन त्रिवर्ण रंजित केतना सत्यहिंस समता भावन त्रिवर्ण रंजित केतना वन्दे वन्दे भारत भारती मन्दाराध्रुममञ्जरी वन्दे वल्लिका दायकरूकृति वन्दितहृन्मधुझरी वन्दे वन्दे भारत भारती
I think I couldn't hear the applause for that singer. Yeah, thank you.
ओम श्री महागणाधिपतये नमः। ओम श्री महासरस्वत्यै नमः। ओम श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। हरि ओम। ओम गणानां त्वा गणपतिगुं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमम् ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पत आनः शृण्वन्नोतिभिः सीद सादनम्। ओम नमो गुरुभ्यो गुरुपादुकाभ्यो नमः परेभ्यः परपादुकाभ्यः आचार्य सिद्धेश्वर पादुकाभ्यो नमो नमः श्री गुरुपादुकाभ्यः। ओम शरदिन्दु समाकारे परब्रह्मस्वरूपिणि वासरापीठनिलये सरस्वति नमोऽस्तुते। Respected session chairman, Sri Krishna Devaraya, nobody will have this honor of addressing directly with Krishna Devaraya. I got that unique opportunity. Thank you, sir. First of all my thanks to the organizers who have given me such a great session chairman for me. Never in my life I got it earlier, nor I may get in my future also. But this is unique time. Thank you, sir. Respected all great administrators, dignitaries, Anand of the dais, and dear my friends also. Here actually, very briefly I could recollect and present before you my Sishyatva with our Guruji. My Sishyatva started exactly 50 years back, sir, 1973. Today actually it is 2023, 50 years are completed, having got his instruction directly. And one of my Gurujis, Sri A.D. Ramakrishna Shastri Garu, who stays in Bhimli actually, he was the person actually with whom I started learning Mahanarayana Upanishad in 1972. He introduced me to our Guruji. At that time, all his family members, E.D. Sunayana Garu and other Somayadri Garu, they are all very much followers from that time onwards. An important event I remember is once the emergency was declared in 1975. What to do? It was almost like lockdown for the entire country at that time. Then Guruji said, in a spiritual way, what we should do is, you perform Rudrabhishekams. You start everywhere. Mahanyasapuraka Ekadashi Rudrabhishekams you perform. I was blessed to start this program, and the first Abhishekam was performed in my house, sir, in 1975, November 14th. I remember the date also. Such a pious date which has inspired. It's not restricted only to the emergency period. From that date onwards till date, every year we are performing 40, that is Mandala Abhishekas, every year for all these 50 years. That is the seed actually once a Sadguru he sows, how it fructifies. Yes, this is a simple example actually. Another important event, because I have an ecstasy to share my small events with him. In 2010, actually in 2002, he visited our Sri Vedabharati office. Physically, he came to our office. He has made his signature also in our visitors book. We are fortunate to have it well preserved. In 2010, already we started our Sri Vedabharati. It is a cultural organization. It is a NGO, actually it is a trust. It was a historical necessity for preservation of Vedic knowledge and propagation of Vedic wisdom. This work we started in 1994. The news reached him he came to our office. He encouraged us. He asked us to publish some more books. In 2010, we requested him to release one of the books published by us, Upanishad Ratnavali, written by Sri K.S.N. Murthy garu. Kalani Satyanarayana Murthy is a law secretary. We published 1,000 books actually brought out on Upanishads, running to about 500 to 600 pages. Initially, we were very much afraid how many copies will be sold because we have taken money as a donation from somebody. Whenever we take donation, we will be feeling something. Whether the work what we have, for which we have taken his money, will it be realized at the earliest? Normally, the Ramakrishna Math and other people, other organizations which publish the Upanishads, for decades the values may not be turning out totally. But whereas the 1,000 copies could be sold out just within 3 weeks' time. I remember September 2nd, 2010 with the first release. September 22nd, all the copies are out. So again, 1,000 copies we brought out 1st of October itself. Again, they are out. They are completed by November 1st. Again, by December 1st, again we started. Like that, several thousands of copies of the same volume actually was running out. That is just because of the blessings of our Sadhguruji. I always remember. And again, I have been having continuous correspondence with him. Just before his demise, actually, I got a letter wherein he blessed us, Shivanugraha Prapti Rastu. This is the last letter what I got, saying that the works carried out by Sri Vedabharati will be eternally running and they will be essential for the country also. Because we have been dealing with several subjects related to this Bharatiyata. One is actually very briefly, just to mention, we started with preservation of Veda Shakhas. At the time of Mahabharata war, or subsequently at the time of beginning of the Kali Yuga, the 4 Vedas were having 1131 branches. And they survived for 4,000 years. But the last 1,000 years back, we know because of the alien rule, the foreign aggressions, we lost, and at the time of independence by 1947, out of 1131 branches, only 12 or 13 branches came to our hands, sir. Further unfortunate thing is, by 1991, they further reduced it to 7. This news actually reached me in 1991. So immediately we thought, let us start preservation of the Vedic literature in textual form. So as a historic necessity, we formed Sri Vedabharati, and we started with the blessings of all the Jagat Gurus, Kanchi, Sringeri, all the other Petas, and also with the encouragement of President of India, Prime Minister of India. We could bring out a grand book on Vedas, a text of all the 11 Samhitas. The book size is 2 feet long, 1.5 foot width, and 6 inches height, and about 10 kgs weight. 11 Samhitas, a rare Samhita. This is the total residual Vedic Samhitas available throughout the world. We are keeping that book open. If somebody gets us another 12th Samhita, yes, immediately in the next edition we can bring out. This is one activity. Another activity is propagation of the Vedic knowledge. Normally we think that the Vedas are meant for some pujas, or some vivahas, or upaneyanas, or some last pitrukriyas. No. Lot of science and technology is there. So we started making research. So we brought out several books actually. Science and Technology in Vedas and Shastras is 1 volume. Computer Science in Vedas, that also another book like that. Actually, as on date, we got about 120 products, sir. Out of them, 70 are books and 50 are the recorded forms of Vedas, Vedic chantings of all the Veda, all the Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Sam Veda. All the 4 Vedas we completed. Now the 5th Shaka, Shukla Yajur Veda, we are now going to record in the next month actually. That also is scheduled. Further one is not only just putting in the book form, let us train the children. So we have been conducting the Vedic mathematics program, Veda Ganita, I think that is very popular. Through several TV channels we started about 12 years back. It reached several lakhs of people have noted the notes, and still the programs are running. Now we start conducting programs on Leelavati Ganitam. Certain names also we are not familiar. Goladhyayam, Bija Ganitam, then Aryabhatiyam, all these volumes also now we are teaching to the students. Actually, the lecturers are the students on these courses. Like this, these are the brief activities which are started running by Sri Vedabharati, and this Sri Vedabharati has got the full set of blessings from our Guruji. Actually, this is my acknowledgement, what I could do in this pious event actually. Now coming to this event, the first word, the path, the 4 letters, they are part of the 7 letters Supatha. PATH actually you can see in the word Supatha itself. Both mean the same. Actually, one Upasarga is there, Su is there. It is a good direction, a good road, good chance. Actually, that the way. So the English actually the words is a direct derivative of Sanskrit words. Actually, this itself is a beginning actually to indicate. And here, actually the topic given to me is Palana Vyavastha, but actually it should be called as Palana Vyavastha because ultimately in Sanskrit that is the way the samasa forms. Second one is what actually you expect from this topic. It is the Rajaniti. That is actually Palana Vyavastha means what is the Rajaniti? What was the Rajaniti? What has been the Rajaniti? And what should be the Rajaniti? Here also actually I will say the topic given to me, I think just by divine coincidence, is also part of this one Vedic mantra. Where from this word Supatha has come, under which banner we are now saying, that is actually one topic, this is the mantra actually. In Ishavasya Upanishad, the last mantra is Agnenaya Supatha Raye Asman Vishwani Deva Vayunani Vidvan Yodhyas Madhyuharanameno Bhuyishtante Namuktim Vidhema. Any person actually who is relinquishing the coil, this is the last mantra to be uttered, it seems. There he makes a prayer to the Paramatma. Please take me to the right road, right track actually, where actually all my benefits you will be bestowing upon me. All the sins will be discarded. So actually the word Supata, I think Guruji must have selected from this mantra itself. And at the same time, next one is, actually the topic for this actually when I started getting the data, I have gone through Vedas, Smrtis, Ramayana, Mahabharata, Arthashastra, and what else? Other texts also have gone through. Initially, I got about 200 slides, sir. But somebody told you will not get that much time to present all your 200. You will be totally consuming the total 2 days time itself if you want to start presenting 200. So I reduced them, make it to 140. No, further 100, further reduce 70, further reduce 50. And I said, no, I cannot reduce further. So the subject actually also, I will be missing several things which are already well mentioned in all our scriptures, but only few of them just I will be touching. And here I started the Veda itself. In a Bija Praya, in a nutshell form, all the Shastras are available in Veda itself. Vedo Chilo Dharma Moolam. That is, the Veda is a root, the eternal Veda. It's not Akhila Dharma. It's Akhilaha Veda. That is, eternal Veda is the root for all the dharmas. That is the meaning of it. Normally, we'll take it as Akhila Dharmas. No, it's not Akhila Dharmas. It's Akhila Veda. That is eternal Veda. It means all the knowledge means even Rajani Shastra is also just a part of it. So Veda is the source for all this Rajaniti or this Supatha what actually we are planning, sir. And then one more quotation is there in Manusmriti. Sarvajnana Mayohi Saha. Saha means the Veda. The Veda is the embodiment of all the knowledge. And here, Rajaniti, when we say, what is the definition, how the word Niti has come? What is the root for it? What is the definition given? It is given is, Shukarniti, one book is there, Nayanat Ritihi Uchyate. Nayanat. Because it takes us, Nayanam means actually the eye, what do we say? Why it is called as Nayanam? It takes us to the object which you have seen. Suppose you are going to some road on a bazaar, let's say, some sweet shop is there, immediately we may be attracted. Immediately we will be maybe putting ourselves in that direction. So the Nayanam is the one actually which makes us to walk in that direction. So because that is the one, it is called as a Niti. So here, today, the word Rajaniti actually in the Supadha, actually this because these two quotations, they helped me a lot in preparing my text for this purpose. Next, actually, how we got this? Who has written the first volume on this Rajaniti? Actually, we are blessed by Parameswara. Vishalaksha is not only Triyaksha, he is called as Vishalaksha also. Actually, there is one sloka found in Mahabharata Shanti Parva. Vishalakshascha Bhagavan, Kavyascha Mahatapaha, Sahasraksho Mahendrascha, Tadha Prajetaso Manoho, Bharadvajascha Bhagavan, Tadha Gaurashira Manoho, Rajashastra Praneta Brahmanya Brahmavadinaha. How actually the subject has descended from the time immemorial to today. The first author was Parameswara. It seems he has brought this in book form with 10,000 chapters. Actually, it's not only for humans, it is for divine devatas also. There also one kingdom is there, Devendra is there. How they should rule in the heavens. For all these people, for all the creatures in all the 14 lokas, he has written a volume actually that Rajaniti for all the lokas. Subsequently, Kavyashteva Mahatma, Shukra. Kavya means, Kavi means normally, Shukracharya, Kavi. So he actually has brought out, reduced the volume because we cannot understand 10,000 chapters. So he reduced it. Subsequently, one more volume was written by even Devendra also. Sahasraksho Mahendrashta. Why actually here the word Sahasraksha has got significance. He is a king. He should know everything happening in the entire, all the three lokas. He is Trilokasipati. So Sahasraksha means he is able to get full information on every object, on every event for every second actually. That's why he is called as Sahasraksha, not because of the curse or something else. That is the actual meaning of the Sahasraksha. Subsequently, Manusar Dharmasastra is there. Then Bharadwaj Maharshi is there. Then one name is there we never heard actually. Gaurashira Manu. One more Manu is there. His name is Gaurashira. He has written a book on Rajaniti. We never heard the name. We lost all this literature. Similarly, these are the people who propagated the subject of Rajaniti Shastra. Then, Sukarni Sara, another is one important shloka is there. What actually the purpose of this Rajaniti? Sarvopakarakam, Lokasthitikrut, Niti Shastrakam, Dharmartha Kama Moolam Hi, Smurtam Moksha Pradayataha. Normally we think the Rajaniti is for the physical world. Dharma, Artha and Kama. No, our people didn't stop there. All these things we should ultimately end up in Moksha Prada. So Rajaniti should be aimed at ultimately taking all the people to the Moksha. Not just stopping at this, giving some freebies here and there. No, it's not the purpose of Rajaniti at all. You should aim at taking them to the Moksha Pranta, Moksha Pariyaya. So next. Actually, what is the fundamental principle they have brought out for all these things? It is a dharma. What is the definition of dharma? Bhayate anena iti dharma. Which holds everybody, everything in the whole universe, which holds it. Suppose we say gravitational force. Yes, that is holding everything. That also is part of dharma. But that's not the only dharma. Several millions of dharmas are there. All these things are fundamentally called as dharma because they hold the related people and the events and the subjects under one thing, the Paramatma ultimately. And here actually this dharma is taken as the fundamental rule, eternal rule also. It actually is the base for the Rajaniti in the past, in the present, and it will be in the future also, sir. Now here, actually what actually Veda aimed at, what type of the whole world it should be, it was aiming at. Na Rajyam, naiva Rajasi, na Dandyaha, na cha Dandikaha, dharme naiva praja sarve rakshantisma parasmaram. There is no kingdom. There is no Raja. There is no person to be punished. But how actually the whole Rajya is running? Just because of dharma. Everybody is following dharma. Then there is no need for a king. There is no border like territorial borders not required. So that was the ideal situation actually what is Bharat Varsha has visualized through Vedas actually. And then ultimately the definition for a very good king. Several kings are there, several emperors are there, but Sri Rama defines who can be the ideal king. He mentions while sending message to Sugriva actually, here, dharma mardhancha kamancha Kaleyastu nishevate vibhajya satatam vera sa raja harisattama. O Sugriva, you know who is a good king? A person who allots adequate amount of time for dharma, artha and kama. You should have all the three. The apportionment of time is the life of this execution of these things. So actually a person who knows how to apportion the time between all the three, yes, he is the good king. Just I am rushing, but actually Sri Rama has given one more, Valmiki has given an eternal principle of governance. How an ideal emperor, the President of India or Prime Minister of India or future, whatever nomenclature you may have it. Here actually you see, this is a, actually I can say this is shloka itself is sufficient for my talk, sir. But several shlokas are there. Rakshita swasya dharmasya, swajanasya cha rakshita, rakshita jivalokasya, dharmasya cha parantapaha. Actually, this is the lifestyle of Sri Rama. How he lived. Just he implemented these two, this shloka actually. One, a person, he should follow certain rules individually. Then he will have a group of friends. If he is having some mission, he will have some group of people. So they should also be having same frequency for making out any project work. Then ultimately, this should be implemented for the entire society. It tells you, Rakshita Swasya Dharmasya. He meticulously follows all the dharmas defined for an individual. He follows. He doesn't stop there. Swajanasya cha rakshita. He protects his own group of people also simultaneously. Then Rakshita Jeevaloks, the entire society protects. Three levels actually. This should be the administrative mechanism, sir. Suppose today a person is there, he is an individual, a Prime Minister Modi. Then he will have party, that is Swajana. Then the entire country, Jeevalokasya. This is the way actually the definition is given for a good king. Next, how actually he was feeling. This is a definition for a king, and he was implementing it. Normally, in all our charts and talks, we will be saying do's and don'ts. Do's and don'ts, which are things to be done and which are things not to be done. In Sanskrit, we call it as vidhi and nishedha. But I find one more thing, sir, you have to add. If you have not had it, I am adding it. How much you are prepared to sacrifice. Tyaga is another. Not only just to do. Do is mechanically doing it. Bound to do it. Nishedha, not to do it. But other one is not compulsory. It is on your choice. You should be getting prepared to make a sacrifice. That actually the third dimension what Sri Rama has shown. Here actually you can see one important shloka given by Bhavabhuti from Uttar Rama Charitra. Sneham dayancha saukshyancha yadiva janakīm api ārādhanāya lokasya munchato nasti me vyatha. He says, normally, everybody, I will be happy to keep my own friend circle. I don't want to sacrifice. I want to have my own personal happiness. I don't want to leave it. Particularly my family members, I don't want to sacrifice for society. If I am not fitting into their circle, yes, I should come out. No, the other way. He says, I am prepared to leave my friendship. Till that moment, he will be closest friend for me. But I am going to relinquish. Cut off the friendship. Similarly, yes, compassion, kindness, they are most important things. Actually, Sita Devi describes in Sundarakanda. Sri Rama stands for the daya. He says, yes, I am prepared to cut off the daya also. Cut off. And ultimately, the life of Sri Rama is Sita Devi. I am prepared to leave her also. For what purpose? Aradhanaya lokasya. For making the loka aradhana. For serving the people. One by one, I am prepared to sacrifice also. They are not essential. They are not defined by anybody. He himself is coming out. The sacrifice is the third dimension given to our do's and don'ts, sir. This is never given to us. Then, actually about the dharmas, the list of dharmas Sri Rama has mentioned indirectly. One sarga is there in Ayodhya Kanda, Valmiki Ramayana, 100th sarga, that is called a Kachit sarga. Bharata, he comes to Ayodhya, then he completes the rituals for his father. then immediately they rush to meet and then pray Sri Rama to, and then try to get him back to Ayodhya. The moment, actually I'm just skipping all the story part of it, the moment Bharata reached Sri Rama, he immediately prostrated. Sri Rama kept Bharata in his lap and then started speaking. He has not given an opportunity to Bharata to say anything. And that the talk goes for 100 shlokas continuously. He doesn't allow Bharata also whether father is alive or not alive, nothing. Once Bharata came, immediately he started speaking. And therein he gives the list of dharmas anybody has to follow in it at any time. Dharma list actually has given. And one of the things is just a few or 3 or 4 only just have noted down. About 100 or 70, 180 points. He says, a policy Kachin mantrayase naikah, Kachin bahubhissaha, Kachite mantrito mantro, Rashtrana paridhavati. Suppose you are making a policy regarding the state execution of making a execution of a project which will be beneficial for the state. The thought has, have you independently taken a decision? Or you have discussed with several people? Or actually, that is what actually it means. You should not decide a policy by yourself. You should have a set of people whom you trust. But at the same time, you should not have a large group. And simultaneously he says, by the time you are making a policy, is the policy getting leaked to houses outside the boundaries also? Normally what happens is when we speak several things in the car traveling, whatever we are talking to the second person sitting in the same car, the driver will be hearing. And he can pass on all the information to the outsiders. Or when we are having a conference, the bearer who gets the tea and biscuits actually, he also may be hearing partly. He may pass on. By the time policy is still being made, the information will be leaking and then crossing the boundaries. He is asking that point. Kachitte mantrito mantre rashtrana paridhavati. Rashtram paridhavati means he is crossing the boundaries. How we actually are administrating. This is all the great point. And then he says confidentiality. How you should maintain. And then he says, Kachinna tarkair yukchava yechapya paragititaha tayava tava amachehi bujjate tata mantritam. Whatever you have discussed with few people, then you have another group of people that are called cabinet of ministers. You should have their ratified there. That is, before the cabinet itself, you should have a few advisors or most confidential people, and then you put it there, get it ratified, then put it for execution. How many levels he has actually advising, you see. And then about the vigilance. As many departments are there, so many vigilance officers should be there. There actually he has brought out into 2 varieties. One is within the country and outside the country. Within the country, he says you should have 15 vigilance chiefs. And outside the country, 18 chiefs, he mentions. That is within the 18, what is the difference between 15 and 18? The 3 are within the Antahpura. So the Antahpura information should not be related to the other country, should not be necessary for you. Within your own family, what is happening, your vigilance officer should not know it. Please understand. The vigilance officer should not know what is happening in your family. But at the same time, your vigilance officer should be able to know the information, what is happening in the others Antahpura also, simultaneously. Actually, you see, and then he gives a long list. And then, actually, I have not put all these things now, reducing them. Similarly, the shloka runs like this. Kaschid ashtadashanyeshu swapakshe dashapanchacha. Swapakshe means within your territory 15 and outside 18. Tribhis tribhir avijñātaihi vetsi tirthani charakehi. Charaka means the charas. Then, you see, actually, I thought at that time there are 2 kings. One is Rama, another is Ravana. Both are learned people. So the academics of Rama, let us see. He is, actually today what we are saying, Rajniti, the topic given to me, he is Rajvidya Vinitascha. He is a scholar in the Rajniti. That he has studied the subject. Not just because he is son of Dasharatha, becoming an emperor or something subsequently. No. He should have studied it. He studied it. Not just a studying purpose, studying. He became expert in the subject also. Rajavidya Vinitascha. Then Brahmanana Upasita. Then already some people are there who are well read, who have been implementing through their lives. Are you making an apprenticeship with those great people who have already studied and then are practicing it? apprenticeship was equally important. Shrutavan Shela Sampanno Vinitishcha Parantava. Then he specialized Yajurveda Vinitascha, Vedavidbis Pujitaha, Dhanurvedecha, Vedeshu, Vedangeshu, then Ishida. You can, what other subject is there to learn further? He has completed everything. He studied all the 4 Vedas, more so Yajurveda. And then he has studied all the 6 Vedangas. Then other Shastras also he has read it. What else is it? That he must be a learned person. And then not only just learning, he's not with 35% pass. He must be 100%. Rajavidya Vinitascha. That is the scholarliness of Sri Rama. Then, you see the type of ministers he has employed. Type of ministers actually is a mechanism. Rajaniti requires a mechanism to run all the projects through his ministers. You see the list of ministers given. Vasishto, Vamadevascha, Jabalisa Kashyapaha, Kachayana, Suyajnascha, Gautamo, Vijayastha, Abhishinjan Naravyagram, Prasannena Sagandhana, Sarilena Sahasraksham, Vasavo Vasanyatha. These are the great rishis who attended the Pattabhisheka. That is all the ministers. One is Vasishta, then Vamadeva, Jabali, Kashyapa, Kachayana, Suyajna, Gautama, Vijaya. These are the 8 Mahamantris. Among them, you can see the agriculture minister. Gautama is the agriculture minister because actually he is the person who brought Godavari. And then because of him, the agriculture system has come, irrigation system has come. That is Gautama important. And for the defense, yes, Vijayaha, another important minister. There are great rishis actually who stood for different subjects of the state administration. Not just for making tapas alone. They made tapas, but at the same time, they are administrators of different subjects also. And then, you see the other side of Ravana. His list of ministers also is mentioned in Sundarakanda. While Sri Rama was having a list of 8 people, Ravana was able to administrate 4 ministers. You can see Durdharena, Prahastena, Mahaparshena Rakshasa, Mantrihi, Mantra Tattvajnehi, Nikumbhena Chamantrina. These are the people. Durdhara, Prahasta, Mahaparsha and Nikumbha. These are just 4 people. You see the contrast between the 2 cabinets. The other side, they are all rishis. They sacrifice everything. They shoot for different subjects. Whereas these are the great people, very good commanders. But at the same time, they are only power mongering. Not doing any service to the people. Administrators, whatever, cruel administrators. If they don't like, if the somebody is not following the instructions, immediately behead him. That is the type of ministers what we are having here. The other side is the tapasvi. That is the contrast actually we can see. But at the same time you can see how actually Ravana also was qualified. What was the knowledge within the Rajaniti? That also is given in Sundarakanda. Dharmajnascha, Kurtajnascha, Rajadharma Visharadaha. Ravana also is a Rajadharma. He knows very well. Rajadharma. That's why you know, originally he gives an order to put fire to the tail of Hanuman and to kill directly. Then when Vibhishana prays, no, that's not correct. Then he reconciles. That is because he knows, yes, I know, killing the Dota is not invisible nor ever practiced in this country, so I should not do it. Okay, the second alternative I go. So he knows every dharma, but unfortunately he is not dharma atma. He is not. He knows dharma, but he never practices it. He breaks the dharmas also. That is the difference between. There actually, the original Hasian, Rakshita Swasya Dharmasya, that is Sri Rama's characteristic. Here Rakshita Swasya Dharmasya is not there. Actually Sundarakanda in 18th Sarga he says, yes, our habit is to take away the wives of others also. That was part of our Rakshasa Dharma he says. That is the contrast actually we can see. So here actually that was a type of administrations what we are having in ancient times, sir. And then not only just giving the dharmas. When we know Rajaniti, we should know what are the adharmas which should not be done. Valmiki gives that list, a long list also. Where actually he gives? When Bharata comes from his maternal uncle's house, and then immediately he was informed that by Kaika, no, this Rajya is made for you. You now get Abhishekan done. He runs to Kausalya. Kausalya initially pricks him actually. Okay, now you got a hassle-free kingdom, enjoy it. That way Kausalya, the first sentence. Then actually Bharata mentions a long list of adharmas, what should not be done, And if anybody has done the adharma, the type of papa, what he would have got it, Bharata should get it. In that, actually, he has given the list of adharmas, actually, what should not be done in those times. Actually, that gives the contemporary environment in the society, how it was running. These dharmas, people are not prepared to do the adharmas. Actually, that we can see. Madhya prasakto bhavatu, strishu, aksheshu janityashaha, kama krodha vibhotascha, yasya ardhonumate ratha, masya dharme manobhuyat, adharmancha nishevatam, apatra varshi bhavatu, yasya ardhonumate gatha. Like this, a long list is there. One full sarga is there. Just only. Actually, he is first thing, madhya prasakta, always he is interested in the hard drinks only. A person who is always interested in this drinking only, the type of sin he will be getting, the type of papa he will be getting. Yes, I should be getting that type of papa. If at all I had entertained this idea of getting the king for this Ayodhya Rajya. If at all. Similarly, Strishu, a person who is always lewd of the ladies, and Akshesu, who is always interested in the gambling. That type of papas, these are all the list of papas who should not be entertained by anybody actually. This gives a long list. That is a society, how it was running. Yes, these are the boundaries actually what you can see. This is at the time of Ramayana. Now actually come to Mahabharata. The entire administrative structure that was well presented and advised to Yudhishthira by Bhishma and from Ampaseya. And that is actually given in Shanti Parva, 58th and 59th chapters, long chapters actually. All the details I am not mentioning. But here, the summary of one statement, great statement of Dharmaraja is, Dharma eva hato hanti, dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. This is the most famous quotation actually. Dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. Who said this? Yes, Dharmaraja said. Tasmat dharman natyajami, mano dharmo hato vadhit. That is, dharma eva hato hanti. If dharma is, literal meaning, if dharma is killed, that dharma will kill you. And that's why I am not killing dharma. I am not leaving dharma. Otherwise, yes, dharma will kill me. It's not killing means practicing it. If you are not practicing dharma, yes, by the adharma, you will be killed. You will be cut hold of by the adharma. Similarly, that's why, for the same reason, I am not leaving this dharma. Most famous quotation. Only the one charana only will be getting. Dharma rakshati rakshati, that is the logo of Tirupati Devasthanams also. But actually, this full sentence is like this. And the same quotation is used by several people. Gandhari also is used, yes. Similarly, at the time of blessing Duryodhana. Just a minute, sir. Then he says, you know what, the type of administration. This is given in Virata Parva. Today also, governments will be making the budgets. First of all, what is the total revenue coming? And then what are the different heads of accounts for the expenditure? And then allot some amount for this. No. He has made out the other way. How much money you get, that is a separate, we are getting plenty of money. First of all, you deduct that much amount required for maintaining the blind people, the old people, the destitutes, and the physically handicapped boys and others, uncompassionate. First of all, you separate that amount. Then only for making budgeting for other items. This is a great actually. Welfare state, if all you want to maintain, what else you can maintain better than this? That is the type of, actually here in Sanskrit verse is Mahabharata. Andhan, Vruddhan, Stha, Anadhan, Balan, Rashyetu, Durgatan, Bibharti Vividhan Raja, Dhuritiman, Satyavikramaha, Samvibhagamanaha, Nityam, Anushan Syad, Yudhishthiraha. That is the type of administration what Dharmaraja was making. It's not just Dharmaraja. It is one of the great principles adopted by great kings by that time. And he might have improved it further. It's not just invented it. He has not invented. All these things were there. And one king was maybe specializing in one item or other. But whereas he has listed out priorities for him. And then, ultimately, the concern of Yudhishthira for the people. Even today also, some concern must be there for the administrator. When he approached Bhishma, you know, then the type, everybody knows. We chant Vishnu Sahasranama Stotra. That is the beginning, everybody will be making. Nowadays, you know, Vishnu Sahasranama Stotra Parayana and Lalitas Parayana, they are household things actually, everybody is doing. But what are the meanings? Why Bhishma has given the list of names of Sri Mahavishnu? The questions are, Dharmaraja has asked 6 questions. Kim ekam daivatam loke? Second question, Kim vapyakam parayanam? Third one, Stuvantah kam? Fourth one, Ka marchantah prapnyor manava shubham? This prapnyor manava shubham is applicable even for third one also. Fifth one, Kodharma Sarvadharmanam Bhavatah Paramo Matah. Sixth one, Kinjapan Muchyate Jantuhu Janma Samsara Bandhanat. You see, the fundamental bedrock for our dharma or for the running of the whole system of this universe was given by our rishis with the dharma, further split into dharma, artha, kama and then moksha. Normally we think that the administration is only for dharma, artha and kama only. But as I told you, moksha also is an important part of Rajniti. Now actually he is asking, in the fifth one, Kodharma Sarvadharmanam Bhavatah Paramamataha, what is the ultimate, greatest dharma that people should practice? That is applicable for dharma and artha and kama. Whereas for the, what about the moksha? Yes, the sixth one. King Japan Muchyate Jantuhu Janma Samsara Bandhana. The person should be getting out of the cycle of this birth and death also. Not only leading a happy life in this whole world, but at the same time, at the end of his life, he should reach the moksha also. That is, he is having concern for all the people. That type of concern actually was required, and great emperors, whom we remember, even Nala, all the Shat Chakravartis, Shodash Maharajas, we got a long list of great emperors and kings who have ruled this country. They struggled for maintaining these things. Ambarisha, great people actually. Now these are the things actually we should remember. That is Yudhishthira's concern for the people, and 6 questions to Bhishma. Ultimately that resulted in the form of Vishnu Sahasranama Stotra. And then, at the same time, as I told you, not only dharma, knowing dharma, adharmas also you should know. Adharmas also. Brother of Dharmaraja, Arjuna, he himself actually was drifting to make 2 sins, 2 papas, 2 adharmas he wanted to do. 2 adharmas. Bhagavad Gita actually, it was a necessity for re-establishment of dharma. What are the 2 things? Actually, Arjuna, in his moha, that is in the first chapter of Bhagavad Gita, ultimately the second chapter, in the beginning, before 9 slokas, he says, the slokas actually I will show you. Guru nahatvahi mahanubhavan shreyo bhoktum bhaksham apiha loke hatvartha kamastu guhuru nihaiva bhunjiya bhogan rudra prasidhan. Instead of killing all the great gurus, relations, uncles, everybody, and then having all the properties which are wet with blood, instead of having this, let me go for begging, let me go for alms, and let me live by that. That is one thing. Second one, in the 9th shloka, he says, Yeva muktva hurishikesham godakesha parantava na yotsi iti govindam uktva tushnim babhoha. I will not fight, Krishna. I will not fight. Here I have underlined the verse. One is bhoktum bhaiksham. Bhaiksham is one word. Similarly, nayotse. These are the 2 wrong words used by Arjuna. Immediately says, Krishna says, actually the Bhagavad Gita starts from 10th shloka of Bhagavad Gita, of the second Adhyaya. First Adhyaya, Krishna has not uttered in a single syllable. Second Adhyaya also, first only, you want to behave just like a Napumsaka. Already the Brahmanala avatar is over. Now you are in the battlefield. You should start fighting. Once Arjuna has used these 2 words, I will not fight, it is adharma. Why? For Kshatriya, the fighting is the essential defined dharma. Now he says, I will not obey this. Second one, that is, assigned work was not, he is not prepared to do assigned work. And another one is, I will go for alms, I go for bhiksha. That is, unassigned one, he want to do it. There are the 2 things. That is 2 mistakes actually, you can see. I will live by alms, trying to do a prohibited adharma, and will not fight, refusing to do an assigned dharma. These are the 2 mistakes what actually Arjuna has conveyed to Lord Krishna. Just to erase these 2 things, Bhagavad Gita was a necessity. That is not only knowing the dharmas, knowing the adharmas also. That is, normally we do all the things which are prohibited, and we do not do what are assigned to us. Actually, we should take lead from this and then try to do to the extent possible. See, next one. The type of work culture they were maintaining. Not only dharmas and adharmas, daily work. Ordinary person, how he should see. He says, Naiva yajnaihi, navadanaihi, na guru rupasevaya, prapnuvantya tadha dharmam, yatha karyanupalanat. Whatever work is assigned to you, please execute it. That's all. Don't bother for God, don't bother for goddess, just go on doing it. Whatever you get by doing the yajnas, whatever you get by punya you will be getting by serving the gurus, and whatever you do, all the other dharmas, you will be getting that equivalent amount of punya just by executing whatever work is assigned to you. Please execute it. That's all. That is the type of work culture. We never imagined it, that, and we are not able to see this. Today, don't work, we will feed you. We will feed you. You don't have electricity, you need not pay electricity bills, we will pay for you. You can get into the trains, you need not purchase the tickets. You see what type of administration we are having today. Contrast. And then the foreign policy is very important one, always remembered by several people. And the great quotation of Yudhishthira is, Paraih paribhave prapte vayam panchottaram shatam, paraspara virodhetu vayam pancha shatam tute. When a third person comes to attack us, we are not just 5, nor they are 100. We are 105, 100 plus 5. When we are having a foreign policy. But whereas when we are fighting among others, yes, we are 5 and they are 100. That's what actually means. Paraih paribhave prapte, when the insult is coming from the third party, we are panchottaram shatam, 5 added to 100, 105. Otherwise, we are 5 and they are 100. This is one of the greatest policies laid down by Yudhishthira. Today, unfortunately, what is a person born in today in this country, he goes to abroad and he says all of the things which are negative and not applicable to this country. What is this? Where we stand? Not improving the standards of Rajniti, degrading, declining, and going to the Patala. I think Patala also we have to see like this. Still will be lower than the Patala. That is the state of affairs of this Rajniti of today. Similarly, sir, and here in Telugu, Potana garu, he has given a list of adharmas also. That poems I will just read out. The first one, this happens when Arjuna returns to Hastinapura after the Niryana of Krishna. He doesn't speak out. Arjuna doesn't speak out. He is with a pale face. He is not having a word to utter. Dharmaraja starts putting questions. Have you done this? Have you done this mistake? Or have you done that mistake? Like this, he gives a lot of mistakes. Mistakes means adharmas. You see, Oditivo Satrulaku, Aditivo Sadhu Doshanalapamulan, Kuditivo Parasatulanu, Viditivo Manatharmu, Virulanaduman. That is, have you met the wives of others? Or have you insulted the great pandits? Or have you lost your self-esteem? Or Tappitivo Ichadanani, you have promised something and you have broken your own promise. Is it that you have done? Cheppitivo Tapatas, you have given a wrong evidence. And then Deppitivo Saranarthuran Doppitivo, that is, you have given some help, you have made some help. Then when at time comes, no, I have done this help to you, you are not remembering. That type of thing we call it as a Dappadam, Telugulo. Remembering the good things done by you to others. Again, recollecting them, making them to remember. Have you done that mistake? Or Doppituvo, Dvizula, Pasula, Rogula, Satulan, have you made any inconvenience to the patients, or to the animals, or to others? You can see these are all the things which should not be done. That actually it implies that these are things which are prohibited in those days. Similarly, Adichitavo, Bhusuranu, Kudichitavo, Bala, Vruddha, Gururu, Virigan. Before while taking meals also there is a rule, there is a priority, there is an order. The balas, the children must be given feeding. Similarly, old people, similarly, ladies, or similarly, the gurus, they must be given the feeding first. Then only you should have your own dinner or lunch. Have you taken your lunch before all these people have taken? That also is a fundamental mistake. Vidichitivo Yashritarano. Some people may have taken Ashriya, Sharanagati, they have made to you, hoping that you will be protecting them. You discarded them after giving a promise to them that you will help them. Have you discarded them? These are all the list of adharmas made here. That is the way the dharmas and adharmas were mentioned very briefly. I just have made out small few points only in Ramayana and Bharata. And then we come to another important one is Arthashastra of Chanakya. Here actually the greatness of Chanakya. Yena Shastrancha Shastrancha Nandaraja Gataja Bhuhu Amarshen Odhutanyasu Tena Shastramidam Kurtam Drushva Vipratipatyam Bahuda Shastreshu Bhashyakaranam Swayameva Vishnugupta Chakara Sotrancha Bhashyancha. Normally, a great poet will write the poetry and somebody will be writing the commentary. But whereas for Arthashastra it seems, the original name of Chanakya was Vishnugupta. He has written the Arthashastra. He was skeptical whether others will follow his text or not, whether the shlokas written by him. So he himself has written a commentary also. Swayameva Sotrancha Bhashyancha. He has written the sutras, Rajniti has put into the formula form, and then he himself has given the commentary also. And then other one is Yena Shastrancha Shastrancha. By writing the Arthashastra, he is a Shastrakara, and making Chandragupta to hold the Shastra, he is a Shastrakara also. That is both the things. And then ultimately, mercilessly got the land from the Nandas. That also is Amarshena, Uddhritanya, Shastramidam Kurtam. Yes, that is the level of the Panditya. And then what actually ultimately he gives is the stress. Artha eva pradhana iti kautilyaha. Yes, previously so far all these people are mentioning Dharma, Artha and Kama. He in the previous sentence actually he says, okay, I agree, Dharma, Artha and Shastra, Kama, they should be given equivalent weightage. But among these three, which one has to be given more weight? Artha has to be given. That's why I write the Artha Shastra. Previously Dharma Shastras were there, previously Kama Shastras were there, but Artha Shastras, yes, few people have done it. Now I am specializing on this, so I am writing this Artha Shastra now. Because Artha eva tu kautilyaha pradhanaha. Artha is very important. And then he has given the definition of Artha Shastra also. He given the definition of Artha Shastra. Manushyanam vrittihi arthaha. Manushyoti bhumiricharthaha. Tasyah prithivyaha labha palana upayaya. Your palana comes from this word, sir. I don't know whether you have gone through this word and then selected the topic. Labha palana upayaha shastram artha shastram iti. What is meant by vritti? That is the existence, the survival of all the people is the land. Because once the land is there, then you can search for a job anywhere. Anything related based on the land only. You want to go for agriculture or craftsmanship, anything. Once you stand on this earth only, you can do anything. So that's why Manushyavati Bhumihi. Bhumi means which holds all the people. And then Tasyah Prithivyaha Labha Palana Upayaha. That is the rules which make how to get the land and how to rule the land. Labha and Palana Upayaha Shastram Artha Shastra. This is the definition given by Chanakya himself. And then he has mentioned the list of departments what he was maintaining. Advised to the Artha Shastra. Director of stores. And then he has given the Sanskrit words also. Administrator, auditor, gold supervisor, market supervisor, director of magazines, director of trade, and then several other things are there. Just only brief, only one slide only I have mentioned here. Long list. And then one more important thing, this point I wanted to mention. Vedavyasa Maharshi and Chanakya. Among several books I gone through, these are the two people only who have given the importance of learning foreign languages. Coded languages. Coded languages. If you don't know coded language, you will be in troubles. That is the conclusion. What exactly he mentions here. Actually, this topic of coded language in Mahabharata, when it comes, at the time of Varanavata, when Pandavas have to go to Varanavata, actually the place where they are going, Lakaila Antuntam, Lakaila Antuntam, Purvajanudu, how he made out that house. The palace actually has constructed, Duryodhana has got the palace constructed, but made up with items which are susceptible to fire actually. The ghee, the other, whatever, the plastics, all the things which are just you touch, if one spark will destroy the entire palace. Nobody knows. Last minute, Vidura came to know. That is the type of house where all these Pandavas are going to be inhabited in Varanavata. Already Pandavas have come onto the road. Dhritarashtra, Bhishma, all the great people, they are giving send off. Then what to do? Then actually at that time, Mlecha Bhashaya, this is the wording used in Mahabharata, he started speaking in a coded language to Dharmaraja. If you suppose he calls Dharmaraja, come this side and then start speaking, everybody will get a suspicion or something, some secret is passing on. No, it should be among the people itself. Only Dharmaraja should understand, no other people should understand. And the meaning they understand, the others understand, that should be a different one which is not actually intended one. That actually is coded as coded language. Certain words, just only one word I will place here. We use a very important word, prajna. What is the meaning of prajna? Prajna means very intelligent person, a knowledgeable person. Isn't it? Prajna, a person who is having prajna is called as prajna. No, sir. The other meaning is, he makes a savarna dirgha sandhi. Pra plus ajna. A great dullard, a person who doesn't know even the alphabets of a language, that is a prajna also. We never imagined. This type of words, actually double meaning words, which normally convey one meaning, but actually intended meaning is different. So actually this type of coded language Vidura has used to pass on some information to Dharmaraja, and this was recorded by our Vyadavyasa Maharshi, and he says that is important. The coded languages are important for the king, for the administrator. That actually he has mentioned here. Saunya bhashantarajnascha, where to employ them? At the boundaries, or within the kingdom, or in the cabinet. You should have one fellow who can be able to communicate to you. It seems people normally tell. Hitler has maintained some people. A person stands, suppose somebody is speaking and he is at a distance of 50 feet. The person here, by the lip movements itself, he can record what actually that person is saying. Or another person, two people are there, he will be saying something else. Another person will be sitting at 50 feet. No vocal communication. Just by the lip movements, the second person will be able to understand what this first person intends to communicate. Saunya bhashas. He says that is very important. Saunya bhashantara jnascha. Who knows this Saunya coded language, that is very important. Similarly, about corruption. Excellent shlokas, 2 shlokas he has given. I cannot imagine better shlokas than this for imparting this subject of corruption actually. One important thing is, Yatha hyanaswaditum nashikyum jihvatalastham madhuva vishamva ardhastatha hyarthacharena rajnah swalpyopyanapswaditum nashikya. A person sitting in the cash counter. A person sitting in the cash counter in an organization. So in the railways or in the hospitals, yes, definitely there will be a cash counter for collecting money from the patients or the passengers. That person, even for temporary misappropriation, it is probable. Temporary misappropriation. How he happens is, suppose a drop of honey falls on your tongue, let us say. Can you imagine that you cannot swallow it? Once it falls, you just swallow it. If a drop of honey falls on your tongue, immediately swallow it. Similarly, unconsciously, if even a drop of poison also falls, you just first of all, the tongue's nature is to swallow it inside. Similarly, a person sitting in a cash counter, yes, he is habituated to take away some money. He may be replacing it subsequently. And then he says, that is one. Second one, actually, this is much better example. Matsya yathantas salile charanto jnatum na shakya salilam pepada. Fish will be moving in the water. Yes, you know, when they breathe, that we can understand. But do you know when the fish will be drinking the water? He putting a question. Is it quite natural? When the fish will be drinking the water, nobody can find out. Similarly, nobody can find out a person who is swindling the money sitting in the cash counter. Imagine. But at the same time, out of 1,000 people, there may be 1 or 2. Immediately says, next slide, out of 1,000 persons of that nature, maybe 1 or 2 persons. Just your efforts will be to identify those 2 people, put them in your important segment for vigilance department. That is second following part of the statement of Rajaniti actually he says. So like this actually, sir. And then what type of punishment you should give? Should it be harsh? Tekshna dando hi bhotanam udvejiniyaha murdudandaha paribhuyate yatharha dandaha pujyaha. That is, if the punishment, suppose somebody recently, a boy has stolen, let us say, 1 idli from a stall, let us imagine. Shall we behead him? Shall we put a life sentence for that? For stealing 1 idli? A small, a petty theft actually. No, you are not supposed to put a harshest. But people to be kept on the rail, suppose somebody thinks, no, let me give harsh treatment. Then all the people will be afraid of to see the people, see a king or the emperor. No, that is not advisable. Similarly, you want to give a light punishment, people will ignore you. Nobody care for you. Ultimately, yatharha dandaha puja, as much it is required, that much only the punishment should be given. Very important actually with regard to the punishments. Similarly, ultimately, so far I have covered briefly Vedas, then Smritis, Ramayana and Mahabharata and Arthashastra also. What about other texts? There he says other texts actually. One Kamandaka Niti Shastra is a Kamandaka Niti Shastra of 10th century it seems. He says, Suvarna Pushpam Prithivim Chanvanti Purushastrayaha Surascha Kurtavidyascha Yascha Janati Sevitam. You see, even thousands of people getting employment, there are three categories of people always will be getting money. They always will be happy. Who are the three great people? Three categories of people, he says. You are one among the three. Yes, you will be happy. Who are the three? Suvarna Pushpa. That is, they will be making out golden flowers from their earnings, it seems. Suvarna Pushpam Pirnvanti. Who are they? Shorascha, a great warrior. He always will be respected, just like our Vice Admiral ji. Always he will be admired. When he retires or doesn't retire, it doesn't matter. They always will be respected, sir. Kurtavijjascha, a person he is a peer, he is a Mahamahopadhyaya, he always will be respected. A Sadguru will be always respected. Whether the time is 5 years are over, 10 years are over, century is over, no. Vasishtha is remembered even today also. Vishwamitra is remembered today also. Gautama is remembered today also, but not Nukumbhila, not Nikumbha, not Prahasta. That is, they are great people. Third one is Yascha Janati Sevitam, a person who knows how to serve the superior. How to serve the superior. To the fancies of the superiors, if you start serving him, yes, you will always will be happy. These are three kinds. Like this, actually, we are given several. Pushpamatra, how much taxation you should have. Just like a bee, how it falls and it sits on the flower, only picks up that much honey only, without causing any damage to the flower. That way your taxation policy will be there. Like this, all these things are given, but ultimately still, even great administrators also will have some doubts in critical times. What to do and what not to do. Then it says, our Veda comes into picture again. Yanyasmakagam sucharitani Tanitvayopasyani. Actually, the last para of Sekshavalli. No itarani. Whatever great things were done by our earlier elders, you please follow them. You implement them. Don't do others. Actually, the word English no is a Sanskrit word, sir. No itarani. No. Others you should not do. Eke jasmachreyagam so brahmana. Teshantvayasane prashvasitavyam. Shraddhaya deyam. Ashraddhaya deyam. Shriya deyam. Kriya deyam. Bhiyadeyam, Samvidadeyam, Athayadite, Karma Vijikitsava, Vrta Vijikitsava Syat. If you are having a doubt with respect to the karma, what to be done and what not to be done, then you will say, Etatra Brahmana Sammarshina. Where the great scholars are there who have studied the Rajaniti, you approach them. Yukta Ayukta Aluksha Dharmaka Masyo Yathati Tatra Varteran. How they lived, you live like that. Like this, actually, we have got a long list of advices from our Vedas, sir. And ultimately, only one thing, sir. Only one mantra. What is the entire summary of our Vedas, Puranas, Itihasas, Kavyas, everything? Only one thing, sir. That is, Vishwatas Chakshurota Vishwato Mukho Vishwato Hasta Ota Vishwatas Pat. This is a mantra in praise of Lord Shiva. But actually, Emperor, Vishwatas Chakshu, his knowledge should be acquired from every nook and corner of the whole universe. A king should be able to get the information. Similarly, Vishwataspat, Vishwatomukha, you should be able to see who is doing what. That is full information should be there. Similarly, Vishwato Hastaha, you want to help, yes, from any point, without lack of time, yes, within the lapse of time, you should be able to help. Or you want to punish with your hands, yes, then also, then and there should be the punishment should be given. Vishwataspat, you want to reach for helping or for punishment. These are the two great, actually, these are the important principles, eternal principles given our Vedas, sir. This is applicable for all the rurals of all the times, sir. Thank you, sir, for giving this. Thank you.
What can we say after listening to him? Only say pranams. What else we can say? How humble and how simple he looks. At the same time, elegance. I think it is simplicity that lends elegance to one's personality. Brilliant it was. I think Sivananda Bharateeyata Foundation will find it appropriate to print this speech, which will be very useful for all of us. And it is not out of disrespect, but it is out of concern, I say. It is not often that you find a person who is equally scholarly in Sanskrit and English and Telugu. It's very not so easy to find. No, adrishtame. Any of you would like to ask a few questions? 10 minutes we will allot for that. Maybe to brush up your memory, he started with Rajaniti and gently corrected me also. It is not Palana Vyavastha, it is Palana Vyavastha. That is the correct. I stand corrected, sir. This Rajaniti is not confined to our world, it is for all the worlds. And what is the main purpose, goal, moksha for all beings? Like Raman Puriji pointed out, this value does not exist in any other system except our land. Driyate iti dharma. He reminded us once again, dharma holds every being. And what is that? Protecting mutually with the help of dharma. That should be the prerogative for every thinking individual. Rama's definition of a king, that is very, very beautiful. One who allots adequate time for dharma, artha and kama. That is the definition for a king. And he said, I won't hesitate to sacrifice anything, even Janaki, for the sake of society. Guruji always used to say, what is the greatness of Rama? As a king, he never allowed himself to be clouded by personal emotions. This statement proves it beautifully. And what is Rama Rajya? Guruji says, where the ruler adheres to dharma, that is Rama Rajya. Where the ruler strictly follows dharma, he lives in dharma, that is called Rama Rajya. Beautiful. A policy making, confidentiality, intelligence, my goodness, how he elucidated all these major factors of administration, particularly from Ramayana and Mahabharata. And the warning, dharma, when violated, will kill. Beautiful. That's I think all our administrators should have this in bold letters in their offices, right in front of them, not for the people, for the administrators. Dharma, when violated, will kill. Okay, beautiful. Rachiti Rachitaha is not necessary now. Will kill, you should say, when violated. And Yudhishthira's welfare state, definition of welfare state, where it was governed entirely by concern for people. Oh my goodness, concern for people. And the most beautiful thing among so many things which he had explained was not doing what is assigned to you and doing what is not assigned to you. That is the problem which all of us have now. Brilliant, sir. On your behalf, I fold my hands and salute, offer my pranams to him. Anyone would you like to ask questions? 7 minutes, please, because I have swallowed 3 minutes. Yes, sir. Like a sir given. Raman Puriji. State it forward.
Here actually, always this question comes to our mind very frequently. What our Guru says, dharma is there. Dharma is eternal. And Paramatma will manifest. When he finds the time, he himself will come. But till such time, you pass on the dharma to the next generation. Your duty is, you cannot immediately modify the entire state of affairs of this country. But whatever little bit you can do within your limits, you go on doing it. Whatever little bit, you please go on doing it. Then he will come and he will make this, he will separate the things. Because he takes the avatara. Actually, he has come down 10 times, sir. He doesn't mind to come 11th time also.
I think Admiral asked a question on everyone's behalf. And he has answered, given the answer which is applicable to all of us. Let us follow what we must. More importantly, let us avoid what we must. It is assigned. Doing what is assigned to you, not doing what is not assigned to you.
वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम् हससि पुष्पसङ्कासं हारसुशोभितं रत्नकङ्कणकेयूरं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम् लालसंयुतं पूर्णगणिभाननं विलसत्कुण्डलधरं देवं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम्
Báilame como si fuera el último.
कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम् कृष्णाष्टकमिदं पुण्यं प्रातरुत्थाय यः पठेत् कोटिजन्म कृतं पापं स्मर जगद्गुरु
Vyavastha. Health is wealth and more difficult to obtain than wealth. So, every year we used to age by a year. Now that process happens every week. So that's the kind of conditions in which we are living, coping with certain harsh realities. Ladies and gentlemen, I have great pleasure in welcoming Dr. J.L.N. Shastri Garu to the dais. He is the former CEO of National Medicinal Plants Board and currently is the CEO of Jatas Herbals Limited. Welcome, sir. More than 15 books have been authored by him on Ayurveda. At least 50 research papers he has published in various journals, in health magazines. More than 25 articles in various newspapers on his pet subject, not to mention about radio and TV talks, and at least 100 lectures on Ayurveda and modern medical institutes. As if this is not enough, he has participated actively in about 25 regional seminars, 50 national seminars, and international seminars 25. And this is his 101st seminar according to this CV. Hearty welcome to you, Dr. J.L.N. Shastri Garu. Over to you.
सभाय नमः, धन्वंतरिये नमः। May I have this slideshow, please? We these days call it as PPT, but if we expand it, it's the puppet show earlier. So today I am blessed to be part of this deliberations as such. And I am blessed by the great departed soul to be part of this kind of a discussion. I feel I do not deserve to give a lecture to you. I have to take lecture from all these learned scholars. But sometimes it happens, as Kalidasa said, Pansulabhya Palelobhat Udbhavuriho Vamanaha. I am that candidate, and it is Murka Paddhati of Niti Chandrika. Sometimes happens and you take it in a stride. And I give a rider first that I am not going to speak pro or against to any particular system or system of medicine, but I try to enlighten what is the truth, that is the dharma. The earlier speaker was mentioning absolutely what is the truth is dharma, and how much dharma we are following, let us assess, and how to go nearer to dharma is something what is going to. Because it is said, Sarvamanyam Parityajya Shariram Anupalayat. But we do a lot of auditing of our bank accounts, but we never do the auditing of our kitchen accounts, what we eat. So we end up in earning, we end up in spending in the hospitals. Okay. So I would like to take you. I am 58 and last month I did all my investigations. I am rather certified to speak in front of you with good health. Okay, and I play cricket actively. I bat 20 overs as an opener. Therefore, I am fit enough, I feel. Why I am trying to give this particular kind of a title to this presentation when my cousin Mr. Sharma wanted me here. And these days they do these bookings beyond the TTD. They have a specific limit time. It is unlimited. They will call 3 months, 4 months back and they say, you must be here. And I cannot deny. See, we were in a wonderful, wonderful world, oblique country, which has given you rich wealth in the form of wellness, and slowly we lost it. And it is not lost because of default. Our natural defaults made this particular current scenario where we are struggling hard, thriving hard to again understand what is wellness, how to get the right kind of health. So in that context, let us understand what was the system we were having. Like today, many people will scare you. Don't get scared. Like I was listening to one of the chairmen of largest hospitals chain in this country, let's not name, and he was saying India is the capital of diabetes, India is capital of arthritis, India is capital of asthma, India is capital of cancer. I said during the deliberation, what is the percentage of incidence? Can you say that? I am 130 crores and today I am 1/3 of the world's population. What is great about having the numbers? Tell me the percentage. They will keep quiet. Don't get into the number game. Ask the percentage game. Even during COVID, what is the percentage of mortality India has? Minuscule. At 10x. The minuscule is 10x. Please remember this. I am not fanatic to defend ourselves. And there is some secret which really protected you. It may be spirituality or it may be your natural way of living in a kitchen. When I was reviewing as part of the integrated COVID research committee, I was member secretary, I realized most of us were using either turmeric or Nigella sativa, which is cologne, or the kala jeera. We were using star anise, which you use in your so-called fried rice or palau. They were all reported by NIH, USA, as potential antiviral immunomodulatory ingredients. So knowingly or unknowingly, we have been blessed with these items in your kitchen, which we are ignoring. In Ayurveda, we say this, Swabhava Sansiddha Lakshanatvat Bhava Swabhava Nityatvacha. All the herbs or all other things what you are using, you have not created it. Heavens have created and handed it over to you. And as long as they are there with you, inherently you get the blessings. You don't require any other thing. It is a way of life what you have. So that's the reason why today, last year on 19th April, you got the WHO Global Center for Traditional Medicine to India. This is the context with which I want to say why we should look at the wellness. It has come to you because of the wellness. And a lot of countries are again looking at the herbal medicines. WHO started giving the guidelines. And now always I say this, COVID has again given us blessing in disguise. It has brought us back to our roots. We are ignorant. We are ignorant about our own greatness. Suppose if we are just yesterday only, if you might have seen the social media, from Anantapur, a farmer got a stone. He got a stone. And why he took it to the merchant, I don't know. He went to a diamonds merchant and he was showing it. And it was more than 100 crores. Okay. Same is the thing with Ayurveda and allied sciences? We have no clue. Since West is saying we have business, we started looking at it. Ashwagandha is number 3 in the entire herbal market in US. Therefore, we started looking at ashwagandha. Moringa is number 1 in the export today. And we started looking at moringa. Look at Tamilians. I lived in Chennai for about 5 years and realized the importance of moringa. And it is number 1 herb which is being exported and number 1 herb traded in any OTC outlet in US. And we are not getting sufficient quantities of moringa. Man Telugulo munaga chettu antam. We are not getting moringa leaf today for export. Okay. And therefore, we are probably looking at our own science as science. Please look at the definition. Who created it? Hetulinga Vashatagyanam Swastatura Parayinam Trisutram Sasvatam Punyam Bubudeyam Pitamaha. Brahma created this with 1 lakh shlokas, which is called Brahma Samhita. And what for? Natmardham Napi Kamardham Atha Bhutadayam Prati. Kurvante yetu vrittyardham chikissa panya vikrayaha te hitva kanchanam rasim panshu rasim upasate. That fellow in 500 BC, Agnivesha knows that people like me, they called people who are wearing white coats and practicing as Chadmachara Vaidyas. Aprons, people who wear aprons, Chadmachara Vaidya. And you people will sell this as a commodity in the market and make money. And the money what you make is mountain of gold. Fool, it may be mountain of gold for you, but it's mountain of ash for me. Since you don't have any responsibility of taking care of the suffering humankind. And that's the kind of philosophy you have with Ayurveda. And what does it promote? Hitahitam sukam dukkam ayuh tasya hitahitam manancha taccha etroktam Ayurveda savuchate. Beauty. This hate-folded approach you won't get even in the definition of health by WHO. Hitaha ahitaha, sukha dukkaha. Hitayu, ahitayu, sukhayu, dukhayu. For each one of them which is good and which is bad. For hitayu which is good, which is bad. For ahitayu which is good, which is bad. And so many things. And they talk about asatmendriyartha sanyoga. So many things. And we don't even imagine those things today, though we are doing every day. Okay, so we'll come to that later. And when you look at a Nobel Prize winning theory on circadian rhythms, we never realized. But it has an origin with you. We said Dinacharya and Rutracharya with which you have to start your day. Okay, how many of us start our day in Brahmi Muhurta? Brahmi Muhurta is not 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock. It is a Muhurta Kala or Dvimuhurta Kala. There are 2 different thoughts. Before sunrise, each season it will vary. Suppose if you make an owl to work during day or a civet cat to work during day and you want a night lily to blossom in the morning and a lotus to blossom in the evening, is it possible? But it is possible for we human beings. We feel we are all intelligence and we are all impotent intelligence. Not understanding what the knowledge that has been given by our saints and seers and requesting us to just follow it. We need not reinvent anything. We have to follow it. Follow it 20%, you will be healthy. Healthier than as what you are. You don't require medicines. Unfortunately, we promote medicines. And as I experienced in 2006, I was representing Indian delegation on behalf of Indian industry. I was a part of Dabur India Limited. And there was a businessman from India. He had discussed a lot on Indian sciences, and he, at one point of time he understood he cannot win over the conversation. He said only one thing, Dr. Shastri, do you think we will allow you ever to flourish? We have invested billions of rupees on this modern pharmaceutical trade. Yes, we know. And this happened, I can give the name off the record, and the man is alive. and he is US India Business Forum president at that time. And he said this, we don't allow you to flourish. This is the statement. Because they've invested a lot of money, unwanted money into this particular business. Therefore, you create an illness and you make it as a what you call promotional material, and then if some doctors are there, they are all well aware how it is promoted. It may not be in every case, majority. Let us accept it truthfully within these four walls. So when you look at it, Brahmimutte uttistet swasto rakshardham ayushaha jirna jirnam nirupayan. What is the class given? You wake up early in the morning in Brahmi Murta with a class. Jirna jirnam nirupayan. You just find out whether yesterday night whatever you have taken it is digested or not. Is there any meaning? There is a lot of meaning. Because in a Rasasesha Jirna, there is a variety of indigestion mentioned in another context. Rasaseshe Sayitacha. When you have indigestion because of the food indigested which you were taken previous night, sleep for a while. What is this? Sleep induces enterogastrin, a hormone which stimulates your gastric secretions or enzymes precisely. This is the best way of treatment, but we take uni enzymes and so on and so forth. Do we have a simple approach? Just I am giving you one perspective. Okay. And then it starts right from your brushing to day-to-day activity, everything is mentioned. Vyayama, the exercise, how much is to be done. And I get fascinated. What is the Vyayama given for diabetics? The quantification has been made. Satayojana madhikam vagachet. A diabetic patient should walk Satayojana. I have taken again Kautilya's Ardhashastra to find out, because these manas will change. Your Kalinga mana, Magadha mana are the main measurements in Indian context. But they vary. Because Aratni and all those stuff, they have little variations. But I don't want to get into it. Therefore, I have taken Kautilya's Ardhashastra, which comes at around 8.5 kilometers. And this is the distance I find more or less between your Dhanishkoti and Sri Lanka. Okay, which we all feel that Hanuman crossed. So we have a relation. If you correlate with Hanuman's context and the distance and fast walk, when you go to diabetologist as a trainer for your diabetes related regime, he will tell you fast walk, 8 to 8.5 kilometers per hour is the fast walk. Otherwise 6.5 kilometers is the natural your 5 kilometer walk, whatever we advise. So each one has been identified, and the kind of sleep you should have, everything has been written. And when you come to season also, season wise what you have to do, that has been embedded in the text. And we don't follow it most of the times. One example like you just, I also did not follow right now. When delicious lunch is given, so we forget. But it has been allowed in Ayurveda. They mentioned Parihara Viruddha. All of you, if you take hot water, when you have taken a food beyond the limits, you have been advised to take hot water sip by sip for next 2 to 3 hours till you feel lightness in your stomach. And that is the Parihara Viruddha. You have committed a mistake. Don't worry, I have a solution for it. Okay. But if you don't do that, there is problem. People think that, oh, Dr. Shastri is very tough to come to you people. I said, no, it is very easy. Only thing, you tell me what are the exceptions and exemptions you want, I'll give you along with that. But only thing, instead of 2 months, you will get it treated in 2 years. That is the only difference. So it's your preference. So what is the disease? This is another interesting thing. Okay. Rogastu dosha vaishamyam dosha samyam arogata. The milli interior is what we think in modern physiology. Your internal climate or atmosphere in the body, that means the balance of your physiological functions is what is physiology. Any derangement is pathology. Fine. So, what is the cure? That is more important. The cure again lies in avoiding the causative factors. Ayurveda always believed swastasya swastharakshanam aturasya vikara prasamanam. Please remember, it is not an illness oriented approach, it is a wellness oriented approach. They understood their limitations. Today, if you look at modern medicine, it is far excellent than what we saw it about 2 centuries back. Today, if you look at acute medical care, emergency medical care, surgical care, far excellent, even cancer. Let us respect the development which has happened. But when you look at the 10 top NCDs, non-communicable diseases or the lifestyle disorders, it is disaster. WHO is recommending alternate systems. That's the background with which India got the traditional medicine global center to India. So, if you understand the gray areas and blue areas of your own system of medicine, and when you come together, you can do wonders. So, for that, you have certain tools in Ayurveda, like they do this Prakriti analysis. Many times people say, what is this Prakriti? I think we have missed some slides. Okay, anyway, I'll explain it here itself. So many people ask this question, what is this? Sukra sonita sanyoge ye bhaved doshotkataha prakriti jayate tena. That is exactly what has been mentioned in Charaka Samhita. When this is basically related to your genes, and whatever is your human genetics are telling you, everything has been documented by the way of understanding their physiological and pathological patterns. And there is a project called Genomics. Indian Institute of Genobiology, New Delhi, is running this program successfully. It is a version of pharmacogenomics. Today, even in modern medicine, pharmacogenetics is a big chapter. Genomics is a big chapter. And that's the approach. Type A, Type B, and Type AB, 3 individuals, and combination and permutations. If you want to put it simply like that, you can. And you have, these are the non-invasive techniques. I would like to say non-invasive techniques. So many times I demonstrated in seminars and workshops. Last 1 decade only people started looking at teeth to diagnose diabetes. Some of the doctors may know. Periodontics is a subject. Periodontitis is a diabetes marker. Do you know in Ayurveda what they said? Prameha Purvarupa. Early symptoms of diagnosing a diabetic patient is not a HbA1c in those days. They said Dantadina Maladhyatvam. Look at the teeth. And if you carefully look at the teeth, now anyway any dentist can tell this, but this has been given to you while saying Prameho Anishanginam. And again they said this cannot be cured. So if any doctor says from the traditional medicine that they will cure, and sometimes you see the advertisements, need not believe. Ayurveda is given the sadhya sadhyata. That means the prognostic criteria is very important for Ayurveda. Ayurveda never claimed that cancer is curable. Ayurveda never said diabetes is curable. Jata pramehi madhumehinova na sadhya uktaha sahi bede doshat. It is incurable. You have to manage it. But it might have given those remedies which are probably going to take care of diabetes complications, which we never understood. We are today always give a slogan, hyperglycemia is not diabetes, but we treat only hyperglycemia. A combination what you can use. And again, nadi. This is another thing many people surprise. In Sri Ramchandra Medical Institute, I have given one lecture on nadi, taking about 56 conditions of modern texts which can be diagnosed to pulse. And pulse came to India at around 13th century and more to Siddha system of medicine, and around 17th century Ayurveda text started looking at it. Other 13th, 14th century text, Sarangadhara Samhita only mentioned about nadi, Karangushta Muleya, Nadi Sa Jiva Sakshane, something like that. But if you look at it, it's a non-invasive technique. We developed an instrument using some sensors which are better than a photoplethysmograph with Indian Institute of Technology, Chennai. We were able to diagnose several conditions. And the other thing what I want to say is, to maintain the health, we always said there are 3 pillars for your healthy life: ahara, vihara, ahara, nidra, and brahmacharya. Again, we give always true translations. Brahmacharya is not celibacy. Absolutely wrong. That's the reason why in 5th century, Vagbhata, when he had written his text, instead of brahmacharya, he had written abrahmacharyam, because people were interpreting this as brahmacharya, celibacy. Do's and don'ts in your personal behavior. That's what have been mentioned. Like the previous speaker was mentioning, do's and don'ts. So I will emphasize definitely on the diet and sleep. Please, friends, remember, today I am working with some of the doctors in US. Do you know what is their main demand? And among the 10 NCDs I mentioned, sleep disorders have a big place. And dementia, it is resulting in dementia. Okay. Taking a tranquilizer is not the solution for a sleep disorder. Unfortunately, we start with that and end with a sedative maximum. Or you get some drugs. So that's how these sleep disorders have become a big problem. I fail to appreciate 2 points. I am a practitioner, I am a 5th generation practitioner. One is constipation, second thing is sleeplessness. I never understood, is there any condition like this? When patients say that we suffer from constipation or sleeplessness, it's really ridiculous for me. If you have your cycle established, even if you travel, there is a procedure how to come out of your break in your routine and come back to your next day activity. My wife sometimes, she was complaining, "Arey, you woke up at around 1 o'clock and you finished this work, again you are waking up at 4 o'clock. How do you manage?" I say, when I lose my sleep for about 2 hours in the night, morning before taking breakfast, I can have a nap of 1 hour. Half of the time which I lost in the night, if I can sleep, I will have the same physiological impact like a nighttime sleep. Can we do that? If I speak in each walk of your life, don't think we have all dictums and very stubborn principles. For every rule there is exception. So Ayurveda also has given exception, but don't try to take exceptions every day. So that's the point. Similarly, when it comes to disease also, only one thing is changed, that is your ahara and vihara, the exercise part. And then comes your aushadha. I will speak about it. The treatment schedule is divided into 2 parts, palliative and curative. This is one thing I want to say. They were very clear for what all the conditions you have to give a palliative approach and a curative approach. That has been mentioned. So like giving all the herbs and all, that is the palliative approach, you are all aware. And then the curative approach, the Panchakarma centers. Unfortunately, many of the Panchakarma centers today have become massage parlors or spas. So this is another very derogative aspect of present day practice. We should be very careful. Okay. It will be specific. Like for example, even in modern medicine, we give selenamatics to treat bronchial asthma. That was the earlier concept. So if you have some kind of some condition similar to that, and as it is performed, since we don't have effective bronchodilators, they were performing this vamana and they were providing the bronchodilation without giving a drug. Now if you have an allergy to alpha blockers and you cannot use it for any other purpose, this is the best way still. So you have to find the science behind it. Then looking this and saying this is an absurd approach, there are a lot of things, and these are the Kerala methods. And Government of India has come out with a lot of protocols disease wise. I am just showing one of them. And these are the conditions I was mentioning. I will skip these slides. Your so-called NCDs, or non-communicable diseases. And yoga and Ayurveda together do wonders. Like if you are aware of Eswasa University of Bangalore, they have collected more than 1 lakh subjects. And the doctor who is working, she is an FRCP. She works with a lot of institutes in UK. More than 1 lakh subjects of hypothyroidism and even diabetes and the reversal program. They call it as a diabetes reversal program. I got amazed when I visited. There is no medicine they have administered. Okay. And they have a beautiful system. Just they want to understand whether the patient is giving truthful clinical picture or not. They have lie detector kind of investigation into the subject because they want to prove that this subject is giving the right information before and after treatment. So therefore you have to trust them. So my goodness, it's a different world. So things are happening in our generation and parallelly to our existence. Okay. So just I'll skip some of them. These slides I'll skip. Your primary, secondary and tertiary medical care. So just I will show. Today also, of course, I am fortunate to give it to Government of India at that time, and a lot of good things are happening. Now you see most of the PHCs have this, but you have to identify your role in primary health care. So these are the aspects which you start the prevention programs. This is not curative part I am saying here. Okay, and prepare a table and address the simple things. During my food related or diet related aspect, I will discuss about this more. And secondary healthcare, make some programs and work with the PHCs and get the results documented. And tertiary care, where the rehabilitation, like in 2004 to 7, with the help of PGH Chandigarh, we were getting stroke rehabilitation subjects to our hospital. We used to say, first 48 hours, anyway, don't have acute or emergency medical care. Let the subject be there in a facility. Bring them and then start giving the rehabilitation. The rehabilitation is better than what it is with a physiotherapy. So that's the kind of approach, and so on and so forth. And as I mentioned earlier, the dinacharya or the daily regime will definitely impact your public health if you implement it. So that gives you an option now, whether you want to look at the chemical drugs alone or you want to get into the natural products. So just I will run through these slides. If you think, because just I wanted to give the perspective, if you think this is all rubbish, appears as something which is out of context and out of science, just I want to remove the myth that Mendeleev in his periodic table mentioned, when he initially identified 105, as I remember, only 89 elements have been named. And for the remaining of the elements, he had written a note. And anybody who is from chemistry will be better explaining this. He said, I will be using the Sanskrit prefix Eka, Dvi, Tri, wherever I am not getting the names of the next elements. So, Eka aluminum, Dvi aluminum. Eka geranium, Dvi geranium, Tri geranium. Why Mendeleev was using Sanskrit words? What is the link? So that prompted me to look at it, and it is your atomic theory. If you look at your valence, electron, orbit, and then proton and neutron, that is atomic theory. That is your Pancha Tanmatra. When it has become an element, you take your periodic table. I'll show the periodic table next. Okay. I'll show the periodic table anyway next. To prove that, you apply this principle into your existing periodic table, make into 5 categories, and then you will find a key for all your modern chemistry. I'll just prove it. See, in Ayurveda, we said Navakarana Dravyas. For the entire universe, there are 9 substances. And in the science also is the same. If you take the 5 elements here for your atomic theory, Atma is the kinetic energy, Manas is the potential energy. You know, the time taken for any reaction is Kala in chemistry, and Disha is the bond angle. Okay? So, Dasha Disha. Octahedral and horizontal vertical. You have Dasha Disha. So, you have everything in front of you. Only how you interpret is the final thing. If you look at your protoplasm, you have only 5 elements. There is no 6th element. Between C and between C and H is the universe. Your biosphere comes from carbon and hydrogen. Okay, and the human body has about 5 compounds which are in their combination permutation gives you everything. CH, OH, PO, CO, NH. Their combination only. So, Tanmatra, Sukshma Bhuta, Mahabhuta, Drishya Bhuta. These are the explanations. Okay, with this background, suppose if you take the periodic table and divide it into 5 groups, your Akasha group, Vayu group, Jala group, Udvi group and Agni group, you can do. So 21 into 5, 105 elements, you can classify them. And from that they explained about the physiology of Vata, Pitta, Kapha. Friends, Vata, Pitta, Kapha is nothing, neuro, hormonal and secretory phases of your body. There is no 4th item. Neurological, endocrinal, exocrinal. Okay? I was explaining in Sanskrit. Okay? There is nothing else. If you build up your entire activity on this basis at the cellular level, at general physiology level, you can understand. And we have given importance to color and taste. Just I want to put it into perspective. Today, even a kind of coffee and tea are being tested with electronic tongues and nose. Can't we given that attribute? You are not understanding what you are missing. Suppose one day I give coffee from Nestle and the other day I will give you coffee from some other company. Immediately you will tell without looking at the label that this is not the same coffee. Am I right? How do you get it? Your senses are so sensitive and you are ignoring. Right from the taste you have an impact on your body. That's what Ayurveda has taken when they made their formulations. Sometimes with a simple inhalation they have treated. Sometimes with simple touch they have treated. It is nothing beyond science, it's within the science. That's what I want to say. Even color. If you next time see any fruit, start looking at its chemistry. Don't think color is small. Some of the fruits which are red and blue have anthocyanins. Okay. Some of the fruits which have the cucurbita and other fruits have the carotenoids. Okay. Do you think they are mad? When they mention of the colors, they know the chemistry of it. And accordingly they are given in each condition what is to be given. So the pitta, they said yellow and all. If you have more pitta, don't give the citrus fruits. Why do we say? Already your body is enriched with that, don't give him. Give the other group, anthocyanins. Okay, that's the kind of chemistry we have. And I mentioned about this. This is the tool which we developed with IIT Chennai. Just I wanted to show. And without looking at the patient, after reading the graphs, we could mention what the illness they are suffering from. That's what Nadi is. And Ayurgenomics I mentioned. Just I will run through. So, before I complete, I just want to tell you that there are certain parasurgical procedures which are still in vogue and where you have a lot of contribution to the present generation also. We always respect Shushruta as father of surgery, though he is not father of modern surgery, but is a pioneer in the field of surgery. Many techniques are still followed. All India Institute of Medical Sciences, PGH Chandigarh, even many hospitals, they have a Sabdarjung hospital, they have a Kshara facility for anorectal problems. And today, this doctor from Kozhikode, please remember, is Dr. Narahari. We started working with him about 2 decades back, and WHO recognizes him as #1 in the world for the management of filariasis. He is not an Ayurvedic doctor, he is an allopathic doctor who dedicated his life for Ayurveda, and he got team of Ayurvedic doctors with them, and the elephantiasis, so-called elephantiasis, is being challenged, and plenty of cases are there, and he is the doctor, amazing. And look at the cases, he reports all of them regularly. And in anorectal conditions, even Hanan fistula, without fistulectomy. These cases can be handled with the help of Kshara Sutra. And a lot of doctors are practicing. If you look at the modern doctors, there are plenty of doctors who practice this today. Okay, and the leech therapy. Even I remember when I was at Chandigarh, PGA Chandigarh, in the microvascular surgery team, they used to take leeches from our hospital, and they used to subject. Even I reported 2 triple vessel diseases, and it's published. Treated with leech therapy. These 2 patients were contraindicated for CABG, that's bypass surgery, and there is no option. So for about, as mentioned by Shushruta, with a gap of 5 days, when we have given 6 sittings and again subjected to angiogram, all the vessels were found to be patent, and we have published these 2 cases, and both the subjects are alive. So that's the point. And a lot of applications. I'm just telling you some of the differences, and a lot of things are available with us, and standardization has been done. ICMR has come out with about 17 volumes on the quality standards of these medicines. Okay, and you use a lot of alkaloids in modern medicine which have plant basis. That's what I want to say. Cardioglycosides and polyphenolic compounds, terpenes, triterpenes and diterpenes, and phytomedicines is endless. Atropa belladonna, there is an interesting story behind it. She is princess of the Greece kingdom. She used to apply the leaves of Atropa to make her eyes look beautiful. She was not knowing it dilates the pupil. So that's the time when we started looking at Atropa, and in homeopathy today is a wonderful medicine. Salicin, the first painkiller, came from India. In Charaka Samhita, you come across Vetasa. Vetasa is mentioned as Vedana Stapana. Vedanayam Sambhutayam Tam Vedanam Nihatya Siriram Pragato Stapayati iti Vedana Stapanam. Not that it brings in Vedana, it kills the pain. So the painkiller is first painkiller came from Charaka Samhita, salicin. A 20-25% standard salicin extract will relieve your pain. This is the first painkiller in the world history, which comes from Indian willow. British when they came to India, they started this using in Europe. That's how the English willow is famous today. And even unfortunately, if you want a good variety of this extract, you have to get it from Europe. So we forgot that we used to have a painkiller with us. Okay. Again, glycosides I mentioned, so many things. And again, Brungaraj, manam guntakalagar antam Telugulo. Lot of applications, not only for hair. Unfortunately, people use it for hair. It is a very good hypotensive drug, and it has a lot of other applications also. It is used in a liver disorder, so many things. And now turmeric, we did not mention. Your turmeric has become curcumin now, and internationally you have a lot of market for this. Okay, and we can use the techniques like molecular docking, which I was talking about. This is from IIM Jammu, where they have identified a lot of spices having antiviral immunomodulatory activity and reported. So rest I would like to skip most of the slides except to mention few things about the diet part. Age wise, again I would like to tell you, each age wise they have given diet. Okay. Unfortunately, if you look at it, we advised honey to be taken in the childhood, ghee to be taken in middle age, oil to be taken in the old age. Trust me, this is 100% reverse. 100% reverse. We don't believe, and therefore your illness index is more, and still we are not recognizing and realizing. Honey is taken by middle-aged, is not against Ayurveda, it is within Ayurveda, but the point is, what is the right age for each of the ingredients? So that's the point. Then they have given different propositions for female child, male child. Okay, so again they classified. I have left the slides here, therefore you can see I do not want to cross my this thing. And Deshokta, as per the area where you live, the diet. Let me tell you, I traveled almost all the states of this country except Lakshadweep. I'm concluding, sir. Give me 2 minutes. I find always is fascinated. I got fascinated with the diet. We all have read the food pyramid in our childhood, maybe 6th standard, 7th standard. How does the food pyramid looks like? What is the base of a food pyramid? Carbohydrate, then your minerals or whatever you call it as, then protein, and then tip is fat. When I look at our Indian diet, we start with rice, dal, ghee. Is it not food pyramid? Okay. North India. When I went to North India, they have given me roti, carbohydrate. They kept dal again, and then on that they put makhana, that is your butter. Okay. And then sabji. So minerals are given, fat is given, protein is given, your carbohydrate is given. Have you copied the food pyramid, or they copied your food pyramid? Think about it. Just think about it. In a primary school education, what you were learning, and you are learning now from the West. Unfortunate. It is your tradition. We considered this a system of medicine. That's the unfortunate part. I was representing Indian Tumor Foundation and Saxena and other people. I'm part of it. This 4th March I was there in Delhi. I requested them one thing. This is the first time they introduced an Ayurvedic doctor to the foundation, one of the prestigious cancer research foundations in the country. I said, I started feeling every time when I speak to a modern doctor, I'm speaking to a Pakistani, or he will feeling like that. Because we conflict. It is the rich heritage of this country. It's not my baby, I don't require it. If I feel like not taking it further, I'll leave it. And that's how this science has perished. We have not patronized. If you look at Hamburg University, you have 55,000 Sanskrit medical manuscripts. 55,000 Sanskrit medical manuscripts in Hamburg University. Do you know how many you have in India? 29,000. Only 29,000. We have never patronized our science. We have no intention to do that. And therefore, at a point of time, people like me will decide, I am blowing a trumpet before a deaf ear. Why should I do that? Okay. So, let us come together. My very purpose of standing here, like my previous speaker was mentioning, wonderful, that question was asked by the gentleman, and he had given the apt answer. We are the messengers. We are simply messengers, nimitta karanas. Okay. The ultimate thing will happen one day. These are the different classifications of diet I wanted to, but I know I have no time. So I'll skip, I'll come to my last slide. This is one thing I want to say. This is a penultimate slide. Something has happened. The slides have not been saved like what I wanted. 1 in 10 is diabetic and 1 in 10 is obese. 1 in 10 will lose their uterus before 40th year, and 1 in 20 lose their gallbladder by 50th year. 1 in 100 will die with counterfeiting medicines. 1 in 100 will die with chemical drug side effects. 1 in 10 will be suffering from one or other lifestyle disorder, and 1 in 10 will have the symptoms of dementia, sleep disorder. And 1 in 10 couple are becoming more and more towards infertility. This is the achievement what we have after having so much knowledge in medical science. Are we now going to realize at least some of the lifestyle aspects, if you take care, will take us to a new direction and give us, sorry, actually these were not meant, I think something happened. This is some concept which we have given to Poshan Abhiyan. When Ram Mohan Mishra ji was the secretary WC, he wanted to know, and he made me to realize a lot of things. Of course, he retired a year back. When he was the WCD secretary, I went to him at his invitation innocently to discuss, and I was trying to explain like what I explained. This is science, sir. Ye karenge, wo karenge. For calcium, this is to be given. For iron, which is not a chelated iron, what you give it to your PHCs, I will give you a chelated iron. He stopped me. Dr. Shastri, please tell me, You said your father and grandfather all were Ayurvedic doctors. My father is an allopathic doctor who practiced Ayurveda for 48 years. And he left his job in Rangaraya Medical College and practiced only Ayurveda. Just passed away a year back. And was asking me, Rammohan Mishraji, do you ever had an intention, or your parents or your forefathers had an intention of killing anybody and administered a drug? I said, no, sir. That's it. Start giving it. Na? Don't explain me. This is Aptavachana. Ayurveda is Aptavachana. When your intention is correct, just administer it. I don't require anything, and that's how Poshan Abhiyan. This is one concept today implemented in more than 2.5 lakh Anganwadis because of one question. You have perpetually given Amrutakal. Actually, I wanted to mention Amrutakal. Azadi ka Amrutakal bhi aa gaya. Ye Amrutakal ke saath. 75 years incessantly you have given chemical vitamins or whatever you want, iron and all. Have you found any benefit out of it? After taking calcium, constipation and stones, after taking iron, if you give it before food, vomiting, after food, black color stool. What is the advantage? So you have a better option, give it. And then give it perpetually through a Poshan Vatika in the village. Establish a Poshan Vatika, have the herbs, trees, shrubs there forever, let them collect it. It is not illness. It is a deficiency. You have to give it as food. You made it an illness to promote pharmaceutical companies. Your lifestyle is not that. Your lifestyle is to just make things available naturally to the humankind than making any commercial benefit out of it. So that's the point I wanted to make. So these are the trees which we encouraged as part of Poshan Vatika. And that's it. And just to put the things in right perspective, don't think they are Ayurvedic doctors. They are highly knowledgeable allopathic doctors who have dedicated their life to Ayurveda. Look at this guy, he had written books on Charaka Samhita, Valiyattan. And look at Dr. Hegde, his encyclopedia on Ayurveda. Look at this latest edition, Ravi Shankar. My goodness. He learned Sanskrit. He learned Charaka Samhita, and he is making wonders through his experiments in the field of cardiology and other areas. Amazing personalities. So just this is what I want to say. The most established healthcare system, and ancient Indian dietetics are scientific, and they'll give you a lot of benefit if you implement them in the modern times also. I once again thank the organizers for giving an opportunity and bearing me for all rubbish what I might have given to you. But I am really indebted to all of you for making me to stand here and share some of my points. More than as an Ayurvedic physician, as an Indian, I want this is to be implemented for the welfare of the suffering humankind. Friends, don't spend money on your health. Spend money on your wellness. Differentiate between your wellness and health. Okay, wellness comes from our habits, your lifestyle, and that gives you the bliss. Don't try for happiness, try for the bliss. And blessings of Swami are already with you, and just you have to enrich yourself with inculcating good habits. Thank you, Vandandal. Namaskar. Sorry if I
please, don't embarrass me. That was Dr. Shastri for you. And among all the things which he has spoken, there is one statistics I think that will prick our social consciousness for quite a while. That 55,000 versus 29,000. 55,000 medical manuscripts in Sanskrit are at the Hamburg University, where all India put together we have only 29,000. I think that sums up the state of affairs in the field of medicine. He made it very clear at the outset itself that he is not highlighting, he is not trying to say that this system is better, that system is better. No. He was only talking on behalf of Ayurveda, And that's the approaching dharma through Ayurveda. That was his opening sentence, which I feel was remarkable, because that was a science which had dharma as its basis. Then wealth through wellness, he said that in his first caption itself, that wellness and illness, it was very prominently brought out. And to make us feel at ease, he mentioned that the kitchen is the hub of medicines. Kitchen, what we use in our kitchen itself is normally more than enough to keep us healthy. And when people throw accusations or allegations against our system, he alerted by asking for percentage instead of the numbers. Number game versus percentage. And while he mentioned that COVID made us get back to our own medicines, our own herbs, but still we accept it only when the West says so. And the classic example which he showed was turmeric, curcumin, which now nobody says turmeric. It's only curcumin. I use curcumin. People say that only. And doctor, if I got it right, one yojana is 8.5 kilometers. Yeah, that's the 100 yojanas is please, sir. So that will be the first question in the 10-minute question answer.
Actually, a lot of people will differ. That's why I given the reference. If you take yojana from Kautilya Saddha Shastra and convert, 100 yojanas is equal to approximately 8.5 kilometers. That is the distance to be covered in 1 hour during fast walk. How do you define fast walk? 8 to 8.5 kilometers per hour is fast walk. Usually we advise diabetics to have strenuous exercise to reduce the calories. So for that is fast walk, not walk. When I tell my people, they said, sir, I started walking. How much distance? I said, 5 kilometers. Sir. How much time? About 2 hours. Half no use. Half no use. That's the point.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I think we should give him a warm round of applause for enthusiastically coming forward to answer the question. And we have time for 2 more questions to the doctor. Yes, Ramesh ji wants to ask you.
I get to hear a lot of subjects associated with Ayurveda and our Desi cow and the Panchakavya. I do not find any mention in your presentation that. So is there no correlation, or you have left it out?
No, Ayurveda is an ocean out of which we have taken 2-3 drops today. Panchakavya is there, but again the problem is when you collect the kavya. Recently I have read the controversy on the cow urine publication. These days I am not wasting my time on negative energies. Anyway, you cannot change. In Murka Paddhati, it is Ayurveda already mentioned. With Vigriya Sambhashana, don't do Vigriya Sambhashana if you are gentle. You do your work. Anyway, their mind is spoiled, you cannot change. The paper published does not speak about the protocol. If I am the evaluator of the paper, I will debar him from publication for next 100 years. Okay, I send my publications to Lancet and other journals. Therefore, I know how stringent it should be. See, in Ayurveda, at what age, what time, and when you have to collect the cow urine and all. Have you followed it? This paper did not follow. There is a rack of papers for me. It's not a scientific paper at all. Why should I comment? Okay, see, our problem is there is set of people. I mentioned about that person from West. I am involved with industry. Okay. So of late I have taken the incarnation, final incarnation of commercialism, so that I can build up my kingdom. Instead of waiting for others to build the kingdom, I am creating my own kingdom. Today I hold about 17.28 lakh acres. And everything given in good faith to me. I have not paid 1 rupee lease for this land. And 10.5 lakh acres given to me directly by Manipur International University in 9 districts of Manipur. And I am not paying in 1 rupee rent. Okay, everything will be cultivated in the way Ayurveda wanted. with chanting mantras, everything. This is like 36 Shaolin Chamber of Shaolin, where it is to be created in its virginity. Otherwise, these doubts will come. What is the protocol? If you have followed the protocol, I can give a comment on that. And when it's not followed, it's very tough. Panchagavya, yes, in its context it has, but it has no shelf life. Swarasa, Mutra, or Purisha, the time given for their shelf life is 6 hours. Please remember. If you are taking it beyond, see, there are a lot of things. For everything, time is given. Now, if you are taking beyond, have you used any biotechnological tool to conserve? I can give you. I reconstituted cow urine and we did a DBT project and we submitted it. When we make Punarava Mandura, which is an iron formulation, we need cow urine. So I know that I don't get cow urine. We have written this to DBT that this is how I am going to reconstitute a cow urine, which is only 90 to 92% nearer to general cow. And then the question will come. It will be very fancy to ask this question, is it a A1 cow, A2 cow? If it is A2 cow, very good. So at what age? I get fascinated again when I go to the last part of Chamaka, Garbhascha Vasacha Travischa Travicha Dityavarcha Dittohicha. Why it has been mentioned? Actually, I collate it with most of the times your Panchagavya concept. We should be very clear about it. And Garbhasya, they started with Garbhasya. And you want to have a cow with two, bachda, or 3, or 6, or 4. What is the actual requirement in Chamaka? So you cannot look at one part. Even in Ayurveda also, Ekam Shastram Adhiyano Navistya Shastra Nisyam Tasmat Bahusrutam Shastram Vijaniya Chikitsakaha. Actually, we look at only Ayurveda text. Ayurveda text is only part. I am fortunate, when I completed my 3rd year of BMS, I realized that this science will be of no use without Adhyapana. I was doing Adhyayana. So I went to a teacher by name, Acharya, Vaidya Acharya, Ati Satyanarayana Shastri, is no more, passed away about 4 years back. He had not taken even 1 rupee from me. Even when I got my first stipend, I went to offer something to him. He said, get lost. 5 to 6 a.m. for 2 years, he used to invite to me his house, and he told me on day 1, I did not learn my Ayurveda, I am saying Ayurveda. I have taken my BMS degree and MD from the colleges. Ayurveda I have taken from a guru, and from his mouth I could hear Sishya Jityat Parajitaha. Okay, but the problem is, he told me, even if you are dying, first 2 times he thrown me away. Fool, you are a BMS graduate, you want to learn Ayurveda, you will never get out. And 3rd day, I don't know how he accepted, but I want to tell you what is the actual secret behind it. He said, even if you are dying, you come and tell me that you are dying and then don't come to the class. Otherwise, don't come to my class if you lose 1 class. Okay, and that's 2 years, very tough, toughest in my life. Wake up at 3 o'clock, get ready by 4 o'clock, walk for 8.5 kilometers. From Metal Bazaar in Krishnlanka, Vijayawada to Durgapuram, Adda Road, 11th Road, 10th or 11th Road. It used to take 1 hour, and it is exactly 8.5 kilometers. I was not having a cycle, and bus will be starting from 7 o'clock, so I have to walk. Otherwise, this fellow will not give me this thing. Sometimes I used to little run also, because 5 means close. After 5:01, he will not give class to you that day. Okay, and Tarka. Sanskrit to Sanskrit, somebody was mentioning Vyakhya. Ayurveda Deepika Vyakhya of Chakrapani, who is a Tarka Visarada, Charaka Chaduranana, had written a commentary, and with his commentary, he used to give the Tarka. And I don't know who will learn and when they will learn. So far, there is no Sishya. And I was his Shishya at his 76th year. Therefore, I will also wait. Some Shishya will come. But it has a lot of things which are embedded. Unless and until look at the protocol, though it is out of context, why I am mentioning, to enlighten the vague application. I think Sharmaji, a few years back, just I will quote B.S. Sharmaji, I was busy in my clinic, he called me one day. I still remember this, I mentioned it to several people. Sir, I am in Bombay. He will not say, sir, yeah, I am in Bombay. There is some discussion that Gomansa Bhakshana is mentioned in Ayurveda. Somebody is mentioning, you remember? And I said, it is not Gavaya. Gavaya. Gavaya is a connecting link between this, what is this animal called in English? Amnesia. These days I am getting more and more amnesia. It is a connecting link between deer and cow. Is Gavaya. So somebody may take this Gavaya as gone. Is more or less is a deer only. Gayal. The name, English name is Gayal. Gayal is the animal. In zoology, is a connecting link between deer and cow. Okay. And if you don't know the meaning, gone, and these interpretations are plenty in Ayurveda. At least in modern day Ayurveda, people are trying to make Ayurveda as a commercial element. So therefore, we are bound to get these things. Okay, only thing wisely we have to segregate. But otherwise, yes, Panchagavya at Hyderabad, you know, my student one, Mr. Srinivas and Sharmaji knows about it, is doing a lot of work on Panchagavya, but he should be very careful. It is not a general panacea. In Ayurveda, nothing like panacea. Purusham Vikshya. Only one final statement I want to say what Ayurveda said. Yogadapi vesham tekshnam uttamam beshajam bhavet. Beshajam japi duryuktam tekshnam sampadyate visham. This is more or less nearer to the modern medical dictum. Any therapeutic benefit of a medicine is pharmacology. Any side effect is toxicology. Okay. That is the same thing what Charaka pronounced in 500 BC or Agnivesha in 2000 BC. If you judiciously administer any poison, it can act as medicine. I have shown that's why papaver, somniferum, your opium, which is a life-saving drug today, and it gives the 3 molecules to the pharmaceutical scenario. And same thing, if you use elixir, or best thing is your sugar, which you all take for survival in higher quantities, it results in a disease. So this is the way Ayurveda explained at each and every aspect of life, and that is something which you have to remember. Thank you. Ashtavida Mutra, Ashtavida Kshira. Okay, so I'll tell you. Many people ask this question. And many things are there like Hasti Kshira. I have collected all the milk except elephant milk. Yeah, I'll show it on separate occasion. If people are interested, I can show. You can get all the Ashtakshiras except Astikshira. And Manisha Pitta, the bile of human has been used in treatment. Like these days I treat with the Gorochana, which is the bile stone of cow, in the management of post-cholecystectomy syndrome. Like men suffering from women suffering from losing their womb, men in this country are losing their gallbladder quite easily. And India is number 1 in the gallbladder removals. And Apollo Delhi tops this. And it is a published paper, not mine, therefore openly I am mentioning. So no conflict of interest here. So when the gallbladder is removed, we give a statement. But see, they were pioneers. They doesn't have any other tool. Now, just imagine, friends, just imagine.
On Ayurveda in a short span of time. So that was the inducement. But one thing I learned, throwing a stone at the beehive and putting a probing question before a trained, seasoned Ayurveda will have the same consequences. The response will be disconcerting information. For starters, he gave you that the shelf life of Panchakavya is 6 hours, and the cow urine is not really cow's urine, and even if you reconstitute it, the success rate is 90 to 95%. I think we have enough of it. The diet system which he has briefly shown, after that I'm very sure Sivananda Supata Foundation will bring it in the form of publication so that it becomes easier for us to follow. Ladies and gentlemen, let me join you, or you join me, in giving a warm round of applause to Dr. Jayalan Shastri for his dharmic and patriotic presentation of the great science of Ayurveda. Pranams to you, sir. And I request Sri NVDS Raju to please come and felicitate Dr. J. Lakshmi Narayana Shastri.
पंचवर्ण रुचिर्विचित्र विशुद्धतत्त्वविचारणं चन्द्रसूर्यचिदग्निमण्डल मण्डितम्.
I request Raju Garu to felicitate the chairperson of this seminar, our own Madhiraju Murthy. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a small announcement to make. We have been cornered into doing some astute time management. No one overshot the time given. All speakers so far, everything has been going on schedule. But the arrival of governor necessitates some reshuffling. Only one minor reshuffle. We will have the tea break a little later. That is after session number 3 by Sri T.R. Ramesh, who not only caught a very early morning flight from Chennai, but from the airport he straight away came and he insisted on attending this inaugural session, and he sat through. So I cordially invite Sri T.R. Ramesh to please come and occupy the chair, and Sri LVS to be the chairperson. Mr. Ramesh is, there are only two things which I would like to tell you. Mr. Ramesh is a banker basically. He worked in Citibank and all that. But essentially, He argues more intensely than a lawyer for the sake of our temples. He might not have visited quite a few temples, but he knows the details about every temple, particularly in South India. Even when we were coming from the airport, he said, there is one Simhachalam temple here. Yes, sir. Oh, 2,000 acres. That was the first thing which comes to his mind. And it was the crusade, which he took upon, along with Dr. Subramaniam Swami and others, that there was justice, which was ultimately delivered in the famous Chidambaram temple case. You may be wonderstruck when you hear this information. I heard it from him only.
Chidambaram is the only temple in which the original jewelry is still intact. And whether we appreciate for this or it is also a matter of concern. It is the only temple. It is not like 1 lakh only. That's what we write in check. It's not like that. It is the only temple where the original jewelry is still intact. There are several things that he has been fighting tooth and nail with a system deep rooted in malpractices and has no regard or respect for our culture. And obviously, they have no orientation in things which are sublime, which are good for the entire mankind. Uh, as we most of us know what he has been doing, we are grateful to Guruji for his protection. That's what I would like to sum up. And he is his father. My goodness, we all used to revere him as our Guru. Such a remarkable father. See, I can't even, I don't have the right to even mention his name. Arjata Nirma. Sheikira Adipodi Sri T.N. Ramachandra, who was such a scholar in Tamil and in English that he could translate the great work of Sage Tirumala, who wrote Tirumandiram, very easily into Tamil. And if you read his English translation of Subramanya Bharati's poems, you will mistake that they are the origin. Such a remarkable man and a childlike disposition he had. And he could come down to our level and interact with us. It is very heartening to note that the same chubby, cheerful nature is there in Sri Ramesh also. Before he begins this session, one more song waiting for it is only one. Lalita Jayalakshmi, but only one.
జయము జయము దిగ్విజయము గన్న భారతమ్మ జయ జయ మా సేవల బొందువమ్మ జయము జయము దిగ్విజయము గన్న భారతమ్మ జయ జయ నందుకొమ్మ మా సేవల బొందువమ్మ జయము జయము దిగ్విజయము బాలల మణికల చకమ్మ భావి పౌరులంగరమ్మ వీరులమై శూరులమై ధీరతతో గాతువమ్మ బాలల మణికల చకమ్మ భావి పౌరులంగరమ్మ వీరులమై శూరులమై ధీరతతో గాతువమ్మ జయము జయము దిగ్విజయమ్మ గన్న భారతమ్మ జయ జయ మా సేవల బొందుమమ్మ జయము జయము దిగ్విజయము మాతృదేశ రక్షణకై నడుం కట్టి నడిసెదము నిన్ను విరిగి మీద పడిన వెనుకంజ వేయబోము మాతృదేశ రక్షణకై నడుం కట్టి నడిసెదము నిన్ను విరిగి మీద పడిన వెనుకంజ వేయబోము జయము జయము దిగ్విజయము విదేశీ వ్యామోహం మమ్మంటనీయకమ్మ జన్మభూమి సేవ చేయు భాగ్యమున్న చాలునమ్మ విదేశీ వ్యామోహం మమ్మంటనీయకమ్మ జన్మభూమి సేవ చేయు భాగ్యమున్న शालुनम् जयमु जयमु दिग्विजयम् मम्मु भारतम् जय जय मम सेवल बन्धुमम् जयमु जयमु दिग्विजयम् जयमु जयमु दिग्विजयम् जयमु जयमु दिग्विजयम्
If every child who is coming before the mic is going to sing so sweetly like this, no? Our good wishes to all these children. Jai Shri Ram, Har Har Mahadev. I'm not going to say the usual thing that I feel privileged or I feel honored to be here. I feel very blessed to be here. Parama. I've heard so much about Ramanji. I've seen him on YouTube and all, and now met him before. Today, I began the day by meeting, and what a day. And by the grace of Guruji, we are all confident. That's the most important thing. Dharmic people should come together. I was working with Citibank in 2009. The only big temple that was not under the government was taken over by the then DND government. The funny part is, in 1951, the division bench of the Madras High Court declared Chidambaram temple to be a denominational temple. The Politeachers administering the temple and doing the pujas, trustees as well as archanas, were declared to be not only a religious denomination but also a closed community. But the HRNC department of the government of Tamil Nadu did not like the example of a big temple being run without properties, being run without gundis, being run without a single shop inside the temple, even though the whole area of the temple is about 40 acres. Not a single shop. Nothing commercial. They did not like this. A temple without lands, a temple without gundis, having 6 pujas a day on like clockwork, having 6 festivals a year without faith. That sets a very bad example for temples like Meenakshi Sundareswar temple, which has 3,000 acres, Ramana Swami temple, which has got 4,000 acres of land, the Vedaranyeswara temple in Vedaranya, which has 32,000 acres. The kind of puja that happened in Chidambaram does not happen there. Very bad example. So they want to take over. And the churches had to go for another round of litigation. And that's when I came as an onlooker. Chidambaram temple was very dear to us, our family. I was a banker and some people came to my house. And together we went to see Dr. Subramanian Swami. He immediately said, yes, I will come and plead in the matter. And he wanted somebody to coordinate with him through email, phone calls, and all that, because he was half the time in the US as a professor in Harvard University at that time. So I offered my services, saying that I can be in touch with you, sir, through email. So he asked me what I'm doing. I said, I work with Citibank. And after 5 minutes of conversation, he suddenly looked at me and asked me, is that a denominational part? I have no answer. I did not know what a denominational temple means. The only denomination as a banker I know is if I am to be more than 100 rupees. So luckily for me,
Ramanji and my friend, one Mr. Diana, who's no more with us, unfortunately, he said, yes, it's a ground. Then it's no problem. Article 26 protects them. So within minutes, Nataraja showed me my place. You offered to be of service, but you know next to nothing. And then, after coming out of the meeting and all, I called my father, who was thankful. He's a lawyer. And I said, Dr. Swami has offered to come for the case, and he asked me this question. I didn't know what to answer. You know what my father told me? It was such an amazing thing. He had translated the Periya Puran, the 12th Tirumurai of Saiva, the lives of 63 saints, called as Nayanmar. In that, the first set of devotees are the Chidambaram Deekshitas. So, in the Purana of Chidambaram Deekshitas, in his translation, as an appendix, he had reproduced the entire judgment of 1951 Division Bench of the Madras. So he said, go through it, we have a copy of the book. You go through it, you will understand what denomination is. So that my research or learning into temples from the constitutional angle we have. I'm giving a little elaborate introduction, but we all need to know this, in my opinion. Thereafter,
The appeal also was lost. Dr. Subramanian Swami came to argue, eggs were thrown at him. A big galata happened. They burnt a police station inside the court. That was the agenda of the DMK government and the missionary-oriented people. They did not want the matter to be heard at all. So, Dr. Swami could not argue there. He could only give written arguments. But after losing this appeal also, Dr. Swami told me to prepare a para-wise rebuttal to the division bench judgment, that is the appeal judgment. And that's when I noticed, when I started preparing and I started doing research, that's when I noticed the whole agenda, idea, propagation of government control of temple is a total fraud. It's a total fraud on the constitution. It's a total fraud on the HRNC Act itself. It's a total fraud on the devotees of the temple. It is a total fraud on every one of us. So let me get into my presentation. I am saying we have to have our temples free of government control. I am saying that in front of LVS Garu, who has been an able administrator of TTD, but still, I'm sure he agrees with me on many of the points. I'm sure he has got excellent proposals for how to make the post-government administration to be robust and free of corruption. Next slide, please. Can you have the? I have it, sir. Sorry, here. Good, this is very useful. So, I need not dwell much on this. We know how our nation is. We do not have a single village or a town or a city without temples. In fact, there's a saying in Tamil, Koyil illada oril kudiyirka vandam. Do not live in a place where there are no temples. And the temples were always the responsibility of the local community till about 100 years ago. Don't believe a story that kings were controlling our temples or they were administering our temples. There is no such thing. Even Raja, even Rajendra Chola, even our great Krishnadeva Raya, after completing the construction of a temple, the day before the consecration, there is a ritual by which the king or the chieftain or the patron, he does a ritual and offers the temple to the community there with mantras saying, I have, by the grace of God, built so-and-so temple with so-and-so deity. The temple is now the community's, and I beg of you to take good care of it till the time of the Chandra and Surya. And those who serve the temple, their feet is on my head. The king may have some special endowments within the temple. like Raja Raja did. And for these endowments, there will be government officials, not for general administration. And as far as Hindu temples are concerned, they are not just places of worship. They are not halls of prayer. They are much, much more than that. They are where our Bhagavan lives, our Devi lives. Prana Pradishta of the Murtis have been done and they live there. If you take the case of Pattur Nataraja, of a temple which got into ruins and got buried, and the Nataraja was found while digging for a well, and it was smuggled out to UK, the famous case of Bumper Oil Corporation versus Commissioner of Police, London. There, people like Nagaswamy went there, and the court accepted that even if the temple is in ruins, once Prana Pradishta happens, a temple is always a temple. And that judgment was used in Ayodhya case. So, our temples are more than place of worship. They are home to learning, knowledge. We have institutions associated with them, Goshala, Patashala, Ayurveda Shala. And temple is the place where we have craftsmen, we have dancers, we have sculptors. So, temple is the bulk of our Indian culture. Now, I just put it as a snapshot. How did the government came to control our temples? The genesis is in Tamil Nadu. That was from the 1925 Religious Endowments Act. Immediately, the Christians and Muslims opposed it. Then it became the 1927 Hindu Religious Endowments Act. The word Hindu was added. No opposition. We Hindus allowed it. And from there, the 1951 Act came when the presidency was there. And from there, 1968 Andhra Act, 87, then the Malabar Act, then the Cochin Act, everything. Now, what does the Constitution say? The Constitution gives us two fundamental rights regarding religion. One is the individual right under Article 25, which gives rights to profess, practice, and propagate. To profess your religion, to practice your religion, and to tell about your religion to your own people and maybe to others also. Maybe. Article 26 is a group right. It's a denominational right. That means a temple belongs to a particular denomination and only the people belonging to the denomination can administer it vis-a-vis properties, vis-a-vis religious matters. The people will decide when the consecration will happen. The people will decide what kind of festivals they will hold. Of course, everything is subject to traditions. So, Article 25 is an individual right. Article 26 is a group right. Now, let's take Article 25 as for a Hindu. An average Hindu will not come and say, I am a Hindu. In a crowd, he will not say that. If he looks around and he finds a lot of, let's say, non-Hindus or a group of secular people there, he would like to identify himself as a secular person, not even as a Hindu. If he's among Hindus, he might say yes, he mustn't. If he's among Kattar Hindus, then he may open his mouth and say, I am a Hindu. As far as practice is concerned, you cannot practice dharma without artha. This morning, we had the presentation of RVSS Garu, and where Kautalya is saying he is giving the most important prominence to artha. It is just like the grahastha taking care of the children, taking care of the elders, whether they are in vanaprastha or not, and taking care of the sannyasins. It is the job of the grahastha and grahini. Similarly, only artha takes care of the other aspects of dharma. So to practice, you need to have artha. it's no use. You go and put a bundle of 100 rupee notes in TTD, or in Kalahasti, or in Simachalam, or in Mallikarjuna temple, or in Tiruvannamalai, or in Madurai. The moment you put that money, in Andhra 21.5% goes away. Administration, audit fee, etc., compulsory contribution to common good fund, etc. In Tamil Nadu, 12% administration fee, 4% audit fee. Imagine I am the auditor of Adani or Ambani. I charge 4% of the turnover money. I need to do only one audit for my entire lifetime. If you go to Karnataka, 10% is taken. Now, okay, you take. Are you leaving the remainder to us? No. That money is controlled again by government, and it is used for many, many occasions for non-temple purposes, non-Hindu purposes even. Very recently, I filed a lot of records before Madras High Court asking for a special investigation team by a DGP of ADGP of a police to investigate into funds utilized by HRNC officials for non-temple purposes. One of the such purposes is the HRNC official buying an Innova Krista car with the Madurai temple money. Another Innova Krista car for Samayavaram temple. And these cars are not remaining with the temples. They are all going for the minister's PA or and all that. Tiruvannamalai temple has bought 4 Bolero jeeps in 1 month. The reason given by the temple administrators is the financial portion of the temple is very good, so we can buy 4 Bolero jeeps. So on and so forth. They take the temple money to buy the toilet seat for the Joint Commissioner of HRNC department. So the practice is curtailed to a large extent because the average Hindu, even the trustee of a temple, does not have any say on how the temple money can be utilized. As for propagation, it is zilch, zero. While you have other religious people using their money, using their wealth, using their income for missionary work or ministry work as they call it, you don't find our temples doing religious propagation. Maximum they'll do is celebrate some festival, that's it. Maybe some firecrackers here and there. Now, the subject of religious endowment is a concurrent subject. That means the center can legislate, the state can also legislate. The center has not legislated, except in taking over the Aravindo, what do you call it, that Auroville. The state endowment laws are there in plenty. For each state there. For Kerala there are 4 laws. For Guruvayurappan Act is there. Kodal Manikam Act is there. Travancore Cochin Religious Institutions Act there. Then for Pondicherry we have a Pondicherry Act. For Tamil Nadu we have the Tamil Nadu HRNC Act. For Karnataka we had 4 acts. Now it has merged into 1 act. Andhra we had the 68 Act, I think. Then it became 87 Act. So almost all states have. In Maharashtra, you have the Public Trust Act, and any big temple, they'll take over the temple through a special act, the Pandharpur Act, the Siddhi Vinayak Act, etc., etc. In Rajasthan, you have the Temple Town Acts and the Public Trust Act. In Bihar, you have the Endowments Act. You would be surprised to know the only state that does not have a rigorous or arbitrary endowment act is West Bengal. A communist state does not have that. Orissa has a very bad act, as bad as Andhra, as bad as Tamil Nadu, etc. How did it happen? The last line, apathy of Hindus. We Hindus did not care. We Hindus were blissfully ignorant. Now, the reason they could take over temples at BIM, the government could take over temples at BIM, is because in the 1954 Shirur Mutt case, the Supreme Court defined religious denomination through the Oxford Dictionary of 1897 edition, which said To be a denomination, you have to have a common name, common faith, and a common organization. That is a very church-oriented definition. However, in 1949, there was the Hindi version of the Constitution, which was adopted in 87. And there, instead of the term religious denomination, we have Dharmik Sampradaya. We do not have religion, we have Dharma. Up north, people ask me which Dharma you belong to. They don't ask you which religion you belong to. And within Dharma, there are Sampradayas. Now, Sabarimala temple is not a religious denomination according to Supreme Court. A very unique practice, a very unique set of worship, a temple that is not opened every day of the year, a temple where you can go only after observing Vrat. So unique, Supreme Court says you are not unique. You are no different from other temples. So I have every right to allow women or make any changes, etc., etc. This is how they deny you the denominational right. What is the denominational right? It means even if somebody mismanaged your temple, you have to remove them and put some other person from the denomination. Government cannot come and administer. The administration cannot be vested in a secular authority. That's what 7 judges of the Supreme Court said in Shirur Math. Okay, now how the solution? Call them non-denomination. A Shiva temple is not a Saivite temple. A Vaishnavite temple is not a Vaishnavite temple. On one hand, in Shirur Math they said every Vaishnavite religious institution is a denomination institution. After within 4 years in Puri, they said Puri Jagannath temple is not a denominational temple. You have a total contradictions here. And we Hindus continue to sleep, continue to be indifferent, continue not to care. The result, let's see. Okay, I told you about Sampradaya. Unlike denomination, see, let's say I am a devotee of Kanchi Mat. Kanchi Mat is my Sampradaya. I am a person following Advaita and belonging to the Kanchi Mat. That doesn't mean I'll be stopped if I enter Sringeri Mat. Or the Sringeri Mahasanidhanam, if he wants to grace me by coming to my house, I will say, no, I belong to a different Sampradaya, don't come. I'll be elated. I'll be jumping with joy. We Hindu Sampradayas are inclusive, whereas the Western denomination is exclusive. From baptism to burial, you have to belong to the church. That's the difference. You are a Protestant, you cannot get your child baptized in a Catholic church or in a Seventh-day Adventist church. Your dead cannot be buried in a different church. Your dead cannot be buried even in another Protestant church in another city. You have to be a member of a particular city. So there's a lot of difference between Sampradaya and other things. I am asking only one question. What if I go to the Supreme Court and say, I am so-and-so Shiva temple, or I am so-and-so Vishnu temple. I belong to this Sampradaya. Give me the protection under Article 26 and throw the government out. What will Supreme Court say? Any idea what will Supreme Court say? I'll tell you what idea they will say. This is what we have gone with. This is the argument we have gone with in Pujya Swami Dayananda Saraswati case in 2012. You know what Supreme Court has said? Case adjourned. From 2012, there's not been a proper single hearing on this subject. I think I need to go a little fast. Fallout of government control, loss of temple culture, that is primarily Vedic culture. Loss of voluntarism. Now, if you go to big temples like Tirupati or go to Payani or go to Tiruchendur, you will find a housekeeping department there. An agency of cleaning persons who might employ milechas or the missionary fellows, you never know. Temples were places where our Hindus went and did voluntary service. That's taken away by government. Festivals, volunteers, taken away. Loss of Sanatan networks that transcends caste. Actually, I put it caste. I should say jati. Caste is not the right word. Loss of true income of temples. This is the most important thing. This is the most important thing. The true income of temples from Tamil Nadu alone, from the properties, should be 6,000 crores per annum. The government is getting about 150 or 180 crores. That means you're losing 5,800 crores every year. Loss of dharmic institutions, the patashalas, the goshalas. Imagine having 2 or 3 or 4 desi cows each temple. It will provide employment opportunity for at least one family. It will provide pure materials for Abhisheka. It will provide Panchakavya, having a life of 6 hours, fresh Panchakavya. Loss of art, crafts, artists, artisan, music, because besides kings, temples were the patrons. If government is not going to, they're going to spend money on Innova cars, not on artists and artisans. Loss of heritage. In the name of renovation, our ancient temples are being destroyed. That's another story, a very detailed story I need to make. And you find today temples are being highly commercialized. Money, 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 shops, shops, shops. Shops that sell anything from balloon to mobile phones. Nothing connected with the products required for temples. Okay. A little bit about the work I'm doing. I have currently 3 cases pending before Supreme Court of India. 2 relating to illegal presence of government officers in temples. 1 relating to conservation of temple structures. You name any big temple in Tamil Nadu, Tiruvannamalai or Srirangam or Madurai or Rameswaram or Tirutani. I will even say Tirupati. I even say Kalahasti. You ask for the order of appointment of executive officer made for the temple for the very first time. You will not get it. The main reason is there won't be any such orders. Recently, the Ahobilam temple case was won by the Ahobilam Mutt. You know why the case was filed? There has been an executive officer for donkey's years in the temple, but when we asked them to produce the order by which government appointed an executive officer, they could not do it. I can say this with authority. I wrote the case for the Mutt. It took a few years, but after Chidambaram temple, this is one of the biggest victories, and this victory happened in Andhra Pradesh, and people in Andhra Pradesh should take a cue from that. I've just had one word with LVS Garu on non-availability of right to information in Andhra temples. It is not so in Tamil Nadu temples. But doesn't mean the moment I file an application under RTI, the government authorities will fill me with information. No, it's not like that. Even today, in a month, I file about 70 to 100 RTA applications. I get information for at least 5 RTAs. I have about 80 boxes of RTA information. That's why I've been somewhat successful in my cases, because when I go to the court, I do not go only on the question of law, I also go on the question of fact. What kind of atrocities they have done, how they have looted the money, how they failed to collect the income from the lands, etc., etc. Currently, I have 18 cases before Madras High Court. They took the Kapalishwara temple money to open a college, secular college, not a Hindu college, a secular college, in the constituency of Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Mr. Stalin, which is about 15 kilometers away from Kapalishwara temple. Similarly, another college, secular college, in the constituency of Kanimozhi, the Chief Minister's sister, which is 90 kilometers from Tiruchendur temple, taking money from the Tiruchendur temple, and 2 more temples. They wanted to start 10 temples. They told a brazen lie before the court saying, we have already started 4 temples. They started only 1 temple. They said we already started 4 temples. So the court gave stay order for 6 more temples. The last 2 years, the stay order is going on. The case is still not come to an end. Government wanted to melt the temple gold, saying that we want to extract pure gold and then deposit in RBI, get some money, interest and all that. But their idea is to melt all the gold and say the gold was of different standards, so we got only this much pure gold. Thanks to J. Sai Deepak, Supreme Court lawyer, I got a stay order in that. And my biggest victory was given by lawyer M.R. Venkatesh, who is going to speak tomorrow on Nyaya Vyavastha. He has come for me for 3 cases so far. He's a Supreme Court lawyer. He came for a case where the AIDMK government, the previous government, wanted to give 1.25 lakh acres of temple lands to the encroachers themselves. Something really, what kind of atrocities you would do for the sake of vote bank politics. So M.R. Venkatesh came, we gave some startling, amazing data to the court, and the court was pleased to stay that. That is my biggest victory so far. Even though it's a stay order, it's my biggest victory so far. Then I got a final order, again through M.R. Venkatesh, that in an Agamic temple, Archakas can be appointed only as per Agamas. The government stand is, we are making Archakas from all castes. But the truth is, there are Archakas of all castes. In 44,000 temples under government control, only 6,000 temples have Brahmin Archakas. The rest are from all castes. There are Dalit Archakas, there are Chettiar Archakas, there are fishermen community Archakas, there are Thevar community Archakas. So the whole story of government saying that we are going to appoint from all castes is just a divisive strategy. So for 70 years, Hindus have been separated from their temples. Hindus have no say in their own temples, how the festivals can be celebrated. The government says you have to do Archana only in Tamil. You have to do consecration only in Tamil, which is, in Tamil you have stotras, you don't have mantras. But government wants to enforce this. More than that, people do not know how the government is looting temples and how, while the temples are not getting any money with which they could do dharma, people of other religions are building institutions upon institutions. We send their children to Christian schools, we send our sick to Christian hospitals, we make them more and more rich. My estimate for the entire South India, if properly realized from the properties and from the institutions we build, it can generate $10 billion worth of money. I will tell you how I came to that calculation. Losing temple lands is losing Hindu presence. Today, if the Tamil Nadu government wants to start a police station, an electricity substation, a water project, the first target is Hindu temple land. They take it because government officials are administering the temple. They will give no objection for takeover. For any metro land, take temple lands. Otherwise, they have to acquire 4 or 5 houses. Don't do that. Take one temple land, finished. But what happens in many cases, the temple land, which is a Hindu space, Sanatan space, becomes secular space. The secular space becomes non-Hindu space, sometimes anti-Hindu space. You lose lands next to the temple, you never know what's going to come there. A church might come there, a mosque might come there. Kerala, as early as 1954, lost 250,000 acres to the so-called land reforms. Hindus, who were a majority at the time, even though they were not a big majority, they were a majority. Now they are a minority in Kerala. Kanyakumari district lost about 47,000 acres. Now, Kanyakumari district is Hindu minority. Tamil Nadu, we have lost 500,000 acres. The undivided Andhra had more temple lands than Tamil Nadu. Similarly, Karnataka and Andhra put together, I'm sure the Inam reforms and all that, we have lost 500,000 acres. This is just one screenshot of Coimbatore district in 1887, where temple and Vedic institutions and other dharmic institutions had enormous lands. Our forefathers gave lands in their foresight. If 1 year you do not have a crop yield, the next year it will be there. And the temples, let's say a temple has 100 acres, it will give that land to some 10 Hindu families. And they will be around the temple, which is the reverse in Malappuram district today, Kasaragod district today. I've already dealt with this. So, from most of our temples, many of our murtis have been stolen. Unchecked alienation of temple lands in Tamil Nadu has removed 47,000 acres between 1986 and now. 16% of temple income charged as administration fee. That means the moment you put 100 rupees, government takes 16 rupees. This is jizya in another form. So, what is the solution for this? In the Chidambaram temple judgment, Supreme Court said, even if there is mismanagement, you can take over the administration of the temple only to cure the mismanagement. Which means, let's say, a temple has a Brahmotsava. There is mismanagement in conducting the Brahmotsava. That means government can take over only the Brahmotsavam aspect of administration. And it should cure it within a year or two, then give back the administration. You cannot take the entire temple administration. You know, Reserve Bank of India appoints its people as directors if a bank is not performing well. Company Law Board appoints its people as directors of a company if a company is mismanaged or ailing or something like that. Similarly, for cooperative societies, a special officer is appointed. But the moment they set right the management, they get out. But Hindu temples, once an executive officer comes, he's a permanent fixture. And we should also stop using the term denomination and start using the term sampradaya to get our rights under Article 26. And we have to bring Hindu Renaissance with the temple wealth. I'll do a separate thing on that, 2-pager. This is something I want you to look at. Travancore temple can contribute to Indian economy and Hindu economy. Sri Padmanabha Swami temple in Trivandrum has nearly 500,000 crore worth of treasures. Great antiquity value under that. 300,000 crores was the valuation in 2011. Now, I'm sure it's easily 500,000 crores. This can continue to remain in the same vaults, which can be declared as RBI vault and pledged with the RBI, which can issue quasi-currency bonds. That is, the bonds which will be traded between banks only. It will not be traded between the public. So, against 500,000 crores, RBI issues 300,000 crores quasi-currency bonds. RBI gives the temple 4% tax-free interest. It gives to other banks 5.5% or 5.5% interest. And the banks can give for major loans, infrastructure loans, etc. at 6% or 6.5%. So win-win for everybody. The wealth remains there. It remains with Padmanabha. But at the same time, money is generated. And temple will earn 12,000 crore rupees, which is 3 times the income of Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam. Kerala badly needs it. You know, today in Kerala, the Hindus, especially in Malappuram district or Kasaragod district, who is breathing down their necks? The persons who are claiming to be minorities are in majority there. And the Hindus cannot sell their lands. They cannot buy lands. They are forced to send their children to their schools. And hospitals, petrol bunks, everything is run by the minorities there. To get a loan, it is almost impossible for a Hindu there. To get justice, it is impossible for them. Imagine 12,000 crores and you form an Aikya Vedi of Kerala Hindus and you form your own cooperative societies there. You start giving them loans, you start Hindu schools, or you start supporting Hindu schools which are already running there. In 4,000, 5,000 crores, you can bring about a miracle in Kerala. You can even do Garvapsi. And another 6,000, 7,000 crores you can spend across South India or even across India. That's the potential of Sri Padmanabha Swami temple wealth. The wealth was hidden. It was unexposed. Now it is exposed. Let's make use of it. Government or the NDA or the BJP has got a beautiful opportunity there. This is an idea of a very dharmic person who is devoted to Padmanabha. His name is Jacob Mapalasheri. He's a Christian. His family is devoted to Padmanabha. He came with this idea. He filed a case in Supreme Court on this. We also helped him with some senior counsels. But Supreme Court, after releasing Padmanabha Swami temple from government control, said the new administration can look into this. They left it at it. The new administration, I think, is scared of the current communist government. But we should get the central government involved in this because the central government has a right under the covenant made in 1950 with the Travancore king and the Cochin king. They have a right. Imagine the wealth it can generate, the jobs it can produce, the institutions we can build. That's the power of temples. That's the power of temples without which we have been for 70 long years. Even with the current income of Tirumala Tirupati, we can do wonders in Andhra if it is utilized in a dharmic way. But to the credit of TTD, a lot of dharmic things are happening which will never happen in the Dravidian model of DMK or ADMK in Tamil Nadu. You can start and run educational institutions, Ayurveda clinics, Patashalas, Goshalas, traditional music and dance schools, schools for artisans, sculptors, painters. So many things you can do. You can bring about a real renaissance. Publications of Itihasas, Bhakti literature. See, RVSS Garu gave a beautiful quotes from Mahabharata, Arthashastra and all that. Have a children ever read that? You know, I got to know about Mahabharata and Ramayana from my parents. Ramayana particularly from my mother. Today, these TV serials have come and no mother has time to tell their children Mahabharata stories. They are intently watching TV serials while cutting vegetables. And we do not know if they are crying because of the onions or because of the TV serial. There's one more document there. See, when I talk about 6,000 crores or 5,800 crores we are losing in Tamil Nadu, one state alone, in these days of 2G and the coal scam and all that, it might look a little less. Oh, this is the size that comes? Can it be made bigger? Okay. Basically, this is a document I did in 2013 where instead of 6,000 crores, the Tamil Nadu government was getting 58 crores from 4.78 lakh acres of land. 4.78 lakh acres of agricultural land. The temples also have 30 crore square feet of sites. I put it at 29, I am rounding it off. And 22,600 buildings having 2.44 crore square feet. Just I am clubbing it, making it 30 crores. Even in a village, If let's say a temple has 10 feet by 10 feet, a plot near the temple, because sites are next to the temple or within the town city, unlike agriculture lands, which is outside the village. You have a 10 feet by 10 feet where you can put a shop next to the temple. 5 rupees per square foot, anybody will be willing to give, because he can put up shop there for 500 rupees. He'll be raking in 15,000-20,000 rupees. So 500 rupees he'll easily give. And we have temple sites in Boat Club Road, one of the most expensive areas in Chennai. We have 305 grounds belonging to Kapalishwar temple, where the government fixed rent per month is 3 lakh rupees. I'm not going at that value. I'm going at 5 rupees per square foot. So 30 crores square feet of sites. 30 into 5 is 150 crores per month. Into 12, 1,800 crores. Now, out of the 4,78,000 acres, at least 1 lakh acres have become semi-urban or urban places where you can build colleges or warehouses. You can do some major projects there. There, you need not give 5 rupees. You give only 1 rupee per square foot per month. 1,000 acres. 1 acre is 44,000 square feet. Imagine the wealth that can. Easily 6,000 crores. This is no rocket science. And if you get 6,000 crores, you can give scholarships for 100,000 Hindu students. You can give health benefits for 100,000 deserving Hindus. Revival of Veda and support to Vedic scholars, 25 crores. Revival of Tamil scriptures, 25 crores. Training and support of Agamic Pandits. Let's go a little slowly. Agamic Pandits and establishment of Agama and Sanskrit schools, 50 crores. Establishing Hindu schools, plain Hindu schools with Hindu values. 50 crores per school. Imagine the infrastructure each school will have. Superb playground, superb laboratory, superb equipment, superb classes. 10 schools you can establish every year. That is, within 10 years, all the taluks will be covered. Establishing medical colleges, veterinary colleges, Ayurvedic colleges, dental, etc., 1,000 crores. 2 of each college every year. Proper conservation of ancient and heritage temples. This is very, very important, including our paintings, murals, etc. Setting up a Goshala to save our Desi cattle, 250 crores. Let me tell you something regarding the Panchagavya, my experience. Till recently, the last year I was an organic farmer. In the last 3 years, I could not devote time. Because of COVID and because of my cases, I could not go to my village. And I had left it with my uncle who had no time. So finally I decided to sell it. But while I was doing agriculture, I did not use 1 drop of chemical fertilizer or 1 drop of chemical pesticide. Everything was grown naturally and with the help of Panchagavya. And I was having fabulous yield. Okay, they were all wetlands. I was having 2 crops a year. I was having excellent thing. I was growing Desi seeds. Excellent harvest. Of course, I was not there all the time, and I had to give a big chunk. People who were helping me. That's not a grievance at all. But one of the biggest scams in this country is the fertilizer subsidy. 70,000, 80,000 crores per annum. A Desi cow which has stopped giving milk can still be used for Panchagavya, and it can give fertilizers and pesticides for 30 acres of land. I had 10 acres only. I had 1 cow from Haryana, white cow, and with a calf. And I used to have Panchagavya and related products and used to give it to my uncle's farm and to my friend's farm. 30-35 acres we used to sustain with 1 cow. We can do away with this fertilizer subsidy. We can ensure with that money we can save all our cattle from being culled and all that. Anyway, setting up organic farms, dairy farms, because today pure material is not coming to temple for Abhisheka or for prasada making or anything. Setting up audit teams for proper audit of all these expenses. One of the cases I have filed before Madras High Court is seeking external audit of temples. There's only an internal audit, and you know, the number of audit objections pending from 1986, 1.5 million audit objections, 15 lakh audit objections have not been resolved in Tamil Nadu. That means the executive officer knows very well, even if he does some looting, the auditors will only report it and nobody will inquire into it. And by the time I'll have my increments, I'll have my promotions, I'll have my retirement, and ultimately, some of the audit objections pending from 1986, the officials against whom the objections were made have since definitely retired, and many of them met with their natural death. So this is the kind of audit that's going on here. So with the proper money, we can have audit by chartered accountants, which is prescribed under Section 288 of the Income Tax Act. Because any trust having more than 2 lakh rupees, they have to be audited by a chartered accountant. I think that includes TTD also, sir. And that's only 25 crores. Whereas today government takes 4% of the income of temples, which is coming to about 120 crore rupees. And there's not a single chartered accountant in the government audit team. And it's only an internal audit team. And they still maintain only single entry bookkeeping. There's not even double entry bookkeeping there. Then help to Hindu widows, orphans, physically challenged, like the morning presentation, who should be first taken care of, the blind, the physically challenged, all those people. Our temples can take care of them, even if the government is not doing that. And there will always be other expenses, miscellaneous expenses. And after all that, the total comes to only 4,500 crores. That means out of the 6,000 crores, I have 1,500 crores left. With that money, I can buy more lands. Or if some disaster like the Kerala floods, or the Uttarakhand floods, or some earthquake, like the Gujarat earthquake happens, Hindu temples will be the first to send men and material with this kind of money. So this is the power of Hindu temples. We are not aware what we are losing, because we always thought, okay, government is doing a good job, or if not government, who? That's our mistake. I could tell you more on the legal part, which is what I am good at, but I chose to dwell more on what we are losing, what we should be doing. Thank you very much for the patient hearing. Jai Shri Ram. Har Har Mahadev.
What do we say after listening to this? We feel embarrassed. We feel a little ashamed because our conscience is pricked. We take everything for granted. I mean, he completed his entire presentation in his opening remarks. A Hindu always feels shy to call himself a Hindu. That is the problem. Isn't it? That is the basis for all this apathy, this loot, organized loot. Nothing happens. They don't have to answer, you know. He says people take all the benefits and they die a natural death also. The inquiry is still on. Whom they will inquire after one who passes away? God only knows. I think this seminar is serving the purpose for which it has been organized. For the third session in a row, it has been like this. I would like, I'm curious to know whether LVS would like to reflect on this presentation to make it a little more lively and interesting. After that, he will field questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ramesh, for that very, very lucid, frank statement of facts. It so happened that we missed each other in a number of conferences. In fact, on this 4th of June, I was to go to Delhi to attend one session like this, but I had to go to some other place of worship, so I missed it out. So I'm extremely happy that I could hear you here. I won't take much time, but I will only tell you a couple of things. One is this Supreme Court, the petition which has been filed by Swami Dayananda Saraswati. It has been filed on behalf of Hindu Dharma Acharya Sabha. And when Hindu Dharma Acharya Sabha meetings were taking place, we will all be delighted to know that Swamiji came and met Guruji and they interacted on this program and how it should be questioned. Very briefly, the petition implores that if Hindus cannot manage their temples and the government has to manage the temples, then please declare Bharat as a Hindu Rashtra. Then we have no objection. That is how it proceeds. And after Swami Dayananda Saraswati ji passed away, his Antevasi, Swami Paramarthananda, who is in the Rajkot ashram, he has actually, he is taking quite a keen interest. Sri Ramesh is also aware of it. There is an advisory body which he has constituted, which is helping him in formulating the various statements which are required for the Supreme Court litigation. And after my retirement, Swamiji has asked me to be on that committee. So I have been participating in their meetings. I have attended about half a dozen of their meetings. 2-3 important things which I thought I must share with all of you. One is that while all of us are very, very devoted, we don't get aligned to any particular temple to a great degree. We just go there on a particular festival day or an auspicious occasion, offer our worship and then vanish from there. But I have been advocating in various places wherever I have gone and spoken that the pilgrims, the worshippers must form into an organization and get aligned to a particular temple. Let us not always think that Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam is the only temple of concern. Every temple is of great concern. For your information, there are more than 24,722 temples in Andhra Pradesh. So, huge number is there. Some of them have been built at very, very important sites. Some of them have been built with idols which are of unique nature. Some of them, the Prana Pratishta has been done by someone like Kanchi Paramacharya or of such kind of a personality. Extremely important temples. They may not have income. So, please spread the word that irrespective of our caste, we must get associated with temples, form into an organization, because there is no bar on forming any organization. All the worshippers of Veeranjanaya Swami temple in Balanagar can come together and form an association. What happens is, statutorily you get a legal status to fight any case tomorrow in a court of law. Otherwise, it is only the endowments department which is representing the worshippers of that particular temple. So this is something which we have to think of. Second thing is that in our own way, if we can spread the word and improve the Archaka arrangement, let us all confess openly here that the way in which our Archakas are performing today, it's not the ideal way. Several of them don't even know the meaning of the mantras they are uttering. Several of them, I am specifically looking at the Brahmin group because I interact more with the Brahmin group. The other groups, we don't have great expectations and it's not required of them. The denominations, what Mr. Ramesh has said. But at least the temples where Brahmins have been trained in the traditional method, their following is sometimes very, very concerning. I can't use more stronger expression than that. So let us spread this concern. Shri Arvind Rao has brought out a very nice book on Archakas. Archaka Prapancham అని ఒక మంచి గ్రంథం తీసుకొచ్చారు వారు. దాంట్లో ఈ అంశాలన్నీ ఉన్నాయి. అర్చకులు అన్న వాళ్ళ యొక్క బాధ్యతలు ఏమిటి, ఏ విషయాలు తెలియాలి, ఏ విధమైన పాత్ర నిర్వహించాలి, all that is written in that book. I wish you lay your hands on that. So let's spread awareness of that. The next one is Kanchi Swami. Kanchi, our Swami who has been touring in Andhra Pradesh, Swami Vijayananda Saraswati Swami Maru Shankar Vijayendra Saraswati. He has asked some of us, few of us, to sit together and constitute a course for charity management. See, the Hindu charity management is certainly not being managed extremely well. A lot of our charity houses are themselves in deep troubles because of their own troubles, their own problems. So Swamiji has said there is a lot of human material available today, either because of early retirement, people are still healthy. Similarly, because of the burning out that's happening in IT sector and various other places. Can we bring them in and teach them for about 3 months a certificate course on charity management and put them as people available for charity? Because tomorrow when we go to Supreme Court, this is what Swamiji has also been telling us, the Supreme Court also can say, how do you propose to replace the government? As I told you, there are more than 24,000 temples. Let's not say all the 24,000 are important. Even if 5,000, 6,000 temples are important, what is the replacement formula you have? So we need to bring people with training, with proper understanding of the system of management of resources, because it should not be the cure must not be worse than the malady. If today government itself is messing it up in such a bad way, in fact Ramesh has been extremely nice, he didn't go into all the details of mismanagement. I have a long list of mismanagement of temples. If you take Andhra Pradesh as a case, more than 11,000 acres have been acquired by the government. Government took over 11,000 acres of endowment land. It has not paid 1 rupee till now, in spite of all the best efforts of various people. Similarly, when the present government wanted to give house sites, they also thought of distributing the endowment land. And because few people have come in the way, they have been severely admonished and shown the door, because they clarified that endowment land is not part of government land. Because the government wanted to propagate this view that after all government belongs to people and land belongs to people, endowment is for the people, so all land belongs to people. You know, you have a beautiful kind of argument like that. They wanted to distribute away endowment land, and people have objected. Some of our officers have come in the way, and this is how the attitudes of the governments are. So we have to see how the alternate models are developed. As I told you, the Hindu Dharma Acharya Sabha, we have prepared alternate models. But the biggest challenge, I am touching this in the last, is how do we bring our religious heads together? How do we bring some semblance of understanding among them? How do we ensure that they adhere to some value system? They are not like Puja Guruji. Some of them, today also we saw in one of the newspapers headlines, how defective is the way they are running their own show. The way they ought to be running, they are not running it. So these maladies, before they go out into the wide world, and the courts also begin to comment about it, the Hindu community must make some self-correction. We have today in the Endowments Act, unfortunately, AP Endowments Act, which he referred to, the 87 Act, the definition of a temple is depending upon the revenue generated by a temple. Look at the absurdity of it. So if a temple gets more than 5 lakhs, it gets classified into a particular category. More than 10 lakhs into another category. 15 lakhs into another category. It is like the income tax assessment. So this is how the act has gone about. And the act has been brought in by a person who is an agnostic. Now he didn't have any faith in temples. But the entire Hindu community, all our acharyas, all our pitadipatis and everybody, nobody objected. We all sat quietly when Challa Kondaya Garu came forward and said he is going to reform the Endowment Act of Andhra Pradesh. So these are the facts. There's nothing of an exaggeration. Given a chance, I could have frightened you with more details. I'm only telling you the facts. So we have to get united. We should not be very simplistic about thinking God is there, God will protect all of us. People who make sins, they'll be punished. We adopt this philosophy very conveniently in our day-to-day living. That's not required, because there is a huge propaganda which is at play. People want to take over these institutions. People want to marshal all these resources, drive a wedge between the believers and the temple administrators. Believers are kept at a distance, and we are content if we get a break darshan. We are not keen to understand what is going on inside. If Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam is collecting today 10,500 rupees for a special darshan, and 10,000 of that money is going into a government-sponsored trust, nobody talks about it, and they expect somebody like me to take a sword and run around in the streets. So we always want somebody else to fight our battles. We are not interested in picking up the challenges. Now each of us have our own influence. I have addressed this kind of small meetings when I went to weddings also, because I know about 2-3 dozens of archakas. Let me talk to them. I know a dozen of Vedic Pandits. Let us talk to them. You know several people who are office bearers of temples. Please talk to them. Let us not be shy. Bharatiyata can be achieved or accomplished if everybody wakes up to their own call of duty. Bharatiyata is not accomplished by only an Avatara Purusha when he comes down. Avatara Purusha comes down and gives you the prescription for change, gives you a prescription for adoption. But ultimately the action lies with all of us, the sadhakas, the worshippers. So there are extremely agitating features in the temples. The way in which endowment staff, he said, I don't want to elaborate. Ramanan is already standing next to me. We have several of them who are already converted. You have executive officers who don't belong to Hinduism. Now what do you do with them? You know, when I took up this case in TTD, what has happened later on. So we have to be sensitive to it. We are not against any particular religion. Each religion has space in this country. Each religion must understand about itself. But what is it that we are doing to understand about our own form of worship, our place of worship, how scientifically it has been built? Are we explaining to the next generation? All this goes into making that grand Alaya Vyavastha into a non-disruptable kind of a arrangement. So we have to walk towards that. That is what I think is Puja Guruji's vision. And I thank Sri Ramesh on my own behalf for a very nice exposition. Thank you.
Both Sri Ramesh and Sri LVS are difficult gentlemen to speak after. It's difficult to add one significant word. But what can we do? We are not a crusader like Ramesh. We are not a bureaucrat like LVS. But why are they so? Because they are awakened citizens. They are awakened Bharatis, I would say. That is why, they participate in this seminar. Can't we think of having a happy blend of both of them in us? It is there already. Can we awaken that minuscule presence of a warrior and a person armed with facts? Like LVS said, we are not going to wield a sword. But we can arm ourselves with facts. The facts galore. What Ramesh presented, it's the appalling state of affairs in temples. Let us remember one thing. Guruji, when he used to speak about temple economy, he gave a presentation like this. He did not use PowerPoint, but over calculation. Now, how temples contribute richly to our own economy. He called it a religious economy. And like Ramesh ji pointed out, how many people are dependent on their livelihood for on temples and vice versa. It was like that. So what do we do? First, let's go to the temples. Yeah, that is the first thing. I believe God is everywhere. That bunkam must be stopped. let's go to the temples. Because that's what Guruji did. And he took us to the temples. Was he in any need of any puja or visiting any temple? It was for our sake, just to open our eyes, to enlighten us, that he took us all to different temples. So let's go to the temples first. Number 2, let us develop a sense of belonging. If there is no sense of belonging, your conscience will not be irked, and you will not arise. You will not see this spirit of warriors. It will never happen. Let us develop a sense of belonging to our culture, our heritage, and whatnot. Then things will happen automatically. When our conscience is awakened, then the consequence will be appropriate action. With the blessings of Guruji and with this eye-opening statements from both these gentlemen, I think we will walk in the right direction, which will please, which is the only way we can make our master happy. This is what I want to say. One question, we have time for one question, and after that, Giri will not like the word tea break. Okay, I will use Guruji's terminology, Chota Hazri. After 15 minutes, we'll come back for the final session of the day, followed by the visit of the governor. Question, please. One question.
Good evening, sir. Rightly, time has come to awaken in this subject by all of us. Last month, one of the parliamentarians, I have read in the papers, one of the parliamentarians put this subject before the parliament, and he might be even filed a case in Supreme Court for taking over, giving back the temples and all the properties and removing the endowment acts permanently. You might have seen in the papers. The other one is,
ask your question. Please, please, sir.
Please support that parliamentarian who filed a case in this regard.
Yeah. See, now we have, please be seated. I gave a detailed presentation, and LVS Garu touched upon the most important things of what they're trying, especially through the Acharya Sabha. Now, Acharya Sabha is fortified with 2 or 3, not more than that, brains like LVS Garu. 1. Now, among the NDA government people or the BJP party people, there are a lot of people who want, and there are also a lot of people who do not want government to move out of temples. I would not per se advocate the abolition of the endowment acts. I would not. I'm a very staunch opponent of government presence in the temple, but I would not want the Endowments Act to go away. All I am saying is, which I did not say in my presentation, we need regulation. We do not want control. We do not want interference in religious matters, on the temple property, on the jewels, on the immovable properties, etc., on institution building and all that. Hindus should take over and do it in a dharmic way. We should, as Puja Guruji said, we have to go back to our culture of yesteryears, not 100 years before or not even 200 years before, much before that. Temples were the hub of Hindu society. We have to bring that back. And to do that, dharmic Hindus should come forward and spend time for temple management. It is a single parliamentary member bill will not be effective. There are many bills for temple freedom, many bills for stopping Gohatti. Nothing was passed. Unless the government passes the bill, nothing will happen. We can support them, but the bigger case is the case before Supreme Court, filed by Puja Swamiji Dayananda Saraswati, and now being organized by Hindu Dharma Acharya Sabha. We have some extremely able people handling the case. Only thing is the case should come for hearing and the central government should support it. We are trying to get that into it. Thank you.
Remove the clutches of the government regarding Hindu properties.
That's what. the government control should not be there. A regulation can be there, for which they are given an alternate management suggestion. We cannot leave it unguarded, especially even during the transition time. We have to be extremely careful. Like LVS Garu pointed out, there are many people waiting to snatch our temple wealth and opportunities the moment government leaves. We should not allow that to happen.
And
we should be very careful.
And one more suggestion.
Quickly,
Right
please.
from a small temple to big temples, wherever we go, there are banners and boards.
No, these are micromanagement issues which will
Put
happen.
all your offerings in hundis only. Whereas our elders and Dharmika Samsthas are telling,
No.
whatever your offerings.
Hundis are not bad, provided the hundi money is utilized for our dharmic purposes. Hundis are not bad at all. I would not say stop putting in hundi. I would never say that.
Yesterday I went to Annavaram temple. A constable was put at the sanctum, and he is demanding the archaka to offer offerings in the
Excuse me,
plate also.
There are micro issues. You can't discuss them in a seminar of this serious nature. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I request Sri NVDS Raju to felicitate both the gentlemen who have done a splendid job here. Ramesh ji, I don't know what time you got up in the morning. He came. Oh, yeah. Yes. LBS, a special thanks to you for a very active and fruitful and meaningful participation. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, time to have our cup of chai. 20 minutes. Shall we get back? 20 minutes. Thank you. Will be here between 5:45 and 6. So in the meantime, we will have session 4. A small change in that. Dr. R. Raghavendran will address us on Adhyatmika Vyavastha, that is spirituality, on spirituality. Giridhar Mamadi will give his presentation tomorrow. So that's the small change, because when the governor comes, she will come in straight and occupy her chair. We cannot ask her to sit there. So there are some protocols out there. So accordingly, we have made arrangements like that. Song. Sri Naiki, yes. Okay. So another beautiful song will be offered by Sri Naiki.
ఎత్తండి ఎత్తరే స్వాతంత్రపు జెండా ఎత్తవో ఎత్తు ఎత్తు ఆకాశం నిండా ఎత్తండి ఎత్తరే స్వాతంత్రపు జెండా ఎత్తవో ఎత్తు ఎత్తు ఆకాశం నిండా కేలూపుచు తలలూపుచు గాలిదారులంట మన జెండా మనదే వీరుల నెత్తురు పంట కొత్త వేడి కొత్తవాడి భరతావని నిండా ఎత్తవేం ఎత్తు ఎత్తు ఆకాశం నిండా ఎత్తండి ఎత్తరే అర్థమత్తు తులహంకృతులు అంధమతులు రాని నిరుపేదలు నిర్భాగ్యులు నిరంకుశులు లేని కొత్త జగం కొత్త యుగం భరతావని నిండా ఎత్తమంటే ఎత్తు ఎత్తు ఆకాశం నిండా ఎత్తండి ఎత్తరే కులం దాటి మతం దాటి కొద్ది గొప్ప దాటి సమభోగం సమభాగ్యం సమ సంస్కృతి నాటి కొత్త శాంతి కొత్త కాంతి భరతావని నిండా ఎత్తండో ఎత్తు ఎత్తు ఆకాశం నిండా ఎత్తండి ఎత్తరే స్వాతంత్రపు జెండా ఎత్తవో ఎత్తు ఎత్తు ఆకాశం నిండా ఎత్తవో ఎత్తు ఎత్తు ఆకాశం నిండా ఎత్తవో ఎత్తు ఎత్తు ఆకాశం నిండా. ధన్యవాదాలు.
Another warm round of applause to Sri Naiki and also to all the children who sang so beautifully since morning enlivening the proceedings here, because the elders were discussing serious topics rather seriously, but this touch of music born out of our culture really is fresh, very fresh, like a whiff of breeze. I do not know whose students these children are. Yours? Subbulakshmi, please stand. Please stand. So, let us acknowledge. So all credits go to you. And see, in the morning we saw a parampara. One side, Baddi Shamala Garu, Subbulakshmi and her daughters, like that. Another side, Pinaka Pani Garu, Nedanuri Krishnamurti Garu, and our very dear Saraswati Vidyarthi, like that. So, but the ultimate head, overall head for all this, our Guruji, our Pujya Guruji. So wonderful to have. This is called real family. Guru Kutumbam ani, Guru Gare Cheptar, Guru Kutumbam ani. So beautiful. Yeah, he acknowledges that with a sweet smile. Now it is the turn of Dr. R. Raghavendran. He is an engineer, essentially. He got his doctorate from Toulouse University, France. He was in US under UNESCO postdoctoral fellowship at Colorado State University. He retired voluntarily as professor of civil engineering from National Institute of Technology, Warangal. He came into close contact with Pujya Guruji from the year 1973, and he was one of the very few who received the lecture course from Guruji in Upanishads and got initiated into Yoga Sadhana. Another gentleman who received it is our own Giri's father, Professor Ramamurthy. They belong to the first batch of disciples of Pujya Guruji. He was associated with Guruji in all his activities since then. He is also the author of the book Shivananda Yogam. He has been delivering lectures in the field of spirituality to the devotees at Vizag and Bhimli. He has lived and traveled extensively with Guruji for more than 3 decades. He is our very dear Ragi Anna. The beauty about our elder brother in every sense of the term is this. Every time he listens to Guruji, he will do so as if he was listening to him for the first time. That freshness is amazing. That's what amazed me. Every time, I have seen it any number of times during my 20 years of stay in Visakhapatnam. Every time he listened to Guruji, he listened as though he was listening for the first time without interrupting him. And occasionally, he used to remind Guruji of some inputs, and Guruji will be very glad about that. So he will add spice and color to the already colorful outpourings of wisdom of Guruji. And as I told you in the morning, in a society filled with Maikasuras. He is a picture of brevity, absolute brevity, like only a scientist. Guruji used, remember this word, Guruji used to call him a scientist. That is too much of a praise. He called him a scientist. It's not because he was a student of science or anything like that. He had a very strange combination of an absolutely scientific inquiring temper and also the total submission of a lay devotee. Can you come across such a combination? Just imagine. He is a very, very highly developed intellectual he is. So that scientific temper and the questioning mind is always there. Plus, but when it comes to Guruji, he always spontaneously submitted himself totally and absolutely. So that's a very, very rare combination I have seen. So a few youngsters who are sitting in the audience, I would draw their attention to this wonderful combination. That's what we need. So we need a happy blend of both the head and the heart. Take the head to your chartered accountant and heart to your mother. Never do it opposite. No heart involved when you talk income taxes with the chartered accountant. Never use your head when you are standing before your mother. So that's what Raghavendran Garu is for you. And another feature is whatever he talks, whenever he speaks, you can print it without editing it. It's amazing, I'm telling you. Because he has been living with us, because we crack jokes along with him, he takes everything in his stride, we take him for granted. No, let us not commit the mistake anymore. That's enough. Let us not commit this mistake anymore. Because how many of us are capable of this? This is not a trait or a talent. This is tapas. This is a nature which he has earned through tapas. Whatever he speaks, you can print it without editing it. That's what our dear Ragi Anna is for you. I would request all of you to stand up and welcome him to this session. And you know something? I cordially invite myself to be the chairperson for this session. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my dear Ramanan Mama, ladies and gentlemen, he has given so much of encouragement and raised so much of expectation in you. I wish both of them work well. The topic given to me by Mamadi Giridhar is Adhyatmikata - Bharateyata. I was wondering how is it that he did choose that kind of topic, and where was the need for a hyphen? I found that hyphen is a Greek word which indicates togetherness. So, Adhyatmikata and Bharateyata, they sail together. There is no Bharateyata without Adhyatmikata. That's what I understood. And based on that understanding, I would speak a few words to you. Let us take Adhyatmikata. Adi Atma, Adhyatma. That is the Sandhi in Sanskrit. Adi is Atma. That means Atma is the source. of everything and everybody. The lokas, the gods who manage those lokas, the lokas themselves, all have come out of Atma, and eventually, when the creation is involved, they will all go into Atma. Atma is differently called by people as Paramatma, Parabrahma, and we would like to call him as Sadashiva, the first Brahman. And I believe, having no quality, no form, nothing to do except to stay in the kind of Ananda, call it Sivananda. He got a kind of a spandana. The philosophers say it is avidya which has touched him. How can avidya touch Atman? What is that spandana due to? It is the reminder given by all the jivas who could not complete their evolution in the earlier creation and who remained in him in a subtle form. They reminded him, we are there, our job is unfinished, do something. So it was a reminder to him to be compassionate, to recreate the circumstances using which the jivas could evolve themselves eventually. And the moment he thought of doing this job, a person came out of him with specific ego to perform his job. We will call him the second Brahma, who is named as Paramashiva. All the jivas have to be brought into creation. They have to be provided a place to live, and they have to be provided all the 5 elements, the body, the mind, intellect, everything. So that is the nature of the jiva. The combined nature of all the jivas is within him. When he was about to do the job, the nature came out of Paramashiva. She is called Parashakti. Parashakti would provide what all is needed for the jivas to take births, to put efforts to evolve themselves, and eventually reach Sadashiva one day. And after the second Brahman, Vishnu was the third Brahman, was supposed to give the stability to the lokas, which are likely to be having the risk of getting destabilized. And Brahma, the fourth divine functionary, who would provide all the circumstances to the jivas, the lokas, the time also. Both are important. When the previous creation ended, all the jivas were not in the same level of evolution. They were almost 80% completed. Some are in 50, some 20, some 10, some maybe 5, 0, whatever. So, depending upon their level of evolution, they have to be sent to the respective lokas, yugas and yugas. Each period of time has certain effect on the jivas, and we will come to that. Then the jivas are ready, the lokas are ready, jivas have to be brought in, and at that time Sadashiva felt compassionate. Then he wanted to make provision for educating the jivas to take certain path to complete their evolution in as fast a manner as possible, in as easy a way as possible. So, to perform this task, Sadashiva brought out another great force who is a Mahayogi. And he was supposed to witness the creation, guide it whenever needed. Brahma knows this, so he would not take the job of educating the jivas. He only sent down certain sages without giving any terms of reference to them. This Mahayogi put some questions into them. They entered into tapas. Tapas is having a question in you and wait for the answer, say indefinitely, till the answer is got. So, the questions that were given to them were, is there a creator for this creation? If so, who is that creator? What is the purpose of creation? Is there any responsibility or duty of those who are created? Is anything that can be done to hasten the process of that evolution? These questions were put into the rishis by the Mahayogi. The tapas started, they got all answers. Yes, there is a creator, souls evolve themselves, and the souls have their fundamental duty and responsibility to evolve. And the last is here. What they heard, we call them as shrutis. Hearing means it is not through the normal process of hearing like us. They got the experience of hearing. And Guruji used to always say, experience has no language, and language is not adequate to explain an experience. But they have to communicate to the jivas only through a language. They made an attempt and they communicated, and that message is known as Vedas or Upanishads. Path in Bharateyata, earliest achievement in Bharateyata. Tapas, can you give you anything and take away anything from you? Your samskaras. Then they are removed, you get redeemed. Guruji asked me one day, can you forget anything if you want to? You can't. He could. A small anecdote, Guruji kept some lakhs of office money in his house and left urgently to Hyderabad. He started thinking about what would happen. I had given the key one to the neighbor to clean the house. But after some time he thought, let me forget the whole thing. He forgot. Till he came, he did not even remember he kept the cash on in his house. He saw it and suddenly recognized. And that is what is, he said as, he can forget if he wants. So, that capability is given by tapas. Is tapas easy for all of us? It's not easy. The Vedic paths which was first given, would make the soul perform certain religious rites, propitiate certain gods, and teach to higher and higher lokas. Lokas means level of consciousness. So they go to higher and higher levels of consciousness till they reach the Brahman. This was the Vedic path. But there were defects in it, in the sense, not due to the path is not defective. The person who adopts the path, he had a defect. These Vedic rites also earned for him certain punya or merit. In a higher loka, he starts enjoying it, and he may forget the purpose, or if he misbehaves with someone or something, he is given a fall again. So this risk is there in the Vedic path. The next one from the Vedic path, the Agamas came. Agamas are certain procedures which would get that divine force onto the earth and establish it in an idol or in a tantra, in a yantra or anything. And the same Vedic mantras are used. It was much easier to perform rather than the yajnas. Yajnas require dravya suddhi, mantra suddhi, chitta suddhi, so many prerequisites which are not easy. It is not in the easy reach of everybody. Whereas agamas are in the easy reach of everyone. You can go to a temple. When did the agamas come? They were not available even at the time of Krishna. Just at the end of his life, the agamas came. Earlier, there were no temples. There were only tirthas and kshetras. Kshetra is a place where the sages would do tapas and keep their tapas there. Those who go there and meditate on them would get the benefit. Tirthas also like that. So they were only there, and at the time of Krishna, the agamas came into existence. Probably Krishna was the first one to initiate the idol worship. I believe he gave one idol of himself to Rukmani and asked her to worship. It is that idol, after Dwarka was washed away, went into the hands of some sailors. Eventually, it was Madhvacharya who got it and established it at Udupi as Udupi Krishna. So the idol worship came from that point of time. Then yoga, the next one. Yoga was there from time immemorial. A yogi would be on the earthly plane. He would, by yoga, go to the higher plane. Only one above will be known to him. Then again, the continuation of yoga would take him to the next higher plane. Continuously seeing all the planes, enjoying it or experiencing it was not available. The physio-psychic nature of the human being had that limited capability only. Krishna, he is a Yogeshwara. He brought forth a change in the human structure itself. He gave the physio-psychic capability to all those who follow him in the path of yoga. And with that capability, you can see all lokas at one time and even go beyond it and merge into the cause of it. That was a great boon. That was restricted to some yogis only. Krishna started diluting it. He said, every attempt made to merge yourself into Brahman, is known as yoga, karma yoga, jnana yoga, japa yoga, all that yoga. Even that is not going to be easy. He said, surrender unto me, I'll take care of you. So, in my opinion, Bharateyata reached its peak at the time of Krishna, in every manner. Though tapas was almost extinct, by the time at the end of Dwapara, there are no rishis who did tapas and got srutis. Yajnas were there still, and yoga was there, and agamas were there. And he also introduced the concept of Bhagavata Mata. We feel that all human emotions come in the way of our evolution. Anger, hatred, love, anything you want, fear. They are negative qualities which should hinder your evolution. Krishna said, direct all of that to me, I will absorb you. That is Bhagavata Mata. Don't hate A, Y, X, Y, Z. Hate me. Hate me alone. Don't love 10 people. Love me alone. So that seemed apparently easy. But is it possible for you to hate only one person and not 2 or 3 people? You would dislike so many people. Is it possible that you know only Krishna and nobody else? Only limited number of people got redeemed by that. Kamsa got redeemed out of fear. Sishu out of gopis' love. So that Bhagavata Mata also, had only limited scope. Now, the Bharatiya Yuga, next Dwapara Yuga, after Kali Yuga, in Kali Yuga, you have depleted capability, you are ruled by your tapas. That's not possible. What Guruji opined was, it is like a pendulum. It starts with Krita, next Treta Yuga, then Dwapara, action 32 years, 32,000 years. Guruji felt that is not correct. Around 5,000 years only is the duration of Kali. When did Kali start? It started immediately after the disappearance of Krishna. But today, that 5,000 years are over. And where are we? We are at the end of Kali. We are now going back in the pendulum. We are moving towards Dwapara. The indications are already seen in the minds of people. There is greater urge for people to go to temples. Enormous religious pilgrimage travel is there. And if we have a upanyasa arranged, 20 people come. When a homam is arranged, 300 people come, sit patiently for 3 hours and then watch it and enjoy it and enormously fund it also. So these are all certain characteristics of Dwapara. So we are reaching. That means Amritkal was there at the time of Krishna. We deteriorated and we are proceeding towards Amritkal once again. Then you can ask a question, a funny question. At the time of Dwapara end, where the Kali started, there were no aeroplanes and no atom bombs, no scientific research and all that. But when you return back to the Kali, Dwapara beginning, at the end of Dwapara, beginning of the Kali, you are going to still have planes, still have bombs, still have everything. This cycle of yugas concerns the attitude of the soul and not the circumstances. Circumstances can be anything, it can be. The attitude of the soul will be changing. It would like to evolve, it would like to reach God in some manner or other. So, what we are trying to do is hasten that process. Then you can ask a question, it is having its own time period, how can you hasten it? We will make the problem easier for the God, because when you imbibe in the people the values of Bharatiyata, the attitude changes and it is easier. The jivas would slide down to Dwapara in a very easy, nice manner. Now, some clarifications are needed regarding yajnas, which is one of the main features of Bharatiyata. It was generally felt that yajnas will not lead you to ultimate result, because karma cannot give you jnana. Jnana daive kaivalyam. So only jnana can get you the liberation. Karma cannot do it. That is the objection against karma. The Advaitis would not believe in karma. They would only believe in Atma Vichara to achieve that result. But Krishna gave in the 9th chapter a great concession. A great concession. What he said is, do the karma and give the pala to me. In other words, don't take the doership. Let Krishna be the doer. You do the thing. If you do that way, not only you will reach me, you will also reach my source, which is Parabrahman. This is the greatest concession given even to those who practice yajna, which is extraordinary concession. So, in so many words, we would say that Krishna was one of the outstanding Bharatiya who gave the entire universe all that is needed to evolve yourself in as easy a manner as possible, in as fast a manner as possible. So, tapas, you are incapable of it. Yajnas, if you do it, giving the pala to him, you reach him. Agamas, you worship, have the temples, pujas and all that, that also gives you the redemption. Because Guruji said, I can quote him, if Veda mantras are churned, the butter that comes is agama, he said. So, agamas are as powerful as Vedas themselves. Very easy. It is one of the greatest process of democratization. You are no qualification needed, need not have anyone to do the yajna, but you can always go to a temple, worship, do puja. That means indulge into yourself in some agama activity. So, Krishna's life ended with a kind of an unfinished job. He could not complete the evolution of the entire population. He went on giving concessions. Even then, people were not able to do much. It is like in a college, the students go on failing. Then the college decides, we will give you a question bank. We will give you 20 questions, out of which only 6 questions will be asked. Then also they fail. Then they resort to moderation, subject moderation, general moderation. There also they fail. Then 10 marks are floated. In addition to all this, any subject can catch that and then pass. Even then the people fail. This is not from my imagination. This is happening in this university. Happened in the university once. I was a chief examiner of a subject, and when I objected to this method, they removed my name forever as a chief examiner's position. So then what happened? He cannot go with a loaded conscience. He thought he could hand over that unfinished tasks to someone. At the time of Krishna Niryana, in Puranas, they say a 12-year boy was standing there. He is Maitreya Maharishi. Puranas say. But Guruji says it was Lord Subramanya who received Krishna consciousness, and he is our Paramaguru. We call him Paramaguru in our Guru Parampara. Subramanya has no big experience in the evolution of souls. His knowledge about the ignorance of the souls is somewhat limited, because to redeem someone, you should know where you have to start the task, how you should go about it. So he was looking for someone who has seen the creation from the very beginning, seen how the souls try to evolve and try and fail. What is it that should be done to help them? He is our Guruji. Because I have time I am talking. Yes. So he was searching and he was readily finding someone. They met, I believe, at Vruddha Jageshwar. Vruddha Jageshwar, I think many of you have gone and seen. About 20 to 30 feet behind the temple, that's the location where they met, it seems. And there was an exchange of consciousness. All of Paramaguru went into Guruji, all of Guruji went into Paramaguru, they merged and then they became one. Paramaguru said, you have a better knowledge about the ignorance of the world, better go down and start your job. I will stay here in Nandadavi in one of the caves. This Mahayogi would not take initiative on his own. It is not his job actually. His job was only to direct rishis or the course of guidance. This is a ground level job. He very intelligently liked to know the terms of reference. He put a question to Paramaguru. Yes, I will go down and do the job, but do you have any message for them? If you give some message, you will follow that message and do the job. That message, many of you would have heard it. That is, ahameva gamyam, ahameva gamanam, ahameva panta, ahameva pataha. I am the destination. I am the traveler. I am the path, and I am the traveler also. What are you then? Nothing. So Guruji got in the sense, his terms of reference. There is no point in making him do sadhana and making him fail. It is like teacher writing examination paper, answer paper. So this has happened 5,000 years ago. But does it mean that Guruji enters in everyone and becomes his destination, becomes the traveler, becomes a traveler? No. It happens when you take him as a guru. It happens when he accepts you as your disciple. That happens not easily. You should have been struggling to find a guru. You should be tired of joys and sorrows. You should be needing peace at one time. Or you should be praying to God. God, you are somewhere there, you are not able to understand my language. I have so many difficulties. Come down as a human being. Hear me, hear my troubles, and guide me. So, a great urge, great desire, great request from the devotee to God to come as a human being should be there in you sometime earlier. With these conditions, he takes you over. But you could ask a question, what about others outside this ring? They one day will feel totally tired of this life and seek God to give him a guru. Then they come in. So, usually only quite a small number of people will be in the ring. You can't have a huge crowd in the MSc class or a PhD class. At the school level, you will be having thousands of people. So, at the basic level of evolution, huge number of jivas are there. As they evolve, as they get tired, as they pray for their guru, one day they come into his fold. Once you come into the fold, Guruji used to say, when you come to me, you are free, I am bonded. So this is happening. You are free. He is bonded. He is bound to give you the redemption. You are free from attempting to evolve yourself. You don't have to do anything late. You have to just remain a human being, be dharma. Even if you are not in dharma, he will see to it that you don't do adharma. You will see that even the crime that you would like to do, he would see that crime doesn't take place. Such a protection you will get. So this is going on. Is it, has there been any statement from Guruji that this is happening? One incident comes to my memory now. In the year 2005 or so, December 20th is Guruji's birthday. They used to celebrate in Warangal. In those days, they used to do Pada Puja in the evening, 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock after dinner. Then they would go away after the Pada Puja is over. That year, after returning from the Pada Puja, Guruji was found to be extremely happy, just like a child. I was very fortunate in all my life that I could put any question to him and he would answer it. Not even once had he chided me for a bad question. I had put many that way. I asked, what has happened to you, sir? You seem to be so highly elated. Then he said, look, something very strange happened. All the audience in that hall that day got Vishwarupa darshan. I asked, so what? Such a foolish question. Then he said, all the samskaras would be gone. But Krishna gave Vishwarupa Darshan to Kauravas in the Sabha. But they were as they were. There's no change, isn't it? Then he said, Vishwarupa Darshana given by God and that given by Guru are different. Krishna was not their Guru. Krishna was the God then. What God gives you is the opportunity to evolve, opportunity to use it. It is for you to use the opportunity to better yourself. Guru is not like that. He never gives you opportunity to fail. He would like to see that you pass. He would like to see that you succeed. Then he himself answered, he asked me, would you like to know how I knew that they got the darshan? He said, what I think? He said, I entered everyone. And I was one with the Atman in each soul there. And from that angle I saw. But they may not have the experience at the mental level. If the mental level experience is given, the next day they will be just going mad. They won't do their job. They should be normal persons, take care of their wife, children, job, everything, isn't it? That semblance of normalcy would be maintained, but the job of evolution would be done. That is the greatness of Guru compared to God. So, this is besides the topic given to me, because my mind went on just like that. So, ultimately, the question, is there any single procedure which should keep you energized from head to foot? No. I'll complete it itself. Is there any procedure in yoga that would give you energy from head to foot? Automatically improve your circumstances. Circumstances means what? Good family, good job, good money, good health. It should do that also. It is only with respect to you. But if I wish well for him, that should happen. If I wish well for the society, it should happen. If I wish something good for the country, that should also happen. Is there a single procedure? He said, yes, there is one. And what I have initiated you would give all this. That is Pranavopasana. Pranavopasana is done by Yatishwaras, sadhus, sannyasis also. They are supposed to do 6,000 pranavas every day in the early morning, which takes them about 3 hours or so in the months. But can we say that they got all these capabilities? But Pranavopasana done the way in which Guruji has said it would give. How does it give is first question. What is the procedure is the second one. There is a 5 minutes video, if you permit me, I will show you how it is going to be done. And the theory of it, now I will tell you. In Bharateyata, the greatest discovery is the location of the soul in the body. The body contains a soul. That is the greatest discovery. What is soul? It contains all your tendencies, your karma. Being watched by Brahman at the center as a dot. And it has a shape also, that soul. What is its shape? Same shape as yours. If you sit in a chair in a crossed leg, your soul also sits with a crossed leg. And what is his size? Just the size of a thumb. He is known as Angushta Matra Purusha. The technology that Guruji developed is based on age-old principle. Krishna taught it to Arjuna. Kriya Yogis, Avatar Babaji taught to his disciples. What technology they gave to the disciples, we don't know. The technology given by Guruji has the basic principle of hearing pranava from your spiritual heart center. The physical heart center is on the left side. The spiritual heart center is on the right side, maybe an inch or so from the axis. That is known as Dahara. There is Pranavanadam always present at that spot. The technology given by Guruji used to hear that Pranavam, not utter it. It is not Pranava Japam. You close your eye and go on imagining that Pranava comes from that point and go on hearing it. That Pranava which comes from the heart center is very powerful. It comes from a point where there is no karma. It comes from a point where there is no loka. It is Brahman himself. Brahman himself is present in you. That is the greatness of our Bharateyata, to find out that, to discover it. So, when you start hearing the sound from that point, that sound also gives the capability of removing your samskaras. Yoga is very powerful, and Bharateyata has its basic principle of doing your effort externally as well as internally, both together. The internal effort is what this procedure of hearing pranavam is said, that's the internal effort. Guruji once was having about so many commentaries of Gita on his bed and searching for something. I asked him, what is there for you to search? You should be knowing. No, I know it, but I want to know whether anyone knows it. At the end of 6th chapter, Krishna urges Arjuna, fight for your dharma. If you die in the battle, you go to Sarga. If you win the battle, you get the kingdom. Fighting for the dharma is Bharateyata. Fighting for dharma is your fundamental duty, he said. After telling this, Tasmat Yogi Bhava Arjuna, he said. For which do be a yogi and do the yoga. What is the purpose of fighting, killing enemies. But yoga, how is it related to killing enemies? It is because the enemy in you is standing outside as an enemy. There is a basic samskara in you of enmity, dislike. That is what is there in the outside you as your enemy. If you kill that samskara within you, the external enemy is automatically conquered or killed. When Krishna said Tasmat Yogi Baba, Arjuna became a yogi at the same moment because he is a Uttamadhikari, he is a highly capable fellow to receive the instruction. Even if he has said to me, I would not become a yogi because there are so many samskaras or layers. His talk would not penetrate that and teach the core. Whereas Arjuna is a evolved soul. So he became a yogi. The internal enemy is killed. The next external enemy, next morning he went battlefield. A sky-high man is killing everybody. He asked Krishna, I am the man who should kill them. You have asked me to fight. I am going to fight and kill them. Then Krishna said, look, that person is none other than Shiva himself. The moment I said you become yogi, you became yogi. Your internal enemy is already killed. The external enemy is just being killed. Even if you throw a piece of grass on him, he will die. So that is the power of internal effort or yoga. Anyway, I am asked to stop here for a moment. I will do.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the interruption. We didn't mean to interrupt Dr. Raghavendran. The idea is the governor is on the way. She'll be here any moment. After she arrives, it will be appropriate if he speaks for a few more minutes. And he is well past 80 and he has been standing and speaking for more than an hour. Hats off to him, his energy. Spirituality and Bharateyata, they are inseparable. That was the central theme of his message. Swami Vivekananda used to say that every human being is a compendium of various qualities or characteristics. But we identify someone based on his predominant characteristic or quality. Suppose if man has a lot of achievements, academic and otherwise, but he is a very highly short-tempered fellow. We identify him only with that short-temper nature, isn't it? Like that, if someone is really very good, sadhu, we identify. Swami Vivekananda says, like it is with an individual, so it is with the nations also. Every nation has a lot of characteristics, but there is a chief or dominant characteristic for every nation. For instance, material dynamism is the core of United States of America. Love is the core of France. But when it comes to Bharata, it is spirituality. That is the undercurrent. So any reform or any development project which you want to launch in this country, forgetting the basic undercurrent, this basic undercurrent, it turns out to be a failure. That is why even well-meaning religious reforms flopped here because that was not understood properly by those reformers. So this was the central theme of the message. And what we listened to Dr. R. Raghavendran so far is like this. See, we know the history of a place. You might have even read a book called The History of Time. From our dear Ragi Anna, we listened to the history of spirituality. So that's a very, very unique contribution which he has made to this seminar, history of spirituality. And as I told you, if you can straight away print, it is all recorded, you can straight away print his speech and see how crystal clear he was and how he was weaving a logic and how he set aside the logic when the heart had to take over. All these things are very clearly brought out by our dear Ragi Anna. What can I say, apart from thanking you on everyone's behalf from the depth of my heart? Guruji used to say some strange words about spirituality. He said, spirituality begins where religion ends. But then, religion need not have any conflict with spirituality. What a word. You just imagine. Spirituality begins where religion ends. But then, religion need not have any conflict with spirituality. This is one. And then there are many new schools of spirituality which profess free love, free society, free this, free that. Referring to them, Guruji said only one word. Spirituality cannot have conflict with morality, he said. Spirituality cannot have conflict with morality. This is the second thing. What is the difference between religion and spirituality? That also he explained to us. He said, there is this world, you are there. When you concede that there is only you and this world, political philosophies are born out of that concept. Social philosophies are born out of that concept. And then as you grow, you recognize the existence of the world, yourself, and also you recognize that a God must be present who have created all this. That from that thought or from that concept only, religious philosophies are born. There is you and there is only you. When you are reduced to you and you, spirituality begins, he said. And in his own inimitable manner, he would say, the moment you meet me, your inner journey begins, he would say. Like Ragi Anna said, when you are accepted, I am bound, you are free. And the advice, why should you carry it even while in the train? There is a convenient place to keep your luggage. Why do you carry it, you would say. So that is how things are. And spirituality, as Ragi Anna pointed out, is the very essence, undercurrent, or what we call in Tamil as Adinadam of this great country. That we must remember. ஒரு நிமிஷம் ராகி அண்ணா வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க, அவங்க வரட்டும். What is the unique nature of spirituality as proposed by Bharateeyata? That also he explained. He said you have to start the story from some point, and that story must have a premise. What is the premise on which the story of creation is mentioned in Bharateeyata? Raising this question, Guruji answered it thus. He said, even before this world was created, hundreds of souls were waiting in yonder space in various degrees of evolution for getting into proper and appropriate bodies to work out their destiny. Unless you accept this, you cannot understand the rest of the story. That's what he said. Even before, I'll repeat, even before this world was created, when the globe came into being, hundreds of souls were waiting in the space in various degrees of evolution to get into appropriate bodies for working out their destiny and merging back into the ultimate reality. So that is the very, very special the feature about in spirituality. I cannot say Indian spirituality anymore because Raghiyanna has made it India and spirituality are synonymous. Bharatiyata and Adhyatmikata, they are one and the same. He has mentioned it like this. Raghiyanna, as she enters, we will welcome her. After that, you can resume your speech. That will be more appropriate because ready. Wait. Let her come. అక్కడ వచ్చిన తర్వాత Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together and warmly welcome the Honorable Governor of Telangana, Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan அவர்கள். அம்மா வருக. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब
सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाहे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे
गाहे तव जय गाथा
जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे. May I request Honorable Governor to please light the ceremonial lamp. NVDS Raju Garu, please come. Puri sir. Anna? Music. I request Radha Kumari to present a bouquet to Honorable Governor. And we have been listening to the last speaker of day one of this historic seminar. It was on spirituality, Adhyatmika Vyavastha by Dr. Raghavendran. For the benefit of our governor, 5 minutes of that will continue.
I would continue. The point where I stopped was that the Bharatiyata has two components, an internal effort and also external action. The internal effort is known as yoga. The external effort could be many, like tapas, like resorting to devotion, etc. And the power of the internal effort, I recently mentioned that Krishna made an Arjuna the yogi, and the internal enemy in him got killed. The next day morning he found in the battlefield all the external enemies automatically killed. So such is the power of yoga. And yoga has a day-to-day application in we should be healthy from head to foot. Our circumstances should be favorable. And society should be prosperous. So, and at the last, we should serve the country. The yogic procedure evolved by Guruji to accomplish that is demonstrated there. You will see that the yogi sits in a asana like that, and in his Muladhara, his own soul, by the size of an inch, who is known as Angushtamatra Purusha would be there. These are the various chakras. At Muladhara, Ganapati is the presiding deity sitting on 4-petal lotus. You should first pray to him, and the sadhak then slowly raises himself from Muladhara to Swadhisthana, Manikoraka, and then he reaches his heart center. You will see here the yogi goes to the spiritual heart center, slightly right side of the axis. And here he meditates on those letters from Katuta, but also hears the pranavam emanating from the heart center. Mentally hear the pranava in your own voice emanating from the spiritual heart center. This is Guruji's chanting. This should be done for 40 minutes or so. That is 1 unit of time. After the sadhana is over, you should bring the Angushtamatra Purusha back to his original position, that is Mooladhara. He comes down. I have shown you only the bit of it. The entire procedure is nearly 20 minutes. This was developed by my son and my grandson, who is a schoolboy. So, 1 minute at the end, you can ask a question, what did you do? What is your duty today? You do dharmika karma, like charity, do social service, and propagate your values of Bharateyata, and oppose the enemies of dharma without malice or hatred. And don't live like an innocent bird sitting on the branch of a tree which lives, begets, and dies. Do your duty to serve your surroundings. This is the ultimate message Guruji gave. Thank you all.
Ramesh to please come to the dais and take his chair. Now on your behalf, we are requesting Honorable Governor to release a book in Tamil. Years ago, Guruji gave a series of lectures in Telugu in Bhimalipatnam, Visakhapatnam on various Maharishis. And it was translated into Tamil by Kanchi Balaji. Sivananda Supada Foundation has brought it out in the form of 2 volumes, Nalvadi Kattum Maharishigal. It is our good fortune that you are here to release this book. Oh. Madam, I am so happy that I am here when you are on the days, and it's my privilege to make this announcement also. Because for the benefit of this August gathering, I must tell you, we knew Madam for many years, and her illustrious father is unforgettable. Kumari Ananthan is a household name. That is her father's name. Is true Bharateyata. The seminar is on Bharateyata. He was a true Bharateyata, and despite his old age, he will come and attend the functions regarding Subramanya Bharati, Mahakavi Subramanya Bharati. Every year, we used to organize a function during the birthday of Mahakavi Subramanya Bharati, where we used to keep a bust of Bharati and lift him. Even when he had passed 80 or 85, her father always was the first one to lift that palanquin. I can never forget that. So she is his daughter. No, that gives us a special thrill to see her as the governor here. We feel people who know her, we have all been given that honor. So that is how we feel. Madam, without taking much of your time, we are all waiting to listen to you. Kindly address the gathering.
A special good evening to each and everyone here. First of all, I thank the organizers for calling me to this program, and I am really happy that first, because of my hectic schedule, I won't be able to attend this program. But somehow, Sivananda Sapta Foundation's Sadhguru's blessing is there. It brought me here. Because morning 7 o'clock I started from Hyderabad and went to Goa for a jackfruit program. And after that jackfruit program, another Bihar governor was also there. And he was asking me, coming to Goa and immediately leaving. You have to enjoy the Goa. So, but you are coming, and then because I requested you so that if it is in the evening, I could attend because that program was prefixed. He was asking me, coming to Goa and not enjoying the nature and not enjoying the ambience, immediately you are leaving. I told, my enjoyment is at Visakhapatnam, not in Goa. After reading about Sadhguru. And when I learnt about the yoga practice, where Professor Raghavendra, Director Sivananda Foundation, was telling about, really I thought that I took a good decision, even though the travel almost 2 hours, more than 2 hours to come from Goa, and then another 40 minutes. And morning I traveled quite a long. But that tiredness, everything vanished when I entered this campus. And I was very happy to see my brother Isaikavi Ramanan also here. I was thinking, which is drawing me towards here. Because sometimes we will plan some programs and we won't be able to attend the program. Sometimes we will love to attend the program, because of our commitment, we won't be able to attend the program. And you know, I am not only the governor of Telangana, I am also Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry with additional charge. So, very less time for me to attend some programs. But I was thinking, which is drawing me towards this program, apart from our Guruji's blessing, this Tamil edition to be released, that also drew me to this place, because I was very happy, because our Guruji's all preachings coming out in Tamil, and this will be beneficial to all the others also, particularly Tamil population, and I am really very happy. And we call him Isaikavi Ramanan. Isaikavi, this is Tamil Isai. So, Isai and Tamil drew me here. So with all the positiveness, and my respects to Sri Raman Puri, Vice Admiral retired, Indian Navy Guest of Honor, Sri L.V. Subramaniam IAS retired Guest of Honor, and Professor Raghavendra, as I told, I really enjoyed, even though I was unable to listen to your lecture to full of its beauty and full of its health. I could enjoy a few minutes which I could see. And Mr. T.R. Ramesh. And I see all the very renowned, my friends also here. And I have to convey my regards to each and every one of you. And my respects to you all, because my brother, who I know him very well, and all my elders are here, and my elder sisters are here, and I am really happy to attend this program. And when I heard about this foundation, and also I was attracted by the Bharatiyata. And as it is said by Isaikavika Ramanan, it has two meanings. One is Bharatiyata, our Indianness, and Bharatiyata, our national poet Bharati, who dedicated his life to the freedom movement. So that is also Bharatiyata. So I could understand the Bharatiyata as Indianness and Bharatiyata as Bharatiyar, who celebrated our independence before we got our independence. ஆடுவோமே பள்ளி பாடுவோமே ஆனந்த சுதந்திரம் அடைந்து விட்டோம் என்று. So I am really very happy that a great coincidence of this topic also. And Bharatiyata, Indianness, and as path to Amrit Call, as our Honorable Prime Minister says, before 2047, the great Amrit Call, India should be self-reliant, and India should be vocal for local. So everything should be, Indianness should be there. So these programs definitely will enforce the Indianness, the Bharatiyata. And I'm really very happy to know about the subjects in the seminar, whether it is about medicine, law, administration, and so on. Indianness in that. So nowadays only we are looking forward about our roots. I always think as a doctor, the corona in a blessing in disguise made us to think about our Indianness, made us to think about our tradition, made us to think about the great land of India, because we showed the way. As a doctor, when one of the doctors from London called me and told, we all predicted that the corona will affect the elders. So in Britain, America, the people of high mortality were the elders. But in India, it was vice versa, and most young people were affected. Then he asked, what is the reason? Then one of my professors told, because the elders are following the food habits of our Indianness. So they have become very stronger. But the youngsters are attracted towards the Western food, attracted towards the zero-calorie foods, attracted towards the modern foods. So their immunity is much lower than the elders. So the elders in India are protected much because of their traditional habits, their food habits. That we have to accept it. It is not only the mistake of the youngsters. In Telangana, there was a survey. When they opened the tiffin box of each and every child, it had chips, bread and butter, it had pizzas, burgers, buns, but not idli, dosa, or puttu of our tradition. So it is not only the mistake of youngsters. It is the elders. You have to guide them in our Indianness, with our Indianness. I always tell a small story how our culture, our epics should be celebrated so that youngsters follow it. A small infant was crawling in front of the house where was a neem tree, and some ripe neem fruits were spread on the floor. This child crawled and took it and put it in his mouth and told, so sweet. You know neem fruit, how sweet it will be? 75% bitter. Not even 75%, 80 to 90% will be bitter. 10% ripe, because it is ripe, it will be sweet. But which family baby? In this baby's house, because today I went to the jackfruit program, and in this cupboard, in this baby's house cupboard, home cupboard, this mangoes, we say Salem mango, even in Telangana, very good mangoes, Banganapalli and everything we get it. and ripe mangoes were there, and ripe jackfruit, honey, jackfruit mixed with honey was there in the cupboard, and the sweet plantains were there. But because the elders did not provide these fruits to the younger children, they did not make them to taste the sweetness of our traditional fruits. This child is telling that the neem fruit is sweet. So whose mistake? It is we have to provide the children with our traditional tastier fruits, so that when they taste it, definitely they won't tell that the neem fruit is tastier, because the mistake is ours. So the Indianness, because he told about my father, he is almost a Sudesi person. And when he enrolled me as a child, we were in Madurai, and then when everyone wanted to give chocolates, he told, we say in Mukkani in Tamil, Ma Palla Vazhai. So he mixed the jackfruit and mango, ripe mango, and cut plantains, and peeled jackfruit and mixed with honey, and then only he gave as a sweet. He told, I want Sudesi Indianness should be there than giving a foreign chocolate to each and everyone. So my life itself started in that way. And as our Honorable Prime Minister says, we are proud of our tradition, Indianness. But now only our youngsters are trying to follow that because of repeated call, like Amrit call from our Honorable Prime Minister and other national leaders. I always narrate one simple incident, how we were fascinated because now we want self-reliant India, and I have to say that this Make in India, Startup India. Now we are celebrating our 75th year of independence. But 75,000 startups in India. No, in the history, no time we've had such startups. Even in the villages, we had startup industries. How? Because now we travel the path, because the Indian products have gained the importance in the other countries. I will always narrate one small incident. One person returned from America. He got into an auto in our country. He wanted to go to a place. So when he got into the auto, at that time one bus passed by. Then this American returned person told, what is this? In India, buses and all going very slow, moving very slow. And if it is Americano, it will move very fast. Then at that same time, another lorry passed. Then he told, what is this in India, lorries and all moving very slowly? If it is in America, it will move very fast. At that time, the same car came, he told same thing. Then the destination came, our auto brother called him and told, give me 400 rupees. Then the American returned person got angry. What is this, such a shorter distance I have traveled? But shorter distance I have traveled, you are telling it's 400 rupees. Then the auto brother told, this auto is made in India, but the meter is made in America. So it moved very fast, it ran very fast. So you have to give 400 rupees. He taught a lesson to him. But nowadays, I am very happy. As a doctor, I am here, and we are all without mask in spite of the 2 years suffering from pandemic, that I have taken the vaccination produced in my country, Indian vaccine I have taken. And not only Indian vaccine, I have taken, crores and crores of our Indian brothers and sisters took this vaccination. We have exported it to 150 countries, Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam. Even when our Honorable Prime Minister decided to export to certain countries, there was a criticism. Why you want to export it before giving to your country? No, the whole world is one family. So the sufferers from each and every country should be benefited by our Indianness, by our Indian courtesy, by our Indian invention. That is the message. So slowly we are turning towards the Indianness, particularly when we learn about the preachings are like great priests like Sadhguru. And now we are moving towards, as it is said by yoga. June 21st is practiced as a yoga. Our Indian culture is now spread all over the world. One culture which have united the whole world, even 95 Islamic countries also celebrating the International Yoga Day. That is a great contribution. So India is leading the world. And you know this 2023 is the International Year of Millets. So Tamil Nadu, in Tamil Sangam, we have lot of information that people took millets. But now because of our Honorable Prime Minister's efforts, now the whole world is looking towards India, and now it is celebrated as International Year of Millets. So what all we had before and all, G20 conference we are celebrating. And before, India looked the other countries for problem solving. Now, other countries looking to India, expecting India for problem solvation. Whether it is environment, whether it is economy, or whether whatever the problems which we are facing. So I am really happy that your seminar is focusing in all the administrative, all the Indianness of all our administrative purposes, particularly even Jodhidam. Because it's a science. It cannot be taken as a false belief. So you have included on administration, really administration. We have such a great administrator. We had such a great administrators. And because of the British rulers, they did not brought out the great things in our country. That is what I was reading Facebook, one topic, one person has recorded it, and he was telling, we know Ghazini Muhammadu was defeated so many times. We know his name, but we don't know the Indian king who defeated him. So many times he defeated, he was chased away, but we don't know his name. So the youngsters should know his name. So our education system should be in that way. So only now we have moved forward with the new education policy. So we have to enjoy our honorable. Recently when I attended a program of Tamil New Year, Delhi, our honorable Prime Minister told, whatever the problem the world faced, where Indian culture, Indian tradition had some solution. Particularly he mentioned about Tamil Nadu, water conservation. We had some solution, tradition. So when we follow the tradition, we become much stronger than the whole world is looking forward for the solution, the great Bharat. And as our great saint Vivekananda says, we are born with potential. We have to explore the potential within us, not expecting the other countries to solve the problem. So now we are moving forward and appreciate the foundation, Sivananda Foundation, for taking the legacy of the Sivananda Guruji. Because it is really, needed. But for your organization, we won't be able to know about the Guruji's preachings, the Guruji's great things. So I appreciate the foundation, and to appreciate you. So only in spite of my hectic schedule, I came here. So you have to follow the legacy of Guruji. And I was seeing that the type of yoga, the meditation, really nowadays it is needed. Youngsters should come out successfully, and I'm really very happy to attend this program. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Since 1947, I have two announcements to two information to share with the Honorable Governor. One is from 1947 to 2023, no other Prime Minister has ever spoken so much Tamil in public. No other Prime Minister has spoken so much about Mahakavi Subramanya Bharati than our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji. Why? The answer was given by Pujya Guruji. That I will share in this. He asked me, hey Ramanan, why is he called Bharati? Do you know? The traditional reply I told him, in Yatayapuram Samasthanam, because of his poetic prowess, he was given, no. Then he said, Amma, the spirit of Bharata Mata entered him, that is why he is called Bharati, he said. No wonder the Honorable Prime Minister loves Mahakavi Subramanya Bharati so much. It is, when participating in any function associated with Guruji, is a very highly emotional moment. Madam, you made it more emotional for me because she brings a lot of noble, sweet and elevating memories associated with her father particularly. So on the personal level also, I offer my thanks to you, sincere thanks to you. And as I told you in the beginning, people, some of us who know her for long years, we feel as if we have been honored when she is the governor and governor. So we feel we are honored as if we have been bestowed with some special honor. Thank you very much. God will continue to protect you. And Parasakti உங்களுக்கு நீண்ட ஆயுள், நீடித்த உடல் நலம், நிறைந்த செல்வம், மன நிம்மதி இவற்றையெல்லாம் வழங்கிக் கொண்டே இருக்கட்டும் என்று பாரதி சார்பில் பிரார்த்தனை செய்து கொள்கிறேன். I request Radha Kumari to kindly felicitate our governor. It is indeed nice of her to come all the way from Goa. Where is Goa and where is Visakhapatnam? So, ஒரு காந்த சக்தி. On behalf of every one of us, Radha Kumari will propose a vote of thanks. And after this, the governor leaves, so we will give her a warm send-off. Yeah. Before that, there is national anthem again. After that, governor leaves. After that, the cultural program will happen. And like you did today, be here by 9:15 a.m. tomorrow. We'll start the session number 5 on Artha Vyavastha by Giridhar Mamidi, illustrious son of a great professor, Professor Ramamurthy, who was one of the earliest chroniclers of Guruji's sayings. So he continues he travels all around the country, does prayer for Bharateeyata. So such a fine gentleman he is. So 9:30 sharp we have to start the session. Be here at 9:15. Don't relax too much. I will be back tomorrow.
It is our good fortune that Honorable Governor of Telangana and Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry, Dr. Srimati Tamilisai Soundararajan Garu, would come here in spite of her very busy schedule and address this gathering. We thank her for releasing the book Volume 1 and Volume 2, Nalvarikattum Maharshigal, which is written by Pujya Guruji and translated into Tamil. Needless to point out that such a great nationalist like her could be with us today. Thank you, Madam.
కొంచెం అలా దూరం
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Good evening. సభకు నమస్కారం. గురూజీ శ్రీ శివానంద పుణ్యదినాన ఇంత మంచి కార్యక్రమం జరుగుతుంది. శ్రీ సాయి లలిత కళా సమితి అలాగే కళాభారతి పెర్ఫార్మింగ్ ఆర్ట్స్ స్టూడెంట్స్ అందరితో ఇక్కడ అన్నమాచార్య కీర్తనలో సంకలనం చేసి ఒక నృత్య రూపకంగా శృంగార శ్రీనివాసం అన్నమాచార్యుల వారు జి రాజశేఖర్ గారు, ఆయన ఇక్కడే ఆంధ్ర యూనివర్సిటీలో న్యూక్లియర్ ఫిజిక్స్లో రీసెర్చ్ చేస్తున్నారు. ఆయన మీకు ఆ డ్రామా తాలూకు టోటల్ డీటెయిల్స్ అంతా ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఇస్తారు. దయచేసి రాజశేఖర్ సార్.
లైట్ కావాలి, లైట్ కావాలి, లైట్ కావాలి. అందరికీ నమస్కారం, శుభ సాయంత్రం. తెలుగువారి పుణ్యాల పేటి పదకవితా పితామహుడు అన్నమయ్య తన సాహిత్యంలో నాయకుడైన వెంకటేశ్వరుని, నాయిక అయిన పద్మావతీదేవిని జీవాత్మ పరమాత్మలకు ప్రతీకలుగా అనేక వేల సంకీర్తనలు రచించిన విషయం మనందరికీ తెలిసిందే. శ్రీ గరిమెళ్ల బాలకృష్ణ ప్రసాద్ గారు, శ్రీరంగ గోపాలరత్నం గారు, శ్రీ సత్యరాజు వేణుమాధవ్ గారు మొదలైన లబ్ధప్రతిష్ఠులైన గాయకులు పాడిన కొన్ని అందమైన సంకీర్తనలను ఒక నృత్య రూపకంగా మార్చి మీ ముందు ఉంచబోతున్నాం. శృంగార శ్రీనివాసం. అది వసంత పున్నమి వేళ, ప్రణయజీవులకు వేడుక, జాజర జాజరంటూ వసంతాలాడి ఆనంద డోలికల్లో తూగాల్సిన సమయం. శ్రీవెంకటేశ్వరునికి పద్మావతికి ప్రణయ కలహం జరిగింది. వారి వారి మందిరాల్లో ఇద్దరూ మదన పడుతున్నారు. విరహం వియోగం కష్టమని తలపోస్తున్నారు. పైపైనే అలకలు, ఇరువురికి కలవాలన్నదే ఆకాంక్ష. ఇవేమీ తెలియని చెలులు పద్మావతి చుట్టూ చేరారు. ఆమె అందాలను ప్రశంసిస్తున్నారు. పున్నమి రేయిలో పతితో వసంతాలాడమని ప్రేరేపిస్తున్నారు. పద్మావతీదేవి ఉదాసీనంగా ఉంది. ఏల రాడమ్మ ఇంతిరో అని వాపోతూ అదనెరిగి రాడాయనమ్మ నావిభుడు అని బేలతనం చూపుతోంది. తమ చెలి కష్టం విన్న చెలులు కరిగిపోయారు. చుట్టమగు పతి తెచ్చి చూపరే ఇప్పుడు అని ఒకరికొకరు చెప్పుకున్నారు. చెలుల మాటలకు కొంత సాంత్వన పొందిన పద్మావతి రమ్మనవే వాని రమ్మనవే అంటూ స్వామిని తోడ్కొని రమ్మని తన ఆకాంక్ష వెలిబుచ్చింది. రాయబారానికి బయలుదేరారు చెలులు. ఇక్కడ పద్మావతి విరహంతో ఎదురుచూస్తున్నది. అక్కడ వెంకటేశ్వరునిది అదే స్థితి. నెలత బాసి ఉండలేను అంటున్నాడు. తలచిన హృదయము జల్లను అంటూ చింతిస్తున్నాడు. చెలులు వెంకటేశ్వరుని మందిరానికి చేరారు. అలుకలు చెల్లవు హరి అంటూ నచ్చజెప్పారు. చక్కని జాణ ఇన్నిటా జవరాలు అంటూ తమ చెలి సౌందర్యాన్ని సౌశీల్యాన్ని వేన్నోళ్లా పొగిడారు. వెంకటేశ్వరుని గుణగణాలకు చక్కగా అమరిన పద్మావతి స్వభావాన్ని గుర్తు చేశారు. అయినా తమ ప్రయత్నాన్ని ఆపక ఎంత మన్నించితో ఈ ఇంటి నిధినేవు అంటూ వారి ప్రణయానుబంధాన్ని జ్ఞప్తికి తెస్తారు. మచ్చికతో నేలవయ్య మదన సామ్రాజ్య లక్ష్మిని అంటూ ఆహ్వానిస్తారు. ఇంత విన్న స్వామి కరగకుంటాడా, కదలనంటాడా? సామజవరగమనంతో పద్మావతి మందిరానికి బయలుదేరాడు. పతిరాకిని పసిగట్టిన పద్మావతి మనసులో ఉప్పొంగిపోతూనే స్త్రీ సహజమైన అలుకను ప్రదర్శిస్తుంది. పట్టిన పంతమే బలువనవే అంటూ పతిపై కినుక చూపుతుంది. శృంగార సంపూర్ణుడైన హరికి ఎక్కడ తగ్గాలో తెలుసును, మానలేనే పొందు అంటూ మదనపడతాడు. పరవశించిన పద్మావతి మదిలోన నీవుండే మా ఇల్లు ఎరగవా అంటూ జరిగిన ఆలస్యాన్ని గుర్తు చేస్తుంది. ఇదంతా చూస్తున్న చెలులు అల్లరి మొదలెట్టారు. వసంతాలు ఆడించారు. వసంత కేళికి వేదిక సమాయత్తమైంది.
పూర్ణేందు సమన్చిత కళానిధి అపాస్త విఘ్నతామిశ్రౌ శూర్పకర్ణముపాస్మహే
కలడా ఇంతటి దాత కమల నాభుడేగాక కలడా ఇంతటి దాత కమల నాభుడేగాక లిగిన దైవము కలడా ఇంతటి దాత కమల నాభుడేగాక కలడన్న వారి పాలగలిగిన దైవము కలడా ఇంతటి దాత ఇచ్చెను వాయుజునికి ఇట మీది బ్రహ్మపట్టమిచ్చెను వాయుజునికి ఇట మీది బ్రహ్మపట్టమిచ్చల ఘంటాకర్ణునికి కుబేరత్వము ఇచ్చెను వాయుజునికి ఇట మీది బ్రహ్మపట్టమిచ్చల ఘంటాకర్ణునికి కుబేరత్వము గసని దసని ద మగ స సగమదని స గసని దసని ద మగ స ని సగమ సగమదని స గసని దసని ద మగ స ని సగమ సగమదని స సగ ని స ని ద దని మద మగ గద మగ స ని సగ గమ దని స సగ ని స ని ద దని మద మగ గద మగ స ని సగ గమ మగమ స దమ దగ ని దని మ స ని స ద స ని ని ద ద మ మ గ గ స మగమ స దమ దగ ని దని మ స ని స ద స ని ని ద ద మ మ గ గ స మగమ స దమ దగ ని దని మ స ని స ద గ స గ ని స ద ని మ ద గ మ స గ మ ద ని కలడ ఇంతటి దాత కమల నాభుడిగాక కట్టెను ధ్రువ పట్టము కమలజు కంటి మీద కట్టె విభీషణుకు లంకారాజ్యము కట్టెను ధ్రువ పట్టము కమలజు కంటే మీద కట్టె విభీషణుకు లంకారాజ్యము కట్టి ఇచ్చిన జునికి గత చన్న వేదాలు కట్టి ఇచ్చిన జునికి గత చన్న వేదాలు కట్టెను శ్రీ సతి చేత కంకణ సూత్రములు కట్టి ఇచ్చిన జునికి గత చన్న వేదాలు కట్టెను శ్రీ సతి చేత కంకణ సూత్రములు స గసని దసని ద మగ స సగమదని స గసని దసని ద మగ స ని సగమ సగమదని స గసని దసని ద మగ స ని సగమ సగమదని స సగ ని స ని ద దని మద మగ గద మగ స ని సగ గమ దని స సగ ని స ని ద దని మద మగ గద మగ స ని సగ గమ మగమ స మ స ని స ద స ని ని ద ద మ మగ గ స మగమ స ద మ ద గ ని ద ని మ స ని స ద స ని ని ద ద మ మగ గ స మగమ స దాత కమల నాపుడిగాక కలడన్న వారి పాల కలిగిన దైవము కలగాక కల